The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the May the 27th episode of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, and on this day in history, in 1679, Habeas Corpus Act passes in England, strengthening a person's right to challenge unlawful arrest and imprisonment. In 1703, St. Petersburg, Leningrad, founded by Russian Tsar Peter the Great. In 1873, Heinrich Schliemann discovers Priam's treasure, a cache of gold and other objects in Hiskerlik, Troy in Anatolia. In 1905, Japanese fleet destroys Russian East Sea Fleet in the Battle of Tershami, the only decisive clash between modern steel battleships in history. In 1940, British and Allied forces begin evacuation of Dunkirk, Operation Dynamo, during World War II. In 1963, Jomo Kenyatta elected first Prime Minister of Kenya. In 1999, the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia indicts Slobodan Milosevic and four others for war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in Kosovo. In 2006, earthquake strikes near Java, Indonesia at 5:58 a.m. local time, devastating Bantul and the city of Ugureka, killing over 66,000 people. In 1933, Walt Disney's short film Three Little Pigs released. Academy Award, Best Animated Film, 1934. In 2022, Top Gun Maverick, the sequel starring Tom Cruise, Miles Teller, and Jennifer Connelly, is released 36 years after the original film. In 2018, South Korean boy band BTS are the first K-pop group to top US Billboard 200 with their album Love Yourself Here. Odd. So, 1961, Florentinian of Italy wins first European Cup Winners' Cup against Glasgow Rangers 4-2 in Florence, second leg. And that was this day in history. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that dumpy, dumpling-head little diplomat who, when he heard that Mussolini and Hitler were dead, had this to say. Let's all take a ride with Connie Haynes on a trolley car.
With my high starch collar and my hair piled high upon my head. I went to lose a jolly hour upon the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
Well, Costello. Costello, it's about time you got here. Costello, you're getting dumber every day. I think you could tell everything you know in 5 minutes.
I could tell everything the both of us know, and it wouldn't take any longer.
Never mind that, Costello. You've been acting very peculiar since we started our picture at MGM.
This is going to kill a lot of people.
Yes, I'm afraid you're getting very conceited.
I am not conceited. I'm the same talented, lovable, high-class big shot I've always been.
I was right. You are stuck up. Why, yesterday, you even autographed one of your own pictures, and to yourself.
Well, I had to do it, Abbott. I always wanted a picture of me.
What did you write on that picture?
With love, from one handsome guy to another.
Costello, you are a swell-headed, pompous egomaniac.
Abbott, I wish you'd tell that to my scoutmaster.
Why?
He thinks I'm a jerk.
Oh. Costello, you are becoming impossible. Everybody at the studio is talking about you.
Yeah, but they're all saying nice things.
Yeah, I wonder.
Sylvan Simon, Martin Gosh, Al
I know,
Lickman.
I
They're all
know.
speaking so nice
Yes.
of me. Just yesterday, Margaret O'Brien paid me a compliment.
Margaret O'Brien is just a little child, and I heard what she said to you.
You did?
Yes, Margaret O'Brien said you had a face that only a mother could love.
Yeah, but did you ever see her mother?
Costello.
Banana!
Come here, Costello. You know, the way you've been chasing the girls at the studio set is disgraceful. Those actresses don't want to be bothered with you. You're not the romantic type.
Oh, is that so? Well, Judy Garland, she thinks I'm a great romantic lover. She said I reminded her of Rooney.
Judy Garland said you reminded her of Rooney.
Well, she didn't use them words, but she said every time I kissed her, it was like getting a Mickey.
Listen, Costello, you're a comedian. You'll never be a lover in pictures with your face.
Now, what's wrong with my face? I'm getting prettier every day. I'm getting so pretty that I'm even making my own mother jealous.
Oh, Costello, how could you make your mother jealous?
She looks at me and gets jealous at the other mothers.
Costello, nobody is jealous of you. Why, even your new girl, Mabel Mustard Plaster, doesn't give a hoot about you.
Is that so?
Yes.
Well, it so happens, Abbott, that Mabel Mustard Plaster is stuck on me. Last night, her... I don't get it. It so happens that last night, her and me sat in front of the fireplace and watched the coals turn red.
Do you know what made those coals turn red?
Nothing that we was doing.
Now, look. Tell me, Costello, when you first met Mabel, were you infatuated?
No, but she was about half plastered.
Costello, you don't understand. I mean, when you started to woo Mabel, were you smitten?
Oh, certainly I was smitten. We were both smitten. You don't think I woo standing up, do you?
No. Oh, you idiot.
I was smitten right by the
I
fireplace.
didn't listen. Please, I didn't say sitten. I said smitten. When you held hands with Mabel the first time, were you smitten?
No, sir.
You weren't smitten?
No, when I hold hands with a girl, I don't wear no smittens.
No, look, Costello, I'm only trying to find out how you feel about Mabel Mustard Plaster. Now, if you were smitten with the girl, you might hanker for her. Did you ever hanker for her?
I even hankered with her.
Oh, no, you sap. How could you hanker for a girl?
Well, it happened last Sunday, Abbott. Mabel and I got in a rowboat and rowed way out to the end of the point.
Yes.
And we hankered there all day. Boy, did we have fun. I wasn't even wearing my smittens. It wasn't cold.
No, Costello, you're confusing the issue. You're talking about anchoring a boat, and I'm talking about hankering for a girl. Now, hankering is like yearning. Tell me, are you yearning for Mabel?
No, sir. I'm yearning for myself and my father.
You yearn for yourself and your father?
Yeah, I make $20 a week, and my father takes half of what I yearn.
No. Costello, when I say yearn, I don't mean earn like in earning. I mean yearn like in yearning. And to yearn, you must be smitten. If you are smitten, that constitutes infatuation.
Oh, when you say yearn, you don't mean earn like in earning. You mean yearn like in yearning. And to yearn, you must be smitten. If you are smitten, that constitutes infatuation.
Now, you've got it.
Now, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, forget about being a dramatic actor. You'll never be a success as a ladies' man.
Oh, no? Well, for your information, Mr. Abbott, there's a dozen women in Hollywood tearing their hair out just to have a date with me.
Well, why don't you go out with them?
Who wants to go out with bald-headed women?
Oh, get me out of here.
Folks, last week at rehearsal, a young fellow walked in the studio and started singing, and nobody stopped him. Up until a short time ago, he was an aerial gunner in a B-17, and nobody stopped him there either. And after you folks hear him tonight, I don't think you'll ever want him to stop.
Ex-aerial gunner Bob Matthews, with Will Osborne and the orchestra, sings I Should Care.
I should care. I should go around weeping. I should care. I should go without sleeping. Strangely enough, I sleep well, but for a dream or two, and I count my sheep well. Honey, how she can lull you to sleep. Oh, I should care. I should let it upset me. I should care. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. Oh, I should care. And I do.
Whoa! Abbott!
Now what?
Abbott, I've made up my mind.
What do you mean?
I ain't gonna act. No more comedy pictures. No more. I'm too pretty to be hanging off the back of fire wagons, getting basketballs bounced off of my head and having oysters squirting milk in my puss.
Oh, calm
No
down.
more.
Calm down,
All right, tell
Costello.
Stephen Simon, that's
Never
it.
mind. Listen, no more of that. Now, look, you're a comedian. You can't be a dramatic actor. That takes training and background.
Oh, I got that, Abbott. My whole family was high-class actors. My Aunt Minnie was a fan dancer.
A fan dancer?
Yeah, and one time when Aunt Minnie was doing her fan dance, a mouse ran across the stage and my Aunt Minnie dropped her fans.
And what happened?
The mouse fainted.
Did they get rid of the mouse?
Huh?
Did they get rid of the mouse?
No, he had a ticket. They couldn't put him out.
Now, look, Costello, please, you don't understand. I'm talking about dramatic background like I've got. Why, when I was 12 years old, I was with the Abbey Players of Ireland.
That's nothing. When I was 12 years old, I was with the hooky players of Patterson.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Which one of you is Lou Costello, the great actor?
That's me.
Mr. Costello, please face my camera and give me a big smile. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. And don't forget to look in the paper tomorrow morning.
Will my picture be in?
No, but Dick Tracy's in a terrible mess.
I'll bet that guy is Measles' brother, chickenpox.
Hello, yes, this is Bud Abbott. Okay, I'll tell Costello. Hey, that was Universal Studios. They said they are sorry they won't be able to complete our latest picture, The Naughty Nineties, until they are able to secure a dramatic actress to play the final scene. They said that Betty Davis, Katharine Hepburn, Joan Fontaine, and all the other dramatic actresses are busy and our picture will have to wait.
Did they realize that this is a half-hour program?
Why, what's wrong?
They said all that just now?
Yes.
We must be running overtime, brother.
Never mind that. Costello, this is your big chance to prove your acting ability. I'm going to get you some women's clothes. Take you to the studio, and we'll see if you're good enough to fool the director into letting you do the final scene.
But they'll recognize me. They know all the dramatic actresses.
Yes, but they don't know all the South American dramatic actresses.
Oh, I get it. You want me to be another Carmen Miranda.
That's Carmen Miranda.
With my shape, it's Miranda. Some people even think I'm a stoop.
All right, look. Come on, Costello. I'll take you to Professor Melonhead's School of Spanish Acting and have him coach you for the part.
Welcome. Welcome to the School of Spanish Acting, gentlemen. I am Senor Melonhead.
Senor Melonhead. I've seen your Melonhead around here for 10 weeks and it's starting to get ripe.
Now, Costello, I'm surprised at you. Senior Melonhead is a great artist.
Then why don't he have... where am I mixed up?
Yeah. Never mind, he said I was
I got it. Thank you. Then why don't he paint... Never mind, on with the next line.
What's the matter with my head?
Oh, your scalp runs all the way down to your heel.
Is that so?
Oh,
Young
boy.
man, I'll have you know, Costello, before I married my wife, I had hair as black as the ace of spades.
Looks like your wife trumped your ace. Melonhead, was your whole family bald?
No, not exactly. Of course, for many years, my mother did have a rat in her hair.
That's no way to talk about your father.
Costello, be quiet. Senior Melonhead, Costello wants to play the part of a pretty Spanish girl. Now, can you coach him?
Can I coach him? Gentlemen, I am the greatest authority on Spanish customs. Why, I've even been a bullfighter. In my native Spain, I used to enter the arena like a matador. I faced the bull like a picador, and I fought the bull like a toreador.
And they carried you out like a cuspidor.
Shut up, Costello. Mr. Melonhead,
Yes?
could you start Costello's lessons right now?
Why, of course, I'll start his lessons immediately. Here, on this piece of paper is a simple Spanish phrase. Read it, please.
Okay. Muchas gracias,
No,
amigo.
No, not gracious. That word is gracias. You see, in Spanish, the C is pronounced T-H. Gracias. You see? T-H. You see?
Would you mind putting your head some... Get over there!
In Spanish, the T-H...
In Spanish, it's pronounced T-H.
That's right.
It's a good thing we don't have that in English.
Why?
Can you imagine Bing Crosby and Gary Tooper taking Claudette Colbert in a restaurant and ordering 3 cups of toffee and 3 pieces of coconut stuffed pie? That's threat! Get out of here!
Oh, come on.
Who writes this?
I don't know. Look, let's talk sense. Let's talk sense, Costello. Come on. Let's get on with the lesson.
Very well, Mr. Abbott. Now, Costello, we'll say that you are a lovely Spanish senorita. You meet a gay caballero at your fiesta. Now, when he sees you, he playfully clicks his castanet and then he bangs his maracas together.
He does?
Yes? And do you know what you do?
Yeah, I hit him over the head with my Fiesta.
No. You do nothing of the sort. You invite him. Look, you invite him into your home, and you cook him a delicious Spanish meal in your patio. Can you remember that?
I can remember when I didn't have a patio to cook in.
Now. All right, now, Costello, while you're cooking the meal, the caballero strolls into your kitchen. He admires your frijoles. He slyly sprinkles cheese on your tortillas, and then he pushes your enchiladas on the back of the hot stove.
He wouldn't dare. He hasn't got the nerve.
Oh, just a minute. What's the matter, Costello?
Melonhead, this time you have gone too far. I didn't mind when that cab driver clicked his gasket. I said nothing when he banged his bazookas together, right in my Fiesta. But when you make him push my poor old Auntie Lottie on the back of a hot stove, you have not only impugned my good name, but you have cast a smirch on the good neighbor policy, muchas gracias, without a TH, and that's that.
Oh, get him out of here.
Lovely Connie Haynes brings one of the most popular songs of the day. With Will Osborne and the orchestra, Connie sings...
Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every time. Every doggone time I try romance, I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hate all you men. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave until I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. I'm gonna burn my bridges behind me. I'm gonna hate all your men. You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8-ball again. Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around, I get a pushing around. Every time I fall in love.
Well, Costello, here we are at the studio. Now, remember, you're dressed like a Spanish lady, so act like one. And please, straighten up. You're all stooped over.
I can't help it. It's a long pull from my garter belt to my socks.
Quiet. Now, remember, Costello, this is your chance to prove to the director, Mr. Technikolovich, that you're a great actress. Come on.
Ah, Mr. Abbott. And who is this beautiful young lady with you?
Mr. Technikolovich, allow me to introduce the famous South American actress, Luisa Castello.
Ah, Senor Technikolovich. Hacienda Buenos Aires, La Cienega, Sunset and Vine. Now, what's wrong with that, brother?
The senorita does not speak English.
Not a word.
Mr. Abbott, she is wonderful. She is the most beautiful girl I have seen since I left home.
No wonder he left home.
But Senorita, a moment ago you didn't speak English.
I learned fast.
Oh, senorita, you are ravishing. This is the first time I ever saw a leading lady.
Stop looking at me with those eyes, brother.
But it's still the first time I ever saw a leading lady with muscles. Tonight I will take you to dinner, yes?
Yes.
Then I take you to the theater, yes?
Yes.
And after that I take you to my apartment, yes?
No.
But, senorita, I have something to show you. I have etchings.
You have etchings. Then scratch yourself, brother. I'm getting out of here. Come on, Abbott. This guy's got eczema.
No. Now, wait a minute, senorita. Mr. Technikolovich is a great director. He can make you a star.
I will give her the Lubitsch touch.
If he lays a finger on me, I'll scream. Lay the finger on me.
We will make a screen.
Banana!
Now, we will make a screen test immediately.
Hey, Abbott, this is what I've been waiting for. No more comedy for me. Nice, dignified acting.
Now, quiet. Now we will take the scene. Senorita, this is a love triangle. You will play the part of the other woman.
Why can't the other woman play her own part?
Now, be quiet.
I mean, I don't want to take some other poor woman's job away.
Now, quiet, please.
I mean, but after all, I'm...
Now, the scene opens with you in the arms of your lover. Action.
My fiery Latin beauty, let me put my arms around your waist.
Do you think you can make it?
Ah, you are so gorgeous. You have the kind of hair I love to touch. You have the kind of eyes I love to gaze into. You have the kind of lips I love to kiss. You have the kind of throat that I love to...
Cut! Senorita, you are too cold. Have you never been in love? What do you do when a man tries to kiss you?
I belt him in a kisser.
Will you be quiet?
I mean, but I'm only trying to tell you that there's a limit.
Now continue the scene. Camera, action.
You big, strong man. Let me take you in my arms.
Ouch! Ah! Senorita, please, don't bend the actors.
But I was only...
Quiet!
I mean, I was just...
Quiet!
I mean, after all...
Shut up!
That is Sylvan Simon if I ever seen a guy.
Now the jealous wife comes in and catches you making love to her husband. Action!
Aha! So this is what goes on behind my back. You Latin cheater, where's my gun?
Oh, wait a minute, Matilda. Put down that gun. The senorita and I love each other until death do us part.
And I think that's what's going to part us. Hey, Abbott, please take me back to funny pictures.
Oh, you're doing great, Costello. You'll never have to do slapstick comedy again. No more rough stuff. No more falling down to get laughs. No more getting pies thrown into your face.
All right, quiet.
He was only trying to...
Shut up, you! Now, continue the scene. Camera.
Oh, you fat double-crossing husband stealer. I'll break this chair over your head.
All right, but before I go, I'm going to take this lemon pie, the pie that I baked for your husband.
But you used my eggs, so the pie belongs to me.
It's my pie.
It is not! It's my pie!
It's my pie.
Cut. I'll settle this. This bickering is disgraceful. Senorita Costello, give me that pie.
What did you say?
I want that pie. Give me that pie.
Okay, but remember, you asked for it.
Don't ever change. Don't lose the love light in your eyes. Make sure the flame, dear, never dies while we're apart. Don't ever change. above bring you a change of heart. When storm clouds are far behind you and the sun is back in the sky, my darling, I want to find you as I left you when we kissed goodbye. Don't rearrange that little dream I'm clinging to. Stay the way I remember you. And don't ever
And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
How did you like your experience as a dramatic star?
Abbott, you can have that dramatic stuff. I'll stick to skooking.
What's cooking?
Nothing much. What's cooking with you?
Oh, get him out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night.
The Armed Forces Radio Service.
What you're about to see is the world's most revolutionary telephone switching invention. We call it Super Switcher. It has almost no moving parts, yet handles 4 times more calls than its predecessor. It required an investment of $400 million, but should ultimately save $1 billion a year. And soon, every major American area will have one. Looks dull, eh?
Well, imagine that each of these cars is a long-distance call. This new invention can handle over 500,000 an hour. That's 5 days' traffic on a busy Los Angeles freeway.
Super Switcher. It should go a long distance to prevent traffic jams on your long-distance calls.
The Bell System. People using technology to help keep down costs and improve service. Keeping your phone system the best in the world.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, friends, here we stand. With our teeth in our mouth and a rack full of Norcross greeting cards.
Also a rack full of wonderful songs.
You think I ought to give the folks a sample?
Please do.
When I take my sugar to tea, all the boys are jealous of me. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. I'm a rowdy dowdy, that's me. She's a hi-hat baby, that's she. So I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. Every Sunday afternoon we forget about our cares, rubbing elbows at the Ritz with those millionaires. When I take my sugar to tea, I'm as ritzy as I can be. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. Sugar to tea, all the boys are jealous of me. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. I'm a rowdy dowdy, oh, that's me. Hi-hat baby, that's she. But I don't take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. Every Sunday afternoon we forget about our cares, rubbing elbows at the Ritz with those millionaires. When I take sugar to tea, I'm just as ritzy as I can be. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea.
Remember your graduation day?
Oh, yes, Clarion Clear. I remember the horse carriages and the ladies in their hoop skirts.
Yes.
And over the speaker's platform, a large portrait of President Ulysses S. Grant.
Yes.
Oh, but enough nostalgia. I presume you're leading up to a discussion of the new Norcross graduation day greeting card.
Bing, you found me out again. These new Norcross greeting cards are the best way to say congratulations to every graduate, from high schoolers to doctors of philosophy.
The old grad agrees, Rosie. Truly, graduation day is a mingling of both anticipation and regret. And these new Norcross greeting cards capture the mood perfectly. In fact, they make the diploma seem almost like an afterthought.
And as always, Norcross has come up with a wonderfully different selection of graduation day greeting cards. Studios, formals, pretty ones, and wonderful wrappings for those gifts you'll want to give.
There's always something new from Norcross. And these Norcross greeting cards are marvelous enough to make a graduate re-enroll just to receive another.
So, for graduation or for any occasion, pick the nicest cards on the rack, the cards with the N on the back.
To any graduate, Norcross greeting cards say the things you want to say.
Say, what did you study in school, Bing?
Well, Rosie, I must confess that generally it was as little as possible.
You are
possession. You're mine alone. You are my personal possession, my very own. Nobody else must kiss you but me. Nobody else must miss you but me. Nobody must dream of you but me. And nobody else must love you but me. You're my personal possession. That's what you are. You're my magnificent obsession, my lucky star. I own you exclusively. Darling, you belong to me. You're my personal possession, my precious love. My precious love.
For dishes, for fine washables, try Gentle Fells and see the wonderful difference it makes to your hands. Gentle Fells is the only dishwashing detergent that contains lanolin D, the beauty essence used in costly lotions to keep your hands soft and lovely no matter how many times a day you wash dishes. Gentle Fells is wonderful for dishwashing. Goes right to work, cuts through grease instantly, and leaves dishes and glassware clear and sparkling. It's ideal for fine washables, too, for Gentle Fells has an excellent nylon brightener. Gives stockings, socks, and lingerie new sheen. So buy Gentle Fells by the pair, one for the kitchen, one for the bathroom. Gentle F-E-L-S, Fells, with lanolin D.
Time for Buddy Cole to dust off the keyboard, to limber up at the piano.
These are musical interludes I look forward to, and I'm sure you folks do, too. Buddy's more than adroit at the harpsichord. He's nimble, this kid. You know, Rosie, I'm concerned about a little thing. It's nothing, really, but...
What's your problem?
Well, I've been checking the papers ever since Princess Margaret Armstrong-Jones's marriage, and I have yet to find out whether they got that coffee pot for two.
What coffee pot for two?
The one the groom wanted. Just before the wedding, Armstrong-Jones checked, and he discovered dozens of gift coffee pots, but they were to serve 12 people, or 20, and there was some even there for 50 persons, but there was not one solitary little coffee pot for two amongst all that loot.
Well, I imagine people would be rather reluctant to send a little coffee pot for two as a royal wedding gift, wouldn't they?
Well, maybe so, but Tony publicly insisted that that's what they needed.
Just shows you. It's the little things that count.
Apparently, Tony and the princess enjoy a little coffee in the morning, you know, even as you and I, Rosie.
Well, think of that. Makes me feel a little like a princess.
Tony said he needs this coffee pot for two because it's for coffee in bed. Tony, you know, is known as a late riser.
Oh, he is, huh?
Of course, now that he's in the royal family, he may have to learn to rise and shine a bit earlier. That's my guess.
It's not easy being in this royal group. Lots of demands on a person's time.
Darn tootin'. Before long, Tony may be grabbing his coffee and scones at a lunch counter early in the morning like a lot of other Londoners.
Gulping his breakfast on the run and dashing to work, huh?
But meanwhile, if the princess and Mr. Jones did get that coffee pot for two, I'd hope they're enjoying it.
Funny, I always thought it was tea for two in England.
Coffee, too, now, a lot. Would that make a good song, you think, Coffee for Two?
Might be all right. Coffee for two with cream so blue.
Or Coffee for Two with one lump or two.
Yes. You know, I'm worried about... I'm worried about Armstrong Jones.
What about?
Do you really think hard work looms in his future?
Well, it could happen. That's the way the ball bounces, you know. One of these days, someone's liable to say, put down that camera, Tony, and dash off to the office. You hear me?
That's when the honeymoon's over, right?
Now it's all romance, moonlight and roses, coffee pot for two, but one of these days he'll find himself up to his neck in the problems of state.
Anyway, I've got to thank Mr. Jones for mentioning the coffee pot. It's a cute idea for a wedding gift.
Yeah, a handy item to remember. And you get off at the right price, you know, with a little gift like that.
It's a problem trying to figure what to buy a young couple, and this is a little gem of a suggestion.
You bet it is. Just shows you here's the biggest romance of the year, and the one item that apparently was overlooked by everyone, that coffee pot for two.
It's not the gift that counts, it's the thought, not the size or the price.
Proves it, once and for all. Now, Rosemary, don't you think somebody should do a little song now dedicated to Princess Margaret and Anthony A. Jones? In fact, all honeymoon couples. All who have recently embarked on the sea of matrimony.
What a sweet thought.
Yes, new, too. As a matter of fact, I might just take a shot at the romantic number myself.
Go ahead, pal. That's your racket, more or less, isn't it?
Oh, I've fooled the people at times, too.
Love is the sweetest thing. What else on earth could ever bring such happiness to everything as love's old story? Love is the strangest thing. No song of birds upon the wing shall in our hearts more sweetly sing than love's old story. Whatever heart may desire, whatever fate may send, this is the tale that never will tire. This is the song without end. Love is the greatest thing, the oldest and yet the latest thing. I only hope that fate may bring love's story to you.
Did you ever try to turn a three-way lamp down low for watching TV and have nothing happen? Then you click it again and again, and all you get is just one level of light? Well, you must have a one-way Willie in your house. Somebody who puts one-way bulbs in three-way sockets. Now, there's just one way to cure him. Keep extra General Electric bulbs on hand in all the sizes you need for your three-way lamps. Now, don't you be a one-way Willie. Get some today in beautiful new GE Soft White.
Rosemary, we've time left, it appears, for just one more song. Would you be willing to accept the responsibility?
Oh, most happily, Bing. I consider this a delightful responsibility.
The evening breeze caressed the trees tenderly. The trembling trees embraced the breeze tenderly. Then you and I came wandering by, and lost in a sigh were we. The shore was kissed by sea and mist tenderly. I can't forget how two hearts met breathlessly. Your arms opened wide and closed me inside. You took my lips, you took my love so tenderly. Your arms opened wide and closed me inside. You took my lips, you took my love so tenderly.
Aloha for today, folks. Rosie and I now relinquish these facilities.
Until tomorrow, that is. Same time, same station. Shall we get together?
Thanks for dialing us in. See you tomorrow.
Tuesday, a lucky shot makes Richie an instant hero.
Want to go up to Inspiration Point with me? I'll show you my fake.
Oh, Richie, you're such a jock.
Then...
Buns.
Hiya, Pinky. How you?
It's the love story that shook the world.
And love what?
There's drama, action, and romance. Fonzie loves Pinky right after Happy Days.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Tonight, on behalf of the North Hollywood Building Fund for the YM and YWCA, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Peter Lorre. Thank you, relatives. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from North Hollywood, California for the YMCA's Building Fund Hope, telling you whether you're an office boy or a vice president, To use Pepsodent, you won't have any trouble getting dated because your teeth will be well mated, they'll never be gold-plated, shaded, or like me and get faded. Well, we're broadcasting tonight from North Hollywood. It's called North Hollywood because it's 6 miles east of Hollywood. I'm an old North Hollywood resident. I moved here 8 years ago when I was ordered out of Beverly Hills for pouring acid on Dottie Lamour's safety pin. And I had a big reception when I returned to my neighborhood. I was met by a 30-piece brass band. Well, not exactly 30 pieces, 15. Well, not exactly 15 pieces. It was more like 6. Well, not exactly a brass band. 2 guys were fixing the sewers and banging the pipes. But I love it here. North Hollywood is my home. Ah, home. Be it ever so humble, it's 8 to 5. The Bank of America owns it. I live right next to the Lakeside Golf Course, and it's very confusing being so close to the links. Just this morning, I thought I was eating an egg until I turned it over and saw Spalding stamped on it. I'll take a box of green ones. And a lot of movie stars live in North Hollywood. On a moonlight night, you can see Peter Lorre standing in front of the lake, howling at his reflection. And the big stars in Hollywood don't like to be bothered, so they put a fence around my house. And Sinatra lives here and loves it. Why, he's so sentimental, he says every time he returns, the throat comes up in his lump. I could see him exercising every morning. He does push-ups until he finally stands up. And he's helping with the YMCA drive. He strolled down Lancashire Boulevard without a shirt this morning, and 3,000 people signed up for the gym class. Betty Grable moved next door to me last month. For 2 weeks I complained about the noise her dog was making. Then I found out it was my echo. But we're doing this show to aid the Y Building Fund. When I was young, I belonged to the Y, and I used to beat up all the other kids. Of course, when I got a little older, they made me join the YMCA. When I was a kid, I used to be so weak I had to blow up my bubble gum with a bicycle pump. Picture that. You through with it? So am I. Anyway, and I weighed so little when I played with my yo-yo, the yo-yo would stand still and I would go up and down. I was strong. You've seen that huge arm holding the hammer on a box of bicarbonate? Well, I posed for the third fizz on the Alka-Seltzer bottle. But I wanted to help out with the publicity for this show, so I posed in a gym suit in front of the Y. 2 old ladies were standing in the crowd, and one looked at my muscles, and she turned to the other and said, "Isn't California wonderful, Agnes? In 2 more months, those avocados will be ripe."
Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. Store singing smile had no end in style. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why I just do.
Oh, no. Not you.
Let's go. So folks don't be like Miriam. Use Miriam.
The first time you try the new improved Pepsodent toothpaste, something wonderful happens to you. Your teeth look for fine work on 2 previous shows with us this season. We made a special effort to bring back the Lilton, Miss Martha Tilton, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you love me just as much as ever? Do you dream about me night and day? Do you want each kiss to last forever? Tell me what I long to hear you say. Do you miss me just as much as ever? Do you need me more than words can tell? Do you hope our paths will never sever? When you stop deep at a waking well,
Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir. Ably assisted by Desi Arnaz and his Banana Boat Symphony. And the number, Do You Love Me Just as Much as Ever, dedicated to Crosby and his wallet. That was very nice.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Martha, I'd like to get some advice to help Desi Arnaz. What do you do for your voice?
Oh, Bob, all singers take good care of their voices. They spray their throats and that sort of thing.
Oh, well, Desi tried that. The chili got through all right, but the beans always clogged up his atomizer. Well, thank you, Martha Tilton. There's a really a guy. Well, Miss Vera Bay. She's so pretty. Miss Vera Veg, the society hostess of Griffith Park.
Well, Mr. Hope, nature's question mark.
Just a second. You know, Miss Veg, we're broadcasting from my own neighborhood tonight.
Oh, really? I couldn't tell. The audience looked relatively the same.
Well, naturally, same relatives. But my neighbors really cooked up a fine reception for me, didn't they? Did you see all those welcome home signs?
You read them wrong, Mr. Hope. They said welcome ham. Stop that. You saw all my friends when they came backstage to say hello and slap me on the back? To slap you on the back?
That's right.
Quite a few midgets among them, weren't there?
You're getting real frisky since the new crop of alfalfa came in, aren't you, huh? Well, what have you been doing here, Miss Vague?
Well, all the big movie stars who live here in North Hollywood have invited me to a housewarming.
Oh, that's funny. They didn't invite me.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Hope. You'll be there. We're setting fire to your house.
I'll bring that egg along and you can fry it. So you've met some of the actors who live here, Miss Vague.
Oh, yes. And the minute they saw me, they went wild. Simply wild. Mr. Hope, what is it that I've got that fascinates men?
I don't know, Miss Vague, but whatever it is, you've only got it in the trial size.
Oh, you antiquated almond head, How can your mouth be so lippy when your brain has been suspended for a year? Mr. Hope, I just heard that you've been made editor of Woman's Magazine for this month.
Oh, yeah, that's true, Miss Vague. Thank you. They decided for this month's editor they'd like to step out of their own sex.
Gracious, they must have stumbled. What do you know about women, Mr. Hope?
Well, my mother was a woman.
Yes, poor thing, and I'll bet she expected a baby.
But we're here for the Y Recreational Building Fund, Miss Vague. Come on, I'll take you over and show you the new Y building. Look, there's the building now. That's the contractor out in front.
All right, you men. Let those steel girders into place. Start pouring your cement. Let's get all those planks over here. Start lining up those bricks. Okay, men. Now hammer those boards into place. Get that back to the bricks. And start putting those fixtures in.
What's next?
Who knows? This is my first job.
Mr. Colonna, where? Colonna, what do you know about building anyway?
Plenty, Hope. Once I built a whole factory out of spaghetti.
You built a whole factory out of spaghetti? What did they make in the factory?
Meatballs.
Colonna, you've got spaghetti and meatballs on your brain.
Yes, it saves carrying a lunchbox.
You've had any construction experience at all.
Oh, don't worry. Really, I'm a great mathematical engineer, the best in the world.
Now, look, Colonna, if you're such a great mathematical engineer, you can answer this little problem. In a building of 28 stories containing 13 cubic feet in each room below 14, and 14 cubic feet in each room above 13, with 25% masonry, 18% aged lumber, and 57% steel, what would be the stress in cubic pound inches on the number 61 girder?
Pardon?
I said, if you're such a great mathematical engineer, answer this problem. In a building of 28 stories...
I heard that. Can't you give it to me in apples?
Colonna, how can you be so stupid?
I take shots.
Oh, Professor, I knew you had no knowledge of engineering.
But I do. It's just that my technique on this building is unusual. The kids want to dance, and the dance floor had to be on the top of the building, so I built that first.
You built the top floor first? Kelowna, that's not logical.
Logical, smargical. They're dancing up there now.
Kelowna, what are these walls made of?
Beaver board.
Well, how come they're so lumpy?
Real beavers.
Well, tell me, Kelowna, do you morons have a third party?
That's a silly question for our candidate to ask. It's time for me to go down the block and wash the windows at the YWCA. It's part of my job.
Now, wait a minute, Kelowna. That's ridiculous. Why should they make a big contractor like you wash windows on the YWCA?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun.
Before you go, Professor, how about showing us around?
Okay. Well, right here are the good mitten courts.
Good mitten? Kelowna, it's badminton. Badminton.
Please hope some folks like the game. Why knock it? After all, hope Joe Schlunk the midget likes the game.
Joe Schlunk the midget? Who's he?
Well, he's the little guy who rides around on Henry Wallace's shoulder.
Well, what about it?
Every time they get near a microphone, Joe nudges him and says, "Go ahead, Hank. Tell him."
Kelowna, you're an idiot's dream. Sleep tight.
To have the building completed, Professor.
Oh, it's all finished now, but I'm having trouble.
Well, it looks fine to me. What's wrong?
They didn't buy a lot yet.
Kelowna, that's ridiculous. How could the building stand if it wasn't on a lot?
I knew it and you knew it, but the building didn't.
In my adobe hacienda, there's a touch of Mexico, cactus lovelier than orchid, blooming in the patio, soft desert stars and the strum of guitars make every evening seem so sweet. In my adobe hacienda, life and love are more complete. Stars to feel the air in my adobe hacienda. Life and love are more complete.
Since you've seen sparkle in your smile. The moment you change to the new improved Pepsodent toothpaste, you'll see something wonderful happen. Your teeth will shine radiantly bright. Your whole mouth feels tingling clean. For this new Pepsodent with Irium is different from other toothpaste you've tried. You notice first its difference in taste. It has a cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. Next, you feel the difference in the way it cleans. For this new Pepsodent has more Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient that Pepsodent alone contains. It gives an abundance of active Irium foam sweeps dulling film away, brings new brightness to your teeth. Try this new improved Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. See something wonderful happen to your smile. Remember to listen to next week's show when we'll announce the Chevrolet winners of the 6th and final week's My Favorite Brunette contest.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. So her sing and smile has a grin and style. So folks just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Thank you. As our special guest tonight, we have one of Hollywood's outstanding screen menacers. This guy not only steals every scene he plays in, he kills everybody just to make sure. He's sinister, he's ruthless, but he's lovable. Your favorite and mine, Peter Lorre, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Hope.
Why do you call me Mr. Hope?
I don't like to get too familiar with my victims.
Are you trying to frighten a guy who drives through Cahuenga Pass every day? On a flat. You know, Peter, I've always admired the way you commit a crime.
Thank you, Bob, and I've always admired your programs, too.
You better be careful, Peter, or I'll tell.
You'll tell what?
I'll tell Boris Karloff you take hemo.
Please, Bob, I don't want people to get the wrong idea of me. You know, all that intrigue and gruesomeness is just a character in a movie.
Yeah, then why can't I pay you the regular way? Why do I have to meet you at the graveyard at midnight and throw it over the wall?
Well, I figured it would be more convenient. That way you could give Joe Miller his cut at the same time.
Watch your language. I can always replace you with an iodine label. Say, what makes you talk that way? With that voice, you ought to be on mystery programs.
This isn't a mystery program?
It used to be, but the vice president gave up. Tell me, why do you always talk with that low voice that way?
Oh, I was born in a library. In fact, I had to stay there for 6 months.
How come?
My father lost his card. Really, Bob, I don't understand. Why do I frighten women? I think I speak quite softly and gently.
That's just it, that voice. It's scary. Why do you always whisper like that?
I can help it. I used to sell butter during the war.
Well, tell me, how'd you like working with me in My Favorite Brunette, Peter?
Oh, I liked it very much. I liked you. I'm easy to get along with. You know that, Bob.
Yeah, you're easy to get along with. You either like someone or they're not there anymore. Tell me, Peter, where'd you learn how to throw knives the way you did in Favorite Brunette?
You see, Bob, I used to play baseball.
Oh, you were a pitcher?
Oh, no. When a crowd yelled, "Kill the umpire," I came out and did it.
You were a smash in Brooklyn. Well, that voice you have is wonderful, but you really should be on a program like Inner Sanctum. I'll tell you what. Let's do our version of Inner Sanctum. A little creep music, Desi. Gee. Here I am driving along a lonely country road. What a rainstorm. The rain is really pouring down. Gee, I'm getting lonesome. I'd sure like to pick somebody up. At this point, I'd even settle for a man. Boy, what luck. There's a hitchhiker up ahead. What a weird-looking fellow. He's carrying 2 pistols, a machine gun, a wire noose, and a blood-stained dagger. I'll pick him up. He'll be protection in case I run into any suspicious characters. Hey, you want a lift, mister?
Yes, certainly. What do you think I'm doing with my thumb in the air? Drying nail polish, huh?
Well, hop in.
Fine. I'll just put my suitcase in the bag.
Hey. That's a pretty big suitcase. What do you got in it?
I don't know. We weren't introduced.
Some night, huh?
I like rain. Rain, rain, and more rain. When the skies are dark and there's thunder and lightning and it pours, I feel wonderful.
What part of Santa Monica you from, Bud?
Do not toy with me. I feel very depressed tonight.
Oh, well, cheer up. It's a lonely road. Maybe we'll come across a double suicide or a train wreck or something. I'll turn the radio on. Maybe that'll help.
Hello, Ben. This is Beatrice Bakefax again with advice to the lovesick.
I've got my favorite program.
Now, here's a letter from a suffering girl. She says, I'm deeply in love with a boy named Joe. He loves me, too. His parents are willing to let us get married. I'm sure we could be very happy. What should I tell my husband? Now, here, girls, here's some helpful hints. I'm sure you...
Excuse me, Miss Fairfax, but here's a special announcement. Calling all cars. Be on the lookout for a mad killer. Remember, this murderer is ruthless, men. He's ruthless. I know, I can Ruth right here. Calling car 47. Wipe off your windshield. Somebody is stealing your radiator cap. Remember, all cars, this murderer has killed 10 people, and when last seen, he had 7 guns, 5 pairs of brass knuckles, and 6 knives. Approach this man with caution. He may have a mean streak in him. If you see him, you know what to do.
What?
Run!
Oh, so you're the insane killer.
Yeah, take it easy. Can't a man have a hobby?
Gee, the mad killer. What made you mad?
You asked me that. You. I'll tell you what drove me mad. It's those jingles. Those favorite brunette jingles. I sent in thousands of those jingles. What happened? Nothing. I didn't win a Chevrolet. I didn't win a Frigidaire. I didn't hear anything from anybody. Have you got a handkerchief?
No.
Have you got a handkerchief?
No.
See, I never get anything.
Well, that's a shame. Are you sure you abided by the rules of the contest?
I sent in box tubs by the millions. I even tore off the top of my neighborhood druggies and sent it in.
Well, don't give up. They still haven't announced the winners for the last week.
Yes, but the suspense, it's killing me. I can't eat anymore. I can't sleep anymore.
You can't sleep. Why don't you try counting sheep?
It's no use when I close my eyes and count sheep. They're all driving Chevrolets. I can't understand it. Oh, why send in such wonderful jingles? Listen to this one. My favorite brunette is gone for good. She poked her head over the fence while I was chopping wood.
Oh.
Am I crowding you?
Oh, don't worry about me. I like sitting out here in the fender. Uh-oh. Looks like you're a dead pigeon. There's a roadblock up ahead. Uh-huh. I'd better slow down.
Keep going, you fool.
Stop! We got you now, Laurie. You're through. Cologne, I can't stop. He's got a gun to my head. What'll I do? Want to sell you a car?
You are through, Hope. I'm going to shoot you through your head several times and kill you.
No, don't. I'll get you a Chevrolet. I'll do anything to get you a Chevrolet. I'll steal one from Madman Muntz. Don't do anything. I'll steal one.
You'll steal one?
Yes. Oh! Peter, why did you shoot me?
'Cause I can't stand a crook.
Next week, we have Jerry Sullivan and our good friend Clark Dennis with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we've enjoyed doing this show tonight, and I think every American should thank the YM and YWCA for doing so much for our nation by doing so much for our nation's youngsters. Next Tuesday, we'll be at the Paramount Theater in Amarillo, Texas, on behalf of the Amarillo Boys Ranch. And folks, while we're plugging for today's small fry, the kids who will be tomorrow's big fry, let's get hep to the crisis in our schools. Many of our schools are understaffed and overcrowded, and many of our teachers underpaid and overworked. Good night.
When I was a kid, the closest you could get me to a fish was the aquarium. Now, thanks to McDonald's, I'm the expert. You see, most fish is not government inspected, but all McDonald's fish is U.S. government inspected grade A. And it's all prime white filet. No fish cakes, not ground up, not mixed with other fish. It's a filet of fish. The best-selling fish sandwich in America. Tell them your nickname, Henry. They call me Jaws.
Quality you can taste.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile division. You get a call from one of the bus line terminals in your city. A 7-week-old baby has been abandoned in the depot waiting room. There's no sign of the mother, no lead to her whereabouts. Your job? Find her.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Prove Fatima quality yourself.
You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
You'll find Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, August 14th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Stein, Commander, Juvenile Division. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 11:05 a.m. when we got to the corner of 6th and Los Angeles streets, the bus depot. Excuse me, ma'am. You Mrs. Lewis?
Yes, that's right. Are you the police?
Yes, ma'am. This is my partner, Sergeant Jacobs. My name's Friday, Juvenile Division.
Well, how do you do? I'm certainly glad you're here. I've been waiting around this depot for hours. I don't know what to do.
The baby must be getting pretty heavy, ma'am. Like to sit down over here and tell us about it?
All right, thank you. There, that's all right, honey. You sleep now. Sleepy, bye. Poor little thing's such a shame.
Yes, ma'am. The report we got didn't go into detail. Some woman left the baby with you, is that right?
Yes, as soon as we got off the bus this morning. She said she'd only be gone a few minutes. It's been hours. I don't know what to do.
Well, did you know the woman, Mrs. Lewis?
Her name's Dorothy Miller. She's from Arizona, Tucson. We got off the bus, and she asked me if I'd hold her baby while she went to get her luggage. She said she'd meet me right there by the information desk. She's been waiting ever since. She hasn't come back. I don't know what to think of it.
Well, how well do you know this Dorothy Miller, ma'am?
Well, not too well, but she seemed like such a nice girl. Friendly and very sociable. We sat together all the way in.
You got on the bus with her to Tucson, that is?
Oh, no. I'm from Cincinnati. I got on the bus there and then went down to Dallas. Had a visit with an aunt of mine down there. I got another bus at Dallas to come out here. Went along the southern route. Very nice. Same bus I came in on this morning. I'm out here to meet my husband, Army man. He's coming in on a transport from overseas. Coming in tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Now, you say this Dorothy Miller boarded the bus at Tucson with a baby. She rode all the way into Los Angeles with you.
Yes, right into this depot. She sat in the seat next to mine. We struck up a conversation. Got to be quite good friends. He's such a cute baby. I just can't imagine.
Well, how'd the Miller woman seem to you, Miss Lewis? All right? I mean, was there anything odd about her behavior? Anything unusual?
No, nothing at all. Seemed to me to be a perfect mother. Took good care of the baby. Wonderful care. That's what's so upsetting. For her to go off like this. Leave her baby with a stranger. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, now, you say you talked to this Dorothy Miller quite a bit along the way, ma'am.
I beg your pardon? What was that?
Maybe if we move out the car, Joe, it'd be a lot easier to talk out there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Ms. Lewis, would you mind coming along with us to our car? It's parked just down the street. Should be a little quieter around.
Yes, all right. I have these two police.
All right, I'll get them, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Be out this way, please. Excuse me. Sorry. Pardon me.
Sorry?
Pardon me, please. Help you with one of those,
No, that's okay.
Just down the street here, ma'am.
Oh, my. Isn't it a beautiful day? What a shame, all this trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you make it all right, Miss Lewis?
Oh, yes, I think so.
I'll slip the valises in back. There's plenty of room there.
Yeah, okay.
Give me a hand. Okay. Now, about this Miller woman, Miss Lewis, I was going to ask you.
Yes?
Well, did she happen to tell you where she lived in Tucson, if she had any people there, any family?
No, I don't recall anything like that. She talked about some of the girlfriends she had there, their babies. She didn't mention any of them by name, though.
How about her description, Miss Lewis? Anything unusual there?
No, I wouldn't say so. Small girl, 5'3" or 4", I'd say. 110 or 15 pounds, dark hair, shoulder length, dark eyes, nice complexion, very pretty eyes.
About how old would you say?
20, that's what she told me anyway. She said she had a birthday in May. I remember we talked about that. She was born under the same sign I was, Taurus the Bull.
Mm-hmm. And all the talk she had with this Miller girl, she never gave you any reason to think that anything was wrong with her? Didn't seem to be despondent, depressed about anything?
Perfectly normal girl, as far as I could tell. I just can't get over it. I can't imagine her doing anything like this.
Well, how'd you seem this morning when you got in on the bus? Pretty much the same?
Yes, I think so. We got off the bus together. She had her hands full with the baby, so I helped her off with the hand valise she was carrying. When we got inside the waiting room, she mentioned that she had to go pick up some luggage from the check stand. She asked me if I'd mind very much holding her baby while she went after it. I said, no, not at all. She went around the corner of the baggage stand, and that's the last I saw of her.
You checked around the depot, did you, and you had her paid?
I talked to everyone in the place. The porters, ticket clerks, information desk, traveler's aid. Not one of them could help. I tried everybody. Oh, there. That's all right now. We'll find her, Mother. Yes. You try and see. Take a moment. Wonderful. He's adorable. It's a little boy. She said his name's Stephen.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you say you've been waiting around the depot 3 hours. Has the baby been fed?
Yes, this hand valise the Miller girl gave me to hold. I found a bottle full of formula in it. The man at the coffee shop warmed it for me. The little fellow here finished it off. The way he eats, I guess he'll be wanting some more pretty soon.
I guess we better get back in, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Can't imagine it. I just can't imagine it.
Ma'am?
This little boy, just look at him.
Yes, ma'am.
Her own baby. So small and helpless. How could she go off and leave him?
Well, I guess she had a reason. Must have been important.
A 7-week-old baby? What's more important than that?
Before we left the bus depot, Ed contacted the clerk at the depot information desk and left our card with him. If anyone came in to make inquiries about the abandoned child, he was to advise them to get in touch with us. 11:48 a.m. The woman who'd been left with the baby, Mrs. Marjorie Lewis, agreed to return to the office with us and give us a complete report on everything she knew about the case. As soon as we got back, we briefed Captain Stein on what happened, and he assigned policewoman Betty Stone to come in and help out with the baby. A cursory examination seemed to indicate there was nothing abnormal about the baby, no apparent deformities. We checked the blanket and the baby's clothing, but we found no identifying marks of any use to us. Policewoman Stone made the baby comfortable for the time being, and then she began to check through the contents of the small valise which the baby's mother had left with Mrs. Lewis. It contained the usual assortment: baby oil, powder, dextrose, a few cans of milk, a couple of blankets, and a supply of diapers. Ed and I continued to interview Mrs. Lewis.
Is this the Miller woman's first baby, do you know, or did she happen to mention it?
Yes, it's her first. That's what she told me, anyway.
Did you talk about the baby's health at all? Was there any trouble there, would you know?
Well, she did say she had some trouble with the formula at first. It didn't seem to suit the baby. Wasn't anything serious, though. As a matter of fact, that does worry me a little bit, Sergeant.
What's that?
The baby's formula. Mrs. Miller did say it had to be fixed a special way, and some special medicine she put in it, too. Are you sure the baby's going to get good care?
Yes, ma'am. There's no need to worry. He'll be moved to General Hospital. They'll look after him.
But the special formula, the medicine she was giving him, will they know about that? Will they know how to feed him?
Well, they've handled cases like this before, Ms. Lewis. They're pretty competent people. They'll know what to do.
I surely hope so. I don't know why I'm so concerned. I guess it's just the little fellow's so small, all alone, so helpless. Terrible shame.
Yes, ma'am. About this special formula the baby has to have, what's the reason for that? Would you know? The baby been sick recently?
No, I don't think so. Mrs. Miller did say he was a little sickly when he was born. Spent a little time in an incubator. I don't believe it was critical, though. At least I didn't gather that.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. Appreciate your cooperation, everything you've done on this.
Not at all, Sergeant. I only wish I could be more help.
You mind telling us where you'll be stopping in town, ma'am? Possible we might have to contact you again.
Well, I don't have any reservations. I was thinking of staying at a hotel close to downtown.
Well, there's a big convention in town. Most of the places are pretty crowded. We'd be glad to help you find a hotel space if you like.
Oh, well, that's certainly very nice of you.
Not at all.
Sergeant Friday, could I see you a minute, please?
Yes, all right. Would you excuse me, please?
Sure.
Yeah, Betty.
For a policewoman, I'm not bad at checking diapers.
How do you mean?
Over here. The valise the mother left with Mrs. Lewis.
Mm-hmm. Did you come up with anything?
Didn't think so at first. Went over the valise, everything inside, nothing. And I started putting the things back in the bag. Found this in that stack of diapers there.
Mm-hmm.
Paid receipt for a hospital bill. Maternity ward.
Santa Maria Hospital, Tucson.
There's the patient's name right there at the top.
Mm-hmm. Dorothy Miller. 12:30 p.m. A local broadcast and an APB was gotten out on Dorothy Miller. And then we sent a communication to the Tucson Police Department laying out the story for them and asking them to check with the Santa Maria Hospital there for a possible lead on the missing mother. Meantime, the baby was removed to General Hospital. We found accommodations for Mrs. Lewis at a downtown hotel. We dropped her off there, and then we drove back to the bus depot on 6th Street. We tried to locate the driver of the bus on which the Miller woman and her baby had arrived that morning. We were told he was off duty and that he wouldn't report back until 8 o'clock the following morning. We left our card along with a message for the driver, asking him to contact us as soon as he returned. For the rest of the afternoon, Ed and I, along with the 2 other men from Juvenile Division, checked with all the bus depot personnel, but we were unable to turn up any kind of a lead. After that, we started making the rounds of the hotels, bars, restaurants, and taxicab stands in the neighborhood. The same result, nothing. 7:55 a.m. the following morning, I reported back in for work.
Morning, Joe.
Hi, Betty. Ed check in yet?
Uh-huh. Went out for a minute. Said be right back.
What do you know? Anything new?
Communication for you from the Tucson PD. Kicked back on that query you got off to him yesterday. Think Ed left it in your box.
Oh, thanks, Betty. I'll get it. Mm-hmm. Did you see this?
Ed showed it to me, yeah. Confirms the fact the woman had her baby in that hospital. Still not much help, though.
Yeah, I see. They checked out her last known address in Tucson. She moved. No forwarding address. No line in her relatives or friends.
The day the baby was born seems to check out.
June 24th. Makes the baby just about 7 weeks old, doesn't it? This part here doesn't make much sense, though, does it?
The Miller girl's description?
Yeah. Ms. Lewis said Dorothy Miller was small and dark, long dark hair, dark eyes. People at the hospital describe her as being blonde, fairly tall, blue eyes, long blonde hair, about 29, 30 years old.
Mrs. Lewis said the Miller girl just turned 20, didn't she?
Yeah, that's what she said. Sure doesn't figure.
A little too much to write off as coincidence. 2 Dorothy Millers having babies. Same day, same hospital.
Well, I just happened to think this description of the Miller girl.
Uh-huh.
Fairly tall, long blonde hair. Ms. Lewis has long blonde hair, hasn't she?
Benny? Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, what's doing?
That bus driver we wanted to talk to and wanted to drove the bus Dorothy Miller and the baby came in on yesterday.
Yeah.
That description Ms. Lewis gave us of Dorothy Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Driver doesn't remember anyone like that on his bus. He remembered Ms. Lewis, though. She didn't get on the bus at Dallas. She didn't sit next to a young girl with a baby either. Driver says he's sure of it.
Well, and what's the pitch?
Ms. Lewis got on the bus at Tucson. She had a baby in her arms.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first, largest-selling blended cigarette. Now king size. The only king-size cigarette that makes you this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Buy Fatima. Compare them with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
remember, more smokers now insist on Fatima quality than ever before. Buy Fatima. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
8:35 a.m. Ed Jacobs and I went into the adjoining room where we continued to interview the bus driver, the same man who'd been driving the bus on which Mrs. Lewis and the abandoned baby and his mother supposedly had arrived in Los Angeles the day before. The more we talked to the driver, the more he convinced us that the story we'd gotten from Mrs. Marjorie Lewis was a long way from the truth. He repeated that he was absolutely sure that Mrs. Lewis did not get on the bus at Dallas, that she boarded the bus at Tucson, and that at the time she got on, she was holding a baby in her arms. He was just as positive that Mrs. Lewis held the baby in her arms all the way to Los Angeles, and that she did not sit next to a young, dark-haired girl, but an elderly woman. He also told us that none of his passengers on that particular trip fitted the description of Dorothy Miller as given us by Mrs. Lewis. 8:50 a.m. Before the bus driver left, we got his address and a phone number where we could get in touch with him if necessary. 9:05 a.m. Ed and I got in the car, drove to the downtown hotel where Mrs. Lewis was staying, and called her room from the phone in the lobby. She told us that her husband, Army Captain Walter Lewis, had arrived in from overseas earlier that morning and checked in at the hotel. I asked her if her husband was with her, but she said no. He was downstairs at the hotel barber shop. Ed and I got in the elevator and went up to see her. Outside and down on the street, you could hear the sounds of a parade passing by. It was American Legion Convention Week, the traditional parade. Some parade, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, good morning, officers. Come in, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
What happened? Did you find out anything?
Well, a few things, ma'am. We've been checking around. 2 or 3 more questions we'd like to ask you, if you don't mind.
Well, no, not at all. How's the baby? Are they taking care of him? Is he all right?
Yes, ma'am. He's fine. We checked at the hospital. He's doing real well.
Oh, I'm glad. And the Miller girl, Dorothy Miller, did you find out anything?
We haven't been able to locate her. No trace of her at all. Well, we're here, Miss Lewis. A few things we'd like to have you straighten out for us.
Well, I'll do anything I can to help. I think I already told you everything I could remember about the girl.
Well, now, we're going to be honest with you, Miss Lewis. We don't think you're telling the truth.
What? Well, I don't understand.
We talked to the man who was driving the bus you came in on yesterday, the same bus you say Dorothy Miller and her baby were on.
Yes, that's right.
Well, the bus driver couldn't remember the Miller girl. Told us none of his passengers even came close to her description.
Well, there was quite a few people on the bus. I guess you can't blame him for not remembering her.
He remembered you, Miss Lewis. You were sitting near the front of the bus. He doesn't remember anyone with a baby sitting next to you, though.
I guess he made a mistake. He can't remember everything.
Well, he said you were holding the baby.
I don't understand this. What is it you're trying to find out?
Well, when we talked to you yesterday, you told us that you got on the bus at Dallas. Isn't that right?
Yes. What would that have to do with it?
Well, the bus driver says you got on at Tucson. You seem to remember it pretty well. He says when you got on the bus, you were holding a baby in your arms.
Well, that's silly. He's wrong. He must have me confused with somebody else.
I don't see how, ma'am. He says you were the only woman on the bus with a baby.
What's the point of it, Sergeant? I don't understand any of this.
Well, frankly, neither do we. I don't know why you're lying to us about this, but apparently you are.
You're wrong. I'm not lying. It happened just the way I told you. The girl gave me the baby to hold, and then she disappeared. There's no reason for me to lie about that.
We found a receipt for a hospital bill in that valise with the baby's things in it. The receipt was made out to Dorothy Miller.
Well, that proves it, doesn't it? She was on the bus with me, and her baby was with her.
The check was made with the hospital at Tucson. They remembered the name Dorothy Miller. She gave birth to a baby boy about 7 weeks ago. She wasn't the same girl you described to us, though. Description wasn't even close.
Well, then it must be a mistake. I guess somebody made a mistake. I can't understand any of this.
Well, they sent us back a description of the Dorothy Miller who stayed at the hospital. She was a fairly tall woman, long blonde hair, about 29 or 30.
Yes?
Description fits you, Miss Lewis. Fits almost perfectly.
Well, it's wrong. It has to be wrong. The whole thing's a mistake.
I beg your pardon?
I say the whole thing is a mistake. It has to be wrong.
No, I don't think so, ma'am.
Why don't you tell me? What do you think? Tell me, please.
There is no Dorothy Miller. There never was. There's no such person, ma'am.
That's what you really think? I invented it? I made it all up?
Did you?
And the baby? What about him? There's no Dorothy Miller. What about the baby?
I don't know. Do you want to tell us? Miss Lewis?
Yes. Yes.
Miss Lewis, can I get something for you?
Oh, thank you. I'm all right. I suppose I knew it would happen sometime. I tried not to think about it.
Yeah?
When you called from downstairs, I knew you'd found out. That's why you asked if my husband was with me, isn't it? He didn't want to embarrass me.
We wanted to give you a chance to tell your side of the story. Thought maybe you wanted to keep it from your husband.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll tell him. He'll be back in a few minutes. He can do anything he wants. I won't blame him. He'll pack his bags and walk out and leave, and I won't blame him.
All right, you want to tell us about it?
Well, I think you know. My baby. My own baby, and I couldn't keep him. There wasn't anything else to do. Nothing. My own baby.
You made up the whole story about the girl, Dorothy Miller, her leaving the baby with you? Ms. Lewis?
Such a beautiful day. Big crowd for the parade. They're lined all the way up the street.
You must have had a reason for it, Ms. Lewis, giving your baby away. Now, do you want to tell us about it?
Yes, all right. Won't make any difference. It's gone. It's all done. It's my husband I'm thinking about, Walter. I'm going to have to hurt him, and I don't want to hurt him. I don't know how I'm going to tell him.
Tell him what, ma'am?
I tried to make him understand. All the time before he left for overseas. It was almost 2 years ago. I tried to make him understand. He wouldn't listen. He didn't believe me. Thought I was fooling.
Yes, ma'am.
I love him, Sergeant. I tried to explain. I didn't want to be alone, having him away all the time. I knew there was going to be trouble. I knew it. I didn't want to be alone. He didn't understand. He only said I was fooling.
Yes, ma'am.
He left for overseas in October, Walter. Almost 2 years ago. I went down to Wilmington. I saw him leave on the boat. I stood there and watched him go. I wasn't going to see him. 24 months. Wouldn't see him. No children, no family. Just a 2-room apartment. He only believed me. He only would have taken me with him.
Where were you living at that time, ma'am?
Up the coast, just beside of Santa Barbara. I told Walter I couldn't be alone. I needed something. We only had children. He'd only taken me with him. It didn't have to be this way. He could have taken me with him. He could have arranged it. He wouldn't. He left me here alone. I tried to tell him. He left me here alone.
Yes, ma'am.
I took it for a year. A whole year. 2-room apartment, being alone. I wrote to Walter twice a week. He wrote to me. It didn't do any good. He didn't want me with him. A whole year. And it got too much.
You mean you could have joined him overseas?
I don't know why. Kept writing to him. He kept putting me off a whole year. It got too much. 2-room apartment, alone. You can't spend your life that way. I started going out, having dates. I had to get out. Started going to parties, different people. Guess I drank too much. Didn't want to be alone. Guess I always drank too much.
Mm-hmm.
There's one party. Don't even remember who I went with. Guess I was drinking. I don't know. When I left, I don't even remember who I was with. It didn't have to be this way. It didn't have to happen like this.
Are you all right, Ms. Lewis? Is there something we can get you?
No, I'm all right. I didn't know what to do when I found out. How the doctor, he didn't understand either. I mean, the way I felt. He said the baby would be born in June. I cried. He didn't understand.
Yes, ma'am.
When the time came, I went to Tucson, Arizona. Had my baby. At least I wasn't alone. Used a different name at the hospital. Dorothy Miller. Maybe it wasn't Walter's baby, but it was mine. It was mine. I thought at first it wouldn't make much difference, but it did, though. It did.
Yeah?
I knew what it'd mean. I loved Walter. I still love him. But if he found out I knew what it would mean, I couldn't even think about it. I love Walter. I couldn't even think about telling him.
So you figured on giving up the baby, huh? Giving him away. Is that the idea?
I can't tell you how many times I worked it out in my mind, day after day. I almost went crazy with it. Walter, the baby, which one? I finally decided Walter. Don't you think it's fair? Don't you?
Well, I wouldn't know, ma'am. It's your decision. It's up to you.
I don't know how to tell him. Won't you help me, please? Help me tell Walter.
All right. You like?
It's a terrible thing. I mean, to make a choice when you have to hurt somebody. To have to choose between the two of them. One of them has to be hurt.
Ma'am?
My husband or my baby. Which one?
10:38 a.m. At Mrs. Lewis' request, Ed and I stayed on at the hotel room until her husband, Army Captain Walter Lewis, returned. He was a tall, dark-haired man in his late 30s, dark eyes, tan complexion. Mrs. Lewis was waiting in the adjoining room. It wasn't easy, but as best we could, Ed and I briefed the husband on what had happened. His first reaction was fairly normal. He took it pretty hard. We kept on talking to him. After a while, he calmed down. We laid out the whole story for him again.
She turned the baby over to the police, is that it? She gave the baby up?
Yes, sir. She figured it was the only thing she could do.
Kind of hard to believe, isn't it? What's the answer? What am I supposed to do?
Well, sir, I know it's none of our business, Captain. I think you might try looking at it from your wife's point of view, maybe.
What do you mean?
Well, it's pretty obvious. She's still in love with you. I think she's showing you that.
Yeah?
Well, she was in a jam. It was a big choice for her to make. She knew she was wrong. She made a mistake. She was ready to pay for it. It was either you or the baby. She knew that. She decided to give up the baby.
Baby's all right now? Somebody taking care of her?
Yes, sir. Baby boy.
Where's Marge now, my wife?
In the next room.
I want to see her.
Well, maybe you should wait just a little
No,
longer.
it's all right. Just want to tell her something.
Aren't you?
Marge?
Should I say it, Walter? Sorry. Sorry, there's nothing else I can say.
You don't have to say anything, Marge.
You can do what you want. I won't blame you. You've got a right to do anything you want. I just want to tell you, Walter, I love you. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sit down, Marge. Come on. Sit down.
I won't blame you, Walter. Anything you do, I won't blame you.
It's going to be all right, honey. Nothing to cry about. Everything will be all right. Try and take it easy, dear. You got a little mistake, dear. I guess I made my share of it. Slow will work out. Officer?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you a favor. You got a car downstairs?
Yes, sir, we do.
Wonder if you'd mind dropping us by the hospital. I'd like to see my son.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On Thursday, August 15th, a meeting was held in the District Attorney's Office, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
And now here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, you've just heard the 130th consecutive Dragnet broadcast for Fatima. Now, the only reason we're able to bring you these programs is because so many of you have switched to Fatima. If you haven't tried Fatimas yet, I wish you'd do this. Buy a pack and compare them with the king-size cigarettes you've been smoking. You'll find Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke. You'll like Fatima's better flavor and aroma. What's more, I kind of think you'll agree with me. Fatima's the best of all king-size cigarettes.
At the meeting in the District Attorney's Office, it was decided that in the interests of justice, no criminal complaint be filed against Mrs. Marjorie Lewis. The baby was released to the custody of her and her husband.
Ladies and gentlemen, Betty Mills, Western representative of Radio and Television Mirror magazine.
The editors of Radio and Television Mirror are happy to announce that in the annual awards poll conducted by Radio and TV Mirror magazine, American radio listeners from coast to coast have voted Dragnet their favorite program of its type for the second consecutive year. In addition, the nation's radio listeners have voted Jack Webb their favorite dramatic radio actor.
Thank you very much, Betty, on behalf of our cast, our entire production staff, and myself.
Be sure to read the feature story about Jack Webb in the current issue of Radio and Television Mirror magazine, now on the newsstands.
Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Virginia Craig, Harry Bartell, Helen Cleve. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Look what happens when you buy 3 boxes of Purina Cat Chow. You get 1 box free.
Purina Cat Chow. Chow, chow, chow.
Buy 3 bags of Purina Cat Chow and get a coupon good for 1 bag free.
Purina Cat Chow. Chow, chow, chow.
No matter what size you buy, you can mail in proofs of purchase and get a coupon good for 1 free.
Purina Cat Chow. Chow, chow, chow.
So, buy any 3 Purina Cat Chow now and get 1 free.
Chow, chow, chow.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat. Right, your man just speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? Tony Martin. Is she a good-looking dame? Duffy, I think you got your genders in reverse. Huh? Well, you saw a note in the column that said what? Among the most beautiful girls was Tony Martin? Duffy, that ain't who he was, that's where he was. Yeah, the guy's a real maggot for the fair sex. Attracts dames, you know, like a free lunch attracts the flies. Yeah, he's a singer. Huh? Is he the same guy that used to sell fish on Lenox Avenue? No, Duffy, please. This, Tony Martin's a very high-class guy. He sold fish on Park Avenue. Oh, sure, the guy's terrific. You know how the dames all faint when Sinatra sings? Well, when Martin sings, they don't faint. They just don't want to waste time being unconscious. Well, look, I'm kind of busy. I'll call you back. Eddie, tell me, how do I look tonight? Notice anything different about me?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, you got on a clean shirt.
Well, that I've had on since last Tuesday. No, I've been to the barber's. Smell me. The cologne?
No, you can't smell cologne around this place. Competition's too strong. What's the idea?
Well, I'm expecting a beautiful young lady tonight.
Got a girlfriend coming down tonight?
Yeah.
With Tony Martin coming here?
Yeah.
Ain't that like giving the H-bomb to Wyszynski?
Don't seem to have the proper respect for me, Eddie. To you, Tony Martin's a handsome lady killer, and I'm just a bum. Don't deny it.
I ain't denying it. Who is this girl?
Pamela Huntington Smythe, a ranking member of the Hoi Polloi.
How'd a low polloi like you get to meet her?
She was riding in the horse show.
What was you doing at the horse show?
I had a tip on a dame. And Eddie, the minute I seen this Pamela, I said, this is it. She looked like Lady Godiva with a short haircut. Absolutely beautiful, Eddie, in her riding pants and her jod hoppers. It was love at first sight.
That word is pronounced jodhpurs.
God, I can see what you know about dames could be wrote on a pinhead.
Oh,
hiya, Finnegan.
Am I butting in?
No, we were just talking about dames.
Oh. Got any new ideas on the subject?
No, I'm still working on the old ones.
Oh. In a rut, huh?
It was a pretty nice rut to be in.
I must try it sometime.
What, didn't you ever kiss a dame, Finnegan?
Well, me mother. She was too willing.
Well, didn't you ever kiss a strange girl?
Oh, you never seen me mother.
Finnegan, you know, sometimes I think you're a midget with a grown-up body. What is it, Miss Duffy?
Is it true that Tony Martin's coming down here tonight?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I was just wondering, do you suppose he might ask me for a date?
I think he'd just jump at the chance. After all, who else could he go out with that would be as glamorous and chic, beautiful?
Oh, Archie, you're turning my head.
Looks better that way. You and Tony Martin.
Hey, Arch, what's the name of your dame?
The name of the dame is Smythe, Finnegan. It's a society name. You know, it's spelled Smithy. Smythe. Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Eddie, you got to help me impress the dame. Act like me butler, huh?
Hello, Archie.
Well, Miss Pamela Huntington Smythe. This is indeed an honor. Excuse me just one second. Oh, Jeeves. Jeeves, I would like you to dash down to my couturier.
Down to what?
Me couturier.
Was that the one with the 3 balls hanging over the shop?
Well, I'm talking about me tailor. Priceless sense of humor, that Jeeves, Pamela. Been with us for years, the old family container, you know.
Well, so this is where you work.
Yeah, this one. You see, Duffy had a little labor trouble, and I just took this job to help him out temporarily.
Oh, how long have you been working here?
10 years.
Well, what did you do before that?
I was a playboy.
A playboy?
Yes, Mother wanted me to learn a trade, but I wouldn't dream of it. So now I just hang around nightclubs and shoot big game in Africa. That moose head on the wall over there, by the way, is one of me African trophies.
Archie, there are no moose in Africa.
Look, when a moose is coming at you 90 miles an hour, you don't stop to ask, what are you doing in Africa? However, the playboy is all part of me past.
Hey, Mr. Archie.
What is it?
Look out, here comes Tony Martin.
Who's worried about Tony Martin? Miss Smythe, why don't you run into the kitchen? I'm sure there are a few little things that you'd like to look at.
I'm sure there's a few little things in the kitchen would like to look at Miss Smythe.
Geez, you're so droll. Now get her out in the kitchen, quick. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Archie.
Welcome to Duffy's Tavern, and may I say that you are treading on hallowed ground?
What do you mean?
The great singers that have preceded you. Sinatra, Crosby, Melchior. You see, Tony, the tavern is sort of a Valhalla for singers.
Now that you mention it, this is Valhalla of a place. Hey, Archie, tell me. Does Duffy's Tavern always smell like this?
Smell? Tony, please. This distinctive atmosphere is our trademark. We like to think of it as a friendly aroma.
Well, get rid of that friendly aroma. It's stinking up the joint.
Funny, I don't seem to notice it.
You don't?
No.
You'd be very happy in picture business.
Thank you. Maybe I should have been a movie actor. You know, as a matter of fact, a lot of people have remarked about what a strong resemblance there is between you and me. You know, they say we look quite a bit alike.
Well, let them say it. I got dough in the bank.
I'm glad to see you take it that way, Tony. I didn't get sore neither. But you know, as I look at the both of us, I can see the resemblance. Take our builds. We're about the same height, and what do you weigh?
About 175.
Well, hey, you got about 70 pounds on me. But that's just because my shoulders is a little narrower than yours.
Well, they only seem narrower because your ears stick out so far.
Logical. Yeah, we're a lot alike, Tony. Yeah, put a little makeup on me, give me an hour with a curling iron, and I look enough like you to be your grandson.
You know, Archie, it's amazing that a man as offensive as you hasn't got more scars.
You know, that's another thing we got in common. Our skins is without a belmish. Of course, the big thing is that we both got animal magnetism. Bet you got as many dames as me, huh?
Well, frankly, I ain't been doing too good lately.
Yeah, well, with all them beautiful dames you work with in pictures in Hollywood, Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, Mary Miles Minter.
Well, I'll tell you, I haven't seen her in a long time. You know, I threw her over for Nita Naldi.
Oh, well, tell me, Tony, that Hedy Lamarr,
What's it really like?
I don't know. I just worked in a picture with her. She's just a business acquaintance.
You mean you didn't even... Maybe you ain't got so much animal maggotism after all.
Well, maybe I'm not as maggoty as you are.
Yes, you are. It's just that I got a little more nerve. But all that part of me past is behind me, Tony. I'm about to get married.
Well, congratulations, Arch. I think this calls for a drink.
Now, fellas, a toast. Here's to the bride. She's getting a fine fella.
Here's to the groom. For he's a
jolly good fella?
No.
A gentleman and a scholar?
No.
Nincompoop? That's it! I knew we'd get it. Now, cut it out. Leave us drink up here, huh?
Say, I was just... Hey, you're Tony Martin.
That's right. What are you?
I'm Kirsten Finnegan. Don't you know me?
Why should I?
Well, I go to see all your pictures. I thought you'd recognize me.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, the film goes so fast, I don't get a chance to look out at the audience.
You see, there's always a simple answer for everything, ain't there?
Yeah, apparently. Well, nice to have met you.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not.
That's funny. I could have sworn somebody said it.
Hey, leave us alone, will you? Mr. Martin and me is talking about marriage.
What? What'd you say?
We're talking about marriage.
Oh, well, I hope you'll both be very happy.
Tony, I'm sorry. You'll have to pardon him. You see, before he was born, his mother wasn't expecting him.
Miss Archer.
Huh?
A message from Miss Duffy.
What's the message?
Standing by.
Say, this Miss Duffy, is she fun?
One of the funniest. And she's very anxious to meet you, Tony.
Oh, one of my fans, huh?
One of the funniest.
Tell me. I'm glad to hear it. What does she look like?
What does she look like? That's an embarrassing question. You've seen Shirley, the daughter of Mrs. Temple?
Yes.
Miss Duffy looks like Thunderhead, the son of Flicker.
Come now, Arch. Nobody can be that bad.
Good evening.
Shows you how wrong a guy can be.
Archie, aren't you going to introduce me to Mr. Martin?
Okay. The special favor to Perry Como, I'll do it. Miss Duffy, Mr. Martin. The hunter.
Good evening, Miss Duffy.
Mr. Martin.
Yes?
I'm going to skip the preliminaries and come right to the punch. Tell me, what's my chances?
Well, Miss Duffy, since we're being blunt, I'll come right to the point. You're a dead duck.
You think there was still a war on? Mr. Martin?
Yes?
Just so I won't go home empty-handed, could you at least sing a song?
Yeah, come on, Tony. Sing us a song.
Well, if you insist.
Sure. Come on. Give us a sample.
Okay. Haven't sung for a long time.
Oh, that was swell, Tony. You got it great together.
Finnegan, he ain't sung yet.
Oh, I thought...
Go on, Tony. Rattle them tonsils a little, will you?
1 second. 2 seconds. 3. 3 seconds have disappeared into eternity. They'll never pass this way again. They're gone beyond recall. But as they go, they leave behind a philosophy for us all. Enjoy, 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 enjoy yourself.
It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Oh, la da da dee la doo. You work and work for years and years. You're always on the go. You never take a minute off. Too busy making dough. You say you'll have your fun someday when you're a millionaire. Imagine all the fun you'll have in your old rocking chair. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Oh, you fall in love with someone nice. You'd like to set the date. But money doesn't grow on trees and you decide to wait. You're so afraid you might bite off much more than you can chew. Don't be afraid you won't have teeth when you reach 92. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself. Come on, enjoy yourself. It's later than you think.
Tony, you know, with a little grooming, you could be another Hildegard.
Well, actually, I don't want to be another Hildegard.
Why not?
Now, people on the street that point at me and whisper, there goes Hildegard. She used to be Tony Martin.
Yeah, but on the other hand, imagine what they'd be saying about Hildegard.
Sam and Archie, that society girl wants to talk to you.
Oh, tell her I'll be right with her, Eddie. Tell me, Tony, would you like a glimpse of me latest conquest?
Yeah, where is she?
Right over there.
Hubba, hubba!
Mr. Martin, look, but do not touch. Maybe you better stay here. Finnegan, talk to Mr. Martin for a minute and occupy his mind.
Okay, I will endeavor to amuse you. Say, Mr. Martin.
Yes, Mr. Finnegan?
Do you know the one about the two traveling salesmen?
Yes.
Would you tell it to me?
I'd like to tell it to you. You're too old.
Say, this is quite an amusing conversation we're having. You know, I heard that most singers was dumb, but you are living proof.
Mighty sweet of you to say it.
I'll think nothing of it.
Hey, Tony, listen, you gotta help me out. That dame just told me her father's coming down here to meet me, and I need help. Tell me, how can I make a good impression on the dame's father?
That's easy. Don't meet him.
But what am I gonna do? He'll want to know if I can support the dame.
Why don't you have Duffy give you a reference?
I can't. He's liable to double-cross me and tell the truth. But you just give me an idea. Hey, maybe you could act as Duffy.
What?
You're an actor. You think you could play a part that's a combination of Frankenstein and Dracula?
You mean I impersonate Duffy?
That's right.
Sounds like a fat part.
Fat and ugly.
But, Archie, if I'm going to do this, I'd like to do it right. How does this Duffy act? How does he talk?
Finnegan.
Yes?
Would you mind to acquaint Mr. Martin with the horrible details of Duffy's personality?
Come over here, Tony. Duffy talks something like this.
Archie.
Yeah, Pamela.
Daddy, this is Archie, the young man I met at the horse show.
It's more like something you found on a scavenger hunt. Pamela, you've been going to horse shows for years. This is the end.
Well, thank you. It's nice to know that I have your blessing, sir.
My blessing. Just a second. What about your financial responsibility?
Well, listen to what me boss thinks of me. Oh, Duffy, Tony, Duffy.
Yeah, Arch.
I think Finnegan overtrained him. Mr. Duffy, this is Mr. Smythe over here, Pamela's father.
Excuse me, but I was in the back room soaking me feet.
This is a little too much realism. Duffy, tell this gentleman something about me.
Well, when you first meet Archie, he seems like a jerk. Then when you get to know him a little better, he still seems like a jerk.
But after you know him as long as I have, you get used to it.
He thinks this guy is trying to double-cross me. Look, Duffy, please do not forget you are talking to the pater of my tomato.
Well, where's the lucky girl?
Here I am. Oh, my, but you're handsome, Mr. Duffy.
Thanks. Come here, Dad, and leave me seal your wedding with a kiss.
Oh, that's sweet of you.
Well. I mean,
Mr. Duffy, that was for my wedding. How about another for my first anniversary?
Okay.
I may have a suspicious nature, but what's going on here?
Quiet, you jerk.
Huh?
I said quiet.
Say, Pamela, how about you and me taking a stroll in the park?
Oh, I love it. Good night, Archie.
Sorry, Arch. Can't help it. Guess I just got too much animal magnetism.
So long, Archie.
Hey, Eddie, did I put one over on that dame? What do you mean? She thinks she's getting Duffy. Well, she hit the ceiling when she finds out it's Tony Martin.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Denis to sing McNamara's Band.
Oh, me name is McNamara, I'm leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play to funerals, we play the march from Saul. Oh, the drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarty pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Hennessy, Tennessee toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's Band.
Oh, what a parade we're having here. The grandest parade I've ever seen in all my life. You've never seen the likes of it.
Right now we are rehearsing for a very swell affair. The annual celebration, all the gentry will be there. When Eisenhower to Ireland came, he took me by the hand. Says he, I never saw the likes of McNamara's Band. Oh, what a band you have there. The greatest thing I've ever seen in all my life. Oh, my name is Uncle Julius, and from Sweden I have come to play with McNamara's band and big debate by drum. And when I march along the street, the ladies think I'm grand. They shout, there's Uncle Julius playing with an Irish band. The drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarty pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Hennessy, Tennessee toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's Band. It's the grandest and the finest and the most wonderful band that I've ever seen. If you don't agree, just to be sociable, I'll fight the best man in the house. And I'm not long for this world. Credit to old Ireland is McNamara's
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing and thoroughly brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, it's late afternoon as we look in at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Denis Day, rooms. An afternoon you might think like any other. But if you did, you'd be wrong. For as far as our hero is concerned, it's just about the greatest afternoon of his life. He's just burst open the front door of the Anderson house in a state of wild excitement to come face to face with his astonished girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Mildred, the evening paper. Is it here? My picture's in it, Mildred. My picture.
Your picture?
Yeah, for the Weaverville safety campaign to cut down street accidents. You see, some people cross the streets outside of the safety zone, some cross against the lights, some cross diagonally from corner to corner.
But why did they take your picture?
I was the first person to do everything wrong at the same time.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure, I'm famous. I've been chosen the pedestrian most likely to decease. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, yes, I guess so. How long has this safety campaign been going on?
Oh, it started this morning. The mayor began it himself with speeches at the corner of 3rd and Elm and from the hospital.
Gee, 2 speeches in one morning?
Well, it was really one speech continued. While he was speaking at the corner of 3rd and Elm, a car hit him.
Well, the paper's right here. Let's see now.
Look, right there, on page 1. Read that caption.
Do you wish to visit a cemetery permanently? All you have to do is walk across the street in the criminally careless manner of Denis Day, 22, whose photo appears above.
That's me.
At first, Mr. Day was believed drunk or crazy, but it was later learned he walks this way all the time.
I'm going to send clippings to all my friends.
Well, they've certainly given you quite a... Why, Denis!
Huh?
The picture. It isn't your picture at all.
Oh, Mildred, you must be mistaken.
But I'm not. Look. Your hair's black. This man's a blonde. You're clean-shaven. He has a mustache. You have a small nose, and he has a great big one. And you're wearing a blue suit. He has on a gray one with a Dewey button in the lapel. Don't you see?
Gee, you're right. It can't be me. I'm a Democrat.
Of course it isn't you. They ran a picture of another man over your story.
Oh, that's a fine thing. I nearly get myself killed, and they give someone else credit for it.
Yes, I know how you feel.
Gee whiz.
Well, I'm going over to Aunt Marjorie's house for dinner. I guess I won't see you till tomorrow.
Well, okay, Mildred. Darn it anyway. And I was going to use that picture to start a couple of scrapbooks for our children.
Oh, gee. Do you really think we'll have some someday, Denis?
Why not? I saw some swell ones for sale at Woolworth's the other day. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mildred.
Dinner will be ready as soon as Denis comes down, Herbert.
Very well, Poopsie.
And by the way, isn't it about time you had a little talk with your daughter about the young man?
No, I doubt if it'll do much good. I probably won't get any further with her than I do with you, green thing.
Well, see that you try. Hand me that evening paper over there on the table, Herbert.
Yes, lover girl. May I look at my part of it?
Here.
Thank you. My, the classified ad section is bigger than usual tonight. Great Scott.
Well, what's the matter?
Why, right here on page 18, among the ads, there's a picture of Denis Day.
Denis Day? What's his picture doing in the paper?
Well, listen to what it says under it. Still missing after 4 years' search, Schuyler Van Rensselaer, heir to the great Van Rensselaer sardine fortune, pictured above, is believed amnesia victim.
You mean... Oh, Herbert, it can't be Denis Day. Amnesia. So that's it. I knew no one could act like Denis does and be normal. Oh, that poor, unfortunate, dear, sweet, rich boy.
Gosh, Denis Day isn't Denis Day, the soda jerk, at all. He's Schuyler Van Rensselaer, who was in the fish business.
I knew there was something about that boy.
Really? Well, I've stood very close to him, and I never noticed it.
Read the rest of it, Herbert.
Well, it just says, young Van Rensselaer was born November 17th, 1926. His brother and sister are offering $10,000 reward to anyone successfully aiding him in the recovery of his memory.
10,000? Herbert, we've got to bring back that boy's memory. My maternal instincts have been aroused.
Yes, I know how you feel. Well, say I hear him coming downstairs now.
Now, I'll handle this, Herbert. You aren't to say one word until I tell you. Do you understand?
Very well.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, dinner ready yet?
Denis, I want to talk to you.
To me, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes. Do you know who you are, my boy?
Why, yes, ma'am, I think so.
Who?
Well, offhand, I'd say I was me.
No.
I'm not?
Definitely not. We have proof.
Gee, I was so certain, too.
Now, Denis, try to think. Do you remember your father?
Oh, sure, he was a relative of mine.
Did he ever discuss with you what you'd be doing in your later life?
Well, let's see. I do remember my father saying he hoped I'd grow up.
Yes?
That's all.
We'll try a new tack. What do you know about your birth?
Well, I'm pretty sure it happened.
I don't mean that. Do you remember where you were born?
Well, Mother told me it was in a small town out west.
Wrong. You were born in a big eastern city.
Oh, Well, anyway, it was in 1925.
Wrong again. It was 1926.
In June?
November.
Gee, Mother didn't know much about me, did she?
Herbert, you may take over.
Yes, Poopsie. Now, Denis, I want you to concentrate.
Yes, sir. On what?
Sardines.
Yes, sir.
Are you concentrating on sardines?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now tell me, who is your father?
A sardine?
Poopsie, you may have it back again.
I give up. No. Wait a minute. Of course. You know how loss of memory is always cured in the movies. A sudden blow on the head.
Yeah.
Hand me the fire tongs, Herbert.
Poopsie, no, you can't. We're not sure he is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
So if he's Denis Day, have I lost anything?
No, Poopsie, but there must be another way. If the boy has two selves, we'll bring the other one out. And meanwhile, let's go into dinner, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Mrs. Anderson. Both of me is very hungry.
Now, before we continue a day in the life of Schuyler Van Rensselaer, here's our young hero, Denis Day, to sing I'll Never Love Again.
I'll never love again. If you forget me, my heart won't let me love someone new. I'll never dream again. How could I go on dreaming if each dream that we made would suddenly fade in the blow? I'll never thrill again to someone's kiss. For what good would it do? It's you I'll miss. My heart is yours alone. So be careful, don't break it. For if you ever should, darling, I never could love again.
Well, because of a transposed newspaper photograph, the Andersons are convinced that Denis Day is really Schuyler Van Rensselaer, suffering from amnesia. It's the following morning now, and Denis has left for his job at Willoughby's drugstore. Meanwhile, Mrs. Anderson is enlisting Mr. Willoughby's aid over the phone in restoring Dennis's memory.
But, Mrs. Anderson, it's incredible. You're positive it was his picture? Well, we've got to restore that poor boy's memory. Not only for the $10,000 reward, but for other reasons, which don't interest me. Well, shock sometimes snaps them out of it. I may try that. Yes, was he shocked? Oh, I'll have to hang up, Mrs. Anderson. Here you go.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby. I beg your pardon, sir?
Quick, what's your name?
Mr. Willoughby, do you feel all right?
Of course I do. What's your name?
Gee, if you can't remember it, don't go near Mrs. Anderson. She'll let you have it with the fire tongs.
Denis, you need help. You've got to recover your true identity of Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Yeah, that's what Mrs. Anderson says, too.
Well, there's only one way to get that help, my boy. Go to a psychiatrist.
You think a foot doctor can help me?
A psychiatrist is a doctor of the mind, Denis. And there's a very good one right here in Weeville. Case is much more abnormal than yours, son. One patient of his bit his nails.
Well, a person can bite his nails and still be normal, can he?
Not when he does it right through his shoes. I know Dr. Alsberg can straighten you out, my boy. Will you go to see him?
But, Mr. Willoughby, I'm perfectly normal. Honest, I am.
Dennis, you want to be heir to a fortune, don't you?
Gee, you mean a psychiatrist can do that for me?
He certainly can.
Boy, that's different. I should have gone to one of those fellows before I ever started working.
Splendid. I'll phone him that you're on the way.
Come in, my boy.
Come right in.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now then, you're the young man who thinks he's Denis Day. That's your trouble, is it?
Yes, sir, and I've got it bad.
Well, we'll soon have you all straightened out. Suppose we get a little of your background, what you remember of it.
Yes, sir.
Let's go right back to your babyhood. What kind of a baby were you?
A boy.
Yes, I know. But was there anything unusual or odd about your babyhood?
Well, half the time I couldn't see.
Ah, couldn't see?
That's right. It was on account of my mother being so nearsighted.
Oh, heredity, eh?
Oh, no, sir. It was just that half the time she put the rubber pants on the wrong end of me.
I see. Perhaps we should take a somewhat later age. Say about the time you first became...
Pardon?
Well, you realize there is an age at which young men become acutely aware of girls, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir, and I can hardly wait.
Obviously schizophrenic.
Again, how I'd like to beg it?
Schizophrenic, split personality.
Oh.
You have submerged your true character, hard-drinking, woman-chasing Van Rensselaer, beneath the assumed character of Denis Day, who is just the opposite. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, sir. It's just that I don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, your amnesia is caused by an inner revulsion to your true self. I can confirm my findings with a very simple test. Have you ever heard of word associations?
No, sir. I don't join many clubs.
I'm referring to a psychopathological test. Or to try and put it more understandably, neurasthenic.
You missed.
In any event, I will give you a word. You are to tell me the word you associate with it. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Black.
Black.
Black? I thought you'd say white.
We just...
It isn't an argument, it's a test. If I said boy, you'd say girl. All right. Chair.
Thanks, but I've already got one.
Chair is the word. You're supposed to say matter with you.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll try it again. Son.
Okay, try it again.
I am trying it again. Please listen. Son.
I'm listening, Pop.
Son is the word I gave you. You're supposed to tell me the word it makes you think of.
Oh, moon.
At last. You finally understand what I mean. Are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Bad.
That isn't the word!
I'm sorry.
I'll give you the word now. Table.
Martin O'Malley.
What has Martin O'Malley got to do with table?
Well, he's a friend of mine from Hooperstown where I used to live. He was always under it.
Well, so much for word association.
Yes, sir.
In fact, for tests of all kinds. Young man, there is only one practical treatment for your condition. Hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes. You will permit me to put you into an induced hypnotic trance, as distinguished from the one you're in now. I believe I can reactivate your subconscious and restore your identity.
You mean you're going to hypnotize me?
Exactly, if you will permit it.
Well, there is a fortune waiting for me, I hear. Go ahead.
Very well. Now look deep into my eyes. That's it. You're getting drowsy. Your senses are becoming numb. You're falling asleep. Asleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Hey, Doc, wake up!
Huh? Oh, pardon me. Sometimes it goes into reverse. Look into my eyes again. Deep into my eyes. You're getting drowsy. Languorous. That's it. You're falling asleep. Sleep. Sleep. You're now in a hypnotic state. Listen to me. You are not Denis Day.
I am not Denis Day.
Your name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
My name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
You are very rich.
I'm loaded.
You're a playboy, mad about women.
I'm a playboy, mad about women.
You like to take a drink now and then. When you awaken, you will go home, but remember nothing of Denis Day. You will be Schuyler Van Rensselaer, the playboy. And now, awaken.
$5 and still no sign of him, Pupsy. Are you sure the boy's all right?
Of course he's all right, Herbert. Mr. Willoughby told me on the phone he'd sent him to Dr. Alsberg, the psychiatrist.
And you really think he'll come back here thinking he's Schuyler Van Rensselaer?
I do.
Well, if I know Denis, there's a much better chance that Dr. Alsberg will go back to Vienna thinking he's Sigmund Freud.
You're always thinking of...
Oh, that may be he. I'll go. Denis!
The name is Schuyler, Shorty. Who are you?
Why, don't you know me? I'm Herbert Anderson.
Glad to meet you, Herbie. Is that all there is of you, or are you standing in a manhole?
My goodness gracious.
Oh, there you are, Denis. You're back.
Who's this character, Shorty? Your mother?
Well, how dare you?
Skip it, babe.
Babe! Why, you never called me anything but Mrs. Anderson in your life.
Well, don't crowd your luck.
My goodness.
Well, how about a little snort, huh? Just a single scotch with a gin chaser for me. I'm on the wagon.
Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Mother, have you heard of... Oh, there you are.
Hiya, baby. Let's neck.
Oh, Denis.
My name isn't Denis, Toots. Just call me Castor Oil.
Castor oil? Why?
Because I'm bad medicine, Toots. Yahoo! Get your coat on, kid. We'll go for a drive in the park.
But I don't want to drive in the park.
You not only get a drive in the park with me, babe, you get a park in the drive.
Mother, what's come over Denis? Why, he's become terrible ladies' man.
Yes, sir. All I need now is a terrible lady. How about you, Frizzletop? You busy?
Frizzletop? Why, you've got...
I've got $10 million.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
Oh, forget it. This is the babe I'm interested in. What do you say, dollface?
Oh, how could you be so awful? You ought to be ashamed.
Now, don't race your motor, Toots. I'm feeling give-inny if you're feeling give-outy.
Oh, you beast! Take this!
Why, Mildred, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson, where am I?
Uh-oh, I think the enchanted hour is over.
Why, you're home, Denis. What on earth happened to you?
Gosh, I don't know. The last I remember, I was in Dr. Alsberg's office. He hypnotized me.
Hypnotized you? Then you're not Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Oh, please, don't start that again. I'm Denis Day. Honest I am. Mildred, did I act funny?
I should say you did. And the things you had nerve enough to say to my mother.
Oh, golly. I'm going down to the doctor's office right now and tell him off plenty.
And I'm going with you, Denis.
Are you going to tell him off too, Mr. Anderson?
No, sir. I'm going down for a treatment.
Denis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are here to demonstrate for you. As our curtain goes up, we find a policeman looking over a young boy who is sitting on a porch.
Did you see that, Officer Cassidy? Did you see Mary slam that door? Jeepers, a fine thing when my girl puts out both the cat and me.
Danny, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be believing this. Might I be inquiring what's the charge?
Well, that's what I don't know, Officer Cassidy. The girl won't talk. Why, I bet even the third degree wouldn't get a reason out of Mary.
Well, now, I wonder if you're in the clear on a certain charge I'm thinking of, Danny. You know it could do you no harm to appear before your dentist may buy.
And here's what Danny found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day and Charles Dant's beautiful arrangement of September Song. Day can be heard with Jeff Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
It's new, it's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to stay tuned for the Mr. District Attorney program, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Franklin, you discovered electricity.
No, something really shocking. Look, Carefree sugarless gum here, Trident here. Both cost the same, yet Carefree gives you 32% more gum by weight than Trident. And Carefree's taste, electrifying.
Ben, the electricity.
I'll think about it in Washington, A.C.
That's Washington, D.C.
Get more gum with Carefree.
Now in bubble gum, too.
More gum. Carefree sugarless gum.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with A Million Miles from Manhattan. Tonight, I'm sure there are many business and industrial executives relaxing a bit from a busy day. The greatly increased responsibility of these men in war production is known to all of us. Their jobs are as important, as vital as any. Nearly every large manufacturer is engaged in some part of war work, directly or indirectly. The last time I went through the Johnson's Wax laboratories and plants, I was surprised to learn in how many places there is a need now, greater than ever before, for protective wax finishes and coatings. Special finishes have been developed for waterproofing, weatherproofing, rustproofing, for planes, ships, automobiles, trucks, and trains, for metals, wood, rubber, and leather. Even special paints containing wax have been perfected. So in many ways, the protective uses of Johnson's Wax products have been extended into manufacturing and industrial plants throughout the country. Any manufacturer having a protective finishing problem related to war production is invited to discuss this problem with S.C. Johnson & Son, Racine, Wisconsin, or S.C. Johnson & Son Limited, Brantford, Canada. There's a minor mystery at 79 Wistful Vista. Uncle Denis has been missing for 2 days. And here in the living room, one worried for fear he won't come back, and the other for fear he will, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, I'm worried about Uncle Denis.
Me, too. If he don't lay off of that stuff, he's going to wind up coming unwound.
I don't mean that. I mean, I'm afraid something's happened to him.
No, that's too bad. Hey, why don't we come to the sporting section of the paper?
Never mind the paper. I'm worried about Uncle Denis, and I don't like to worry all alone.
Okay, I'll worry with you. Poor old Uncle Denis. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
For goodness sakes, Magee, haven't you any human sympathy? What if Uncle Denis has had an accident?
Accidents only happen when you don't know things are loaded. And we know he always is.
Now, look here, Magee. We leave Uncle Denis's personal habits out of this. Let's just think of him as somebody in trouble.
I got a better idea.
What's that?
Let's not think of him at all.
May I remind you, dearie, that Uncle Denis, with all his faults, is my relative? He's my father's brother.
Well, am I your father's brother's keeper? Did I invite him to move in on us till death do us part? Did I suggest that we make our guest room a zoo for pink elephants? Was I the one that...
Oh, for goodness sakes, Magee. Can't you see how upset I am? Here he goes out of the house day before yesterday, wearing your new gray suit and...
What? My new gray suit?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. We gotta find him. I suppose he met with an accident or
That's
something.
what I say. Suppose something...
Well, don't just stand there, Molly. We gotta do something. Now, can't you see how worried I am? Gee, my new gray suit.
All right. You worry about your suit and I'll worry about Uncle Denis. But let's find them.
Well, what'll we do? Where'll we look?
Do you know anybody that owns some bloodhounds?
Bloodhounds wouldn't work on him. We'll have to get booze hounds. Hey, maybe I better call the police.
Now. Let's take this thing quietly, dearie.
What would Ellery Queen or Perry Mason do in a case like this?
They'd write a book about it, and we haven't got time for that. When did you say you saw Uncle Dennis last?
Day before yesterday. He was wearing your new gray suit and...
And how'd it look?
Oh, beautiful. The sleeves were a little short, though.
Well, that's too bad. Next time I buy a suit, I'll take him with me. I don't want him to be unhappy. Where was he going when you saw him? As if I didn't know.
Downtown, I think. He usually goes to Joe's Tavern.
Yeah, I know. He's a stockholder.
He is?
Sure. He can hold more of Joe's stock than anybody in town. Give me the phone. I'll call Joe and see if he's still there.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Joe's Tavern across the street from Mert. Is that you?
Oh, my.
How's every little thing, Mert? Is, eh? What's a Mert? Your grandmother. Playing for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
What's he playing, McGee? Shortstop?
No, the piano. There's a lot of ball players living at her boarding house.
Oh.
What's a Mert? No answer, eh? Well, thanks anyway. Come on, Molly, get your hat. We'll go out and look for him.
All right. I'm glad I finally aroused your sympathy.
You have. I certainly hope we find him. And if he's torn one single pocket of that gray suit, I'll swarm over him like Doolittle over Tokyo.
No. Don't get excited now. Maybe he just... Come in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. Just the guy we want to see.
Why?
We've lost an uncle someplace.
Oh, maybe he isn't lost. Perhaps you just forgot where you put him.
You know, Molly, I just happened to think. Maybe he's out house hunting.
But he's got this house.
Yeah, this is probably the one he's hunting. How about putting your police department to work on this case, Latrivia?
Why, of course, McGee, if you don't think it's too soon.
Why too soon?
Well, I thought that seeing it such a beautiful day, he might have decided to go out for a brisk stagger in the park.
But he's been gone for 2 days, Latrivia. I think you ought to have your cops drag out the throw net.
Oh, you always get that wrong, McGee. It's throw out the dragnet.
Oh, yeah.
You are referring to Uncle Dennis, are you not?
Yes, we are. You want a description of him? Okay. He's got a kind of a yellow skin.
He has not. He was tanned and it faded a little.
Complexion beige. What is his height exactly?
Well, it varies. He goes out low in the morning and comes home high at night.
He's 5'11" in his socks.
You mean in my socks? He ain't worn any of his own clothes since he moved here.
5'11". How much does he weigh?
Well, he's gained little weight lately.
Yeah, now it takes at least 3 men to bring him home.
Well, one man can carry a 75-pound load comfortably. 3 times 75 would be 225. Stout fellow. What color are his eyes?
Bloodshot.
Eyes, old rose.
You're giving Mayor Latrivia a terrible picture of my Uncle Denis, McGee.
Yeah, and if he'll give me back the picture, I'll give him Uncle Dennis.
I don't like to be an alarmist, Mrs. McGee, but we must face the facts. You think we should drag the river?
Oh, no. No, I don't.
You don't?
No, he wouldn't be in the river. He hates water.
Very well. If you'll let me use your telephone, I'll have his description broadcast on police radio immediately.
Here, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Hello, operator. Please connect me with the police department. I beg your pardon? McGee, who's Mert?
Just an off-stage character, Mr. Mayor. Don't let her get you down.
Hello, operator. Police department, please. No, I don't care what happened to your grandmother. I want the police department. Yes.
Great family girl, Mert.
Hello, Clanahan? This is my honor. Your honor. His honor. This is the mayor speaking. Put this on the radio right away. Locate and bring in a Mr. Dennis Driscoll, 5'11", pink eyes, weight 225, complexion saffron. When last seen, was wearing light gray suit and silk lampshade on head. Yes, keep me informed. Goodbye. Now, you don't have to worry, Mrs. McGee. I'm sure we'll find your...
Mr. Mayor, what was that about the lampshade?
Yeah, what made you think he was wearing that?
I was wearing it at the party night before last, and he took it away from me. Don't worry. We'll find him.
Surely somebody must have seen him, McGee. What'd they tell you at Joe's Tavern?
They says he acted very strangely. I says, how do you mean strangely? And they says he just had a lemonade and paid all his IOUs and stood there at the bar reading a magazine.
Oh, reading a magazine.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. And then what?
Then all of a sudden he looks at Joe and says, Joe, he says, this stuff is ruining my life. And sure enough it was. The lemonade was dripping all over his magazine. And then he walked out, and Joe hasn't seen him since.
And the police haven't had any report on him either. Where should we go first?
I think we better ask Billy Mills. He and Billy were always great pals.
Yeah, they're always together at parties.
Yeah.
Billy never says anything but yes and no. And Uncle Denis never says anything but yes.
Oh, he says more than that. He also says, I don't care if I do. And who paid for the last one? He's the greatest little...
Well, hello there, kids. Out for a walk?
Well, we're trying to locate Uncle Denis, Mr. Oldtimer. Have you seen him?
Was he wearing a raccoon coat, roller skates, and a catcher's mitt?
No, he wasn't. What gave you that silly idea?
Nobody, Johnny. Thought of it myself. Much easier to identify if he was dressed like that.
Well, we're afraid he's been kidnapped or something. Or maybe taken for a ride.
Notified the police, daughter?
Yes, we have, and they're dragging out the throw net. Why?
Well, they're the ones who usually take him for a ride. Say, maybe he...
McGee, look.
Look at what?
Where did you get that hat, Mr. Oldtimer?
This one? I took it away from a dog, daughter. He was dragging it up the street, and it looked like a good hat, so I took it. Just fits, too.
That's Uncle Denis's hat.
Sure.
Now we're getting someplace. Would you know that dog again if you saw him, Old-Timer?
Sure would, Johnny. He's a little snippy pup with long ears and a piece of my pants in his mouth. When I took this hat away from him, he chased me and my gal all the way home from the movie. We just made it, too. Run in the house together and slammed the door on him.
Neck and neck, huh?
We sure did, daughter, after we got our breath. Want this hat now?
No, you keep it till later, Old-Timer. We're more interested in finding Uncle Denis. You know whose dog it was?
Sure do.
Whose?
Whose dog?
Yes. You know whose it was?
Sure do.
Whose?
Who's on first? What's... Oh, no. Belongs to that rich widow who lives around the corner from me. One that rides in the car with the chauffeur.
Mrs. Uppington.
Heavenly days, McGee. Let's go see her.
Well, after we see Billy Mills. Well, much obliged, Old-Timer.
That's okay, kids. Hope you find your uncle. Know how you feel, because we lost a cousin once the same way.
Oh.
Cousin Clyde. Back in Hannibal, Missouri.
Oh. Didn't you ever find him again?
He never found us again, daughter. The minute we realized he was missing, we all moved to Decatur, Illinois. Well, good luck, kids.
Now I know something has happened to Uncle Denis, McGee.
Oh, this don't mean anything. He's come home often enough without his hat. I guess his hat can come home once without him. Come on, here's Billy Mills' house. Hope he's home.
Hello, Skimp. Hello, Mom. Come on in.
No, we can't now, Mr. Mills.
We're trying to find Uncle Denis. You seen him, Billy?
I thought I saw him in the drugstore yesterday.
You thought you saw him.
Why were you doubtful it was him? What was he doing?
Drinking buttermilk.
Oh. It couldn't have been him, then. Say, what's that you have in your hand, Mr. Mills?
Cigar. Have one?
No. The other hand. That necktie. That's Uncle Denis's. Where'd you get it, Billy?
Dog brought it up on the porch. Knew it didn't belong to the dog.
How'd you know that?
Female dog. Girls don't wear neckties. Can't fool Mills.
Was it Uppington's dog?
Yes.
McGee, we've got to go see Abigail. There's something funny going on here. Well, thank you ever so much, Mr. Mills.
That's okay, Mom. Anything I can do for Denis, let me know. I've probably done it before.
Very funny, Molly. The same dog. First he drags Uncle Denis's hat along the street, and then he brings his necktie to Billy Mills.
If Uncle Denis is doing a striptease, he's being awful public about it.
Maybe he took off his clothes to go for a swim or something.
Where could he go that was so close?
Well, there's a lagoon in the park. Maybe he dove in there.
Oh, I hope not.
Why?
Uncle Denis can't swim.
That wouldn't matter. There hasn't been any water in that lagoon for over a year. And besides...
Oh, look, McGee, here comes Mr. Wilcox. You, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. Where are you going in such a hurry?
We got to see a dog about a man.
Yeah? Say, I had an odd experience with a dog yesterday myself.
Oh, how was that, Mr. Wilcox?
I have a feeling, folks, that this is going to end up in one of them commercial anecdotes that fester a hard-working comedian.
What do you mean?
I mean, this is probably one of those tales that dogs the wag.
I get it.
Not that you'd ever intentionally connive to get in a mention about Johnson's Carnew, Harlow.
Say, I'm glad you brought that up, Fibber. It was Carnew that started the whole incident.
See what I mean, folks? He's glad I brought it up. It's the devilish ingenuity of the fellow that gets me. Well, what did Carnew start, Harlow?
Why, the whole dog incident. You see, I'm a member of a neighborhood car pool. A bunch of us got together and we pooled transportation in our cars. Take turns taking each other to work. Saves tires and gasoline and conserves the cars.
Yes, we know about that, but where does the dog come in?
Well, as long as I take people in my car, I want it to look nice, you see? To say nothing of setting an example of conservation and preservation to the rest of the neighbors. So there I was giving my busted going over with Johnson's Carnew. You know how it shines as it dries in one easy operation. See, it looked beautiful.
Of course it did, but how about the dog?
Well, sir, when I stood back to admire that gorgeous, gleaming finish, woof woof.
Woof woof?
What'd you do, bark your shins on the running board?
No, it was this dog, a little bitty pup, but very feisty. She saw a reflection in the side of my car. It was just like a mirror by that time, of course. And she thought it was another dog. So she dropped the old shoe she was carrying in her mouth and started after her reflection.
Wait a minute. What kind of a shoe was she carrying?
Oh, a brown Oxford with hard heels and a perforated cap. Why?
Oh, well, that's it, Molly.
I knew it.
What is this? You knew what?
That's one of Uncle Dennis's shoes. Was it Uppington's dog, Harlow?
Say, I guess it was at that. How did you know?
Haven't got time to tell you now, Mr. Wilcox. Come on, McGee.
See you later, Harlow. Gee, I hope Uppington's at home, Molly.
Me too. I haven't sprinted like that since I saw the garter snake back at the high school the day William Jennings Bryan spoke to our sophomores.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hello, Abigail.
Your dog here.
Fifi? Oh, yes, but she can't come out and play with you now. She's been a very, very bad girl.
What'd she do, Abigail? Run through the sprinkler and frizzle her permanent?
She's probably sulking because they put the wrong shade of nail polish on her little footsies.
I beg your pardon, Mr. McGee. I do not pamper Fifi with such extravagant treatment.
Don't you really, Abigail?
Indeed not. I think for a dog like Fifi, dear as she is to me, that a plain finger wave and colorless nail polish is quite good enough. Won't you come in?
No, thanks, Uppy. We got important things to do. We think Uncle Dennis has met with foul play, and Fifi is mixed up in it somehow.
How dare you, Mr. McGee? Fifi is entirely incapable of... What did she do?
Well, suppose you tell us how she's been a bad girl.
Oh, she was merely mischievous, Mrs. McGee. She dragged home a man's shirt and was tearing it to pieces under the chaise longue.
A man's shirt, eh? That's what we mean, Uppy. That was Uncle Dennis's shirt.
How utterly fantastic, Mr. McGee. Fifi barely knows your Uncle Dennis.
If he keeps losing his clothes, he'll be barely known by everybody. Was it a blue and white candy striped shirt?
Why, yes, it was. But it could not have belonged to Uncle Dennis. It had the initials FM embroidered on one sleeve.
FM? That's one of my Christmas shirts. He wears all my clothes.
Good heavens, but where is the dear man? What has happened?
That, Abigail, is the $64 question. We want to know, too. He hasn't been home for 2 days.
And his clothes have been showing up all over town.
Usually dragged in by your little haberdashery retriever, Fifi.
But have you notified the police?
Yes, and they've dragged out the throw net.
Thrown out the dragnet here.
Yes. And we want to interview Fifi, Uppy.
Yes, Fifi is mixed up in this thing some way, and she may lead us to Uncle Dennis. Only she knows where those clothes came from.
Very well. Please come in. Now then, if you will just make yourselves comfortable until... Fifi, you bad girl. Didn't Mother tell you...
McGee, look what she's got.
Oh, my gosh. Uncle Dennis's suspenders. That does it. Okay, Uppy, come clean. Where'd you hide the body?
The King's Men sing Billy Mills, the Sound Effects Man.
Oh, what would we do without the Sound Effects Man, that radio racketeer? Tune your dial and listen a while. This is what you'll hear. There's a knock up on the door. That's the Sound Effects Man. Here's a kiss and maybe more. That's the Sound Effects Man. If you'd like a ring, he'll give you a ding, ding, ding. And even but in the early morn you'll hear him blowing his horn. Cowboys galloping fit to bust. That's the sound effects man. 3 more Redskins fights enough. That's the sound effects man. He has such an awful lot to do, and yet he very seldom ever misses a cue. He's a 3-alarm fire and the fire chief too. That's the sound effects man. When the wind is howling, that's the sound effects man. Thunder goes a-growling. Sound effects man. When the battle is raging, he's right in the middle of the fray. When he blows his whistle, crime doesn't pay. Then he's old Maxwell chugging right along. That's the sound effects man. When Kay Kaiser gets the answer all wrong. Students, that's the sound effects man. Hear those footsteps making a lot of muddy tracks. Dirty boots will never hurt the kitchen floor if it's covered with Johnson's wax. Tailspin Tommy in his aeroplane. That's the sound effects man. When Magee breaks a window pane. That's the sound effects man. He has gadgets by the score, from a peanut whistle to a cannon roar. When Fibber runs to open that closet door, look out!
Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
That's Frankie Pittman, the sound effects man.
A likely story. Come clean, Uppy.
I tell you, Mr. Magee and Mrs. Magee, that both Mrs. Fifi and I are utterly innocent.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I am a very lonely woman, and Fifi means a great deal to me. You must make allowances for a woman no longer young, with no family, no dear ones about her. A woman who is, I must admit, starved for affection.
I bet I could.
You bet you could what?
Crawl right under that footstool without bending my knees.
I feel pretty small myself, Abigail. We're sorry if we misjudged you, but we are so worried about Uncle Denis.
Yes, it ain't Uncle Denis so much with me. It's my new gray suit. Do you think we could use your Pekingese as a bloodhound?
Well, as they say in contract bridge, Mr. Magee, a peek is as good as a finesse. I should get Fifi's leash immediately. Here, Fifi, come to Mama. Fifi?
That little flea circus gets more attention than I ever did at her age.
She should. She's better behaved. Shall we answer it or wait for Abigail?
We better get it. Come in.
Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hello, folks. My goodness, I never expected to see you here.
We just dropped in for a minute, Wimp, old man. Anything we can do for you?
Oh, no, thank you. I just wanted Mrs. Uppington to see my new suit.
Well, it's very good looking, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, that particular shade of gray is... Hey, where'd you get that suit, Wimp?
A dog brought it to me.
Now, Mr. Wimple, that's no way to talk about your wife.
No, really, Mrs. Magee. A little doggy dragged it up on our back porch last night, and Sooty Face took it away from her.
That's my suit, Wimp. Uncle Denis is wearing it, and he's lost, strayed, or stolen, and his clothes have been showing up all over town.
Oh, dear. Well, in that case, I'll just have to give it back, Mr. Magee, and...
Please, Mr. Wimple. No, not right here.
Oh, excuse me. I guess I'm just too impulsive. Did Uncle Denis run away?
Well, we don't know, Wimp. We got everybody in town looking for him. We even had the police drag out the throw net.
Throw out the dragnet.
Yeah.
Maybe he ran away to join the Texas Rangers. I did that once.
Oh, how far did you get?
Oh, I got to Texas all right. And they asked me if I could ride or shoot, and I said, which do I have to learn first? And they said, oh, ride, and I said, oh, shoot, and went home again. Well, I'll send you your suit in the morning, Mr. Magee.
Okay, Wimp, no hurry. I'll just... Hey, what's the matter with your left ear?
Oh, nothing much, Mr. Magee. It was just nearly torn off my head, is all.
Heavenly days, how did that happen?
An oak leaf fell on it.
An oak leaf? How could an oak leaf do all that damage?
Well, this was an oak leaf that Sweetie Face took out of the middle of our dining room table.
till I get hold of that Uncle Denis. I'll show him he can't let dogs drag my best gray suit all over town and get away.
Please, Magee. We don't know what's happened to Uncle Denis.
I know what's going to happen to him if he ain't got a reasonable explanation.
Well, we're all ready to go, Mr. Magee. I have even given Fifi a sip of black tea to give her courage.
Oh, good for you, Abigail. Now, how do we start this manhunt, Magee?
Well, first we got to let Fifi smell of some personal object. Where's that shirt? Oh, here. Smell that, Fifi.
Well, really, I do believe she knows what we want. Come, Fifi, fetch.
Oh, look, she wants to go out.
Open the door, Uppy.
Oh, Fifi, take us to Uncle Denis.
And hurry.
Magee, she's heading for Joe's Tavern. We're on the trail.
Yes, sir. And we'll rescue Uncle Denis wherever he is.
On land.
In the air.
On the sea.
The real number one reason for putting wax on your floors, furniture, and woodwork? It's for protection, to guard these surfaces against wear and dirt, make them last longer, save on costly refinishing. The rich, mellow beauty that Johnson's wax gives is really an extra dividend. So are the many hours of work that you save when your things are wax protected. The next time you apply a coat of Johnson's wax to your floors or tabletop or leather goods, remember that you're only doing what nature has always done. Did you know that when you rub a red apple and it shines, you have merely buffed up a waxed surface? That's true. And man, throughout the ages, in protecting his things with wax, has merely imitated nature. Today, genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, has a special role to play in helping you to take better care of your things, as you are asked to do in the government's Consumer Victory Pledge. Ladies and gentlemen, into what dark and treacherous maze is the faithful little Fifi leading our three friends? What depths of criminal depravity and harrowing experiences lie in store for the intrepid investigators of Uncle Denis' strange disappearance? Was it foul play?
And if it was foul play, was it as foul a play as this has been?
We doubt it. But tune in again next week and see for yourself. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly radio programs are short-waved each week to all our armed forces throughout the world. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
If you make this shot, you can have anything you want for dinner.
I'll have Kentucky Fried Chicken, Mom.
You got it, superstar.
Kids love Kentucky Fried Chicken, just like other folks. And with all those delicious fixins, what a meal.
It's finger-licking good! Real goodness from Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Radio's brilliant baritone, the Salopatiker singers, the Songsmith, and as our guest artist tonight, the brilliant star of so many Broadway successes, Miss Norma Terrace. Put these all together, and you have an hour of smiles, started auspiciously by Lenny Hayton and his Ipana troubadours, plus the Salapatica singers. The number, Over Somebody Else's Shoulder.
Lady Biddle Biddle, London society figure, arrives for Easter parade.
How do you do? How do you do?
Shall I take your luggage, Lady Bitty Bitty?
Definitely not. I shall carry my own luggage. My ancestors were Scotch, you know.
What are you most anxious to see here in America, Lady Bibi?
Easter morning on the White House lawn. They tell me you Americans lay eggs in the grass, so I say...
Harvard returns Handsome Dan, Bulldog mascot, to Yale. Tidwell Flunk, Yale senior, welcomes Handsome Dan.
Harvard is guilty of dog napping, my friends. We knew that Handsome Dan wouldn't stay in Harvard after he'd had a taste of Yale. Some colleges are going to the dogs, but with Yale, it's vice versa. Got a cigarette?
How about you, Handsome Dan? Which is your favorite college? The Blase News presents the newsreel scoop of the year. The holders of the winning sweepstakes tickets. Mrs. Bedelia Flush, scrub woman, wins $200,000.
Folks, I'm going to keep right on scrubbing. All I want is a new bucket and a kind word.
Miss Samantha Prone, spinster, third prize, $100,000.
I don't know what I'll do with the money. At my age, money ain't much help. I'm too old to have any fun, and I'm too tired to go places. Oh, dear.
Mr. Axel Swanson, window washer, wins $500,000, consolation prize.
Yes, I've earned the money. I've been washing the drugstore window for 30 years. I'm sick of looking at it. I often thought what I would do to the window if I had money. And now, by jumping Yemeni, I'm going to do it.
This news service will be brought to you each week, ladies and gentlemen. And so then, for all the news that's fit to hear, don't miss our Blase service. Last week, you remember Ted Webb sang Wagon Wheel. Well, sir, everyone was so enthusiastic about the number that I know you will be happy to welcome him again at this time. Ted is here without his wagon tonight, but taking a step forward in locomotion, his song is Going to Heaven on a Mule. Thank you, Miss Ferris. Now, from time to time, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is customary for a master of ceremonies to say something in his own behalf. It's sort of hard for me to do, really, because I'm kind of bashful. You may not believe this, but at the recent flower show, I entered a shrinking contest on Violet Day, and I won first prize. I still don't know what the prize was, because I was too bashful to go up and get it. But I would like to say a few words about this program. It is made possible by two famous products of the Bristol-Myers Company, Salapatica and Ipana toothpaste. And in this respect, selling two products in one show, the program is an unusual one. Later on, we're going to tell you a few important facts about each of these products, and I will appreciate it if you will give these facts the same attention that you give the other parts of our Hour of Smiles. But Lenny Hayton and his Ipana troubadours are waiting to play that pleasant romantic number from one of Broadway's successful shows, Roberta. Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Lenny himself at the piano. And now it is time for my little show, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are going to take you back to Judge Allen's court once again. While we pause for a moment for you to hear from your station announcer, I'll sweep out the court and be waiting for you on the bench. Court will open in just a minute, so don't go away.
Judge Allen's chambers? Yes, he's here. It's the governor.
Hello. Yes, Govey. Now, listen, I can't cut expenses down any lower. No, I've reduced my juries to 4 men, giving them each 3 votes. To save time, I'm only hearing one side of each case, and I put a taxi meter on the patrol wagon so we could charge them for the ride. All right. I'll stop sending people to the chair so we can save a little electricity. Okay.
Say, this court's starting to look like the poorhouse.
What are you squawking about?
Well, I'm getting sick of getting my salary in canned salmon.
Well, I can't help it. The last prisoner broke into a fish market. I find him what he had. If somebody robs a bank, I can pay you off in money.
Court's ready, Judge.
Be right in. Hand me my rope, please.
Yeah, there's a big hole in the back of it.
I know. I've been sitting on a tax case and tort.
Here's your bean blower.
Oh, yes. I'll have a little fun with the district attorney. Let's go.
Rise, please. His Honor, Judge Allen.
Good morning, figurehead.
Good morning, violators. Are you ready for a taste of justice?
We're not guilty.
Order, please.
Fellow witness, the time has come to strike.
Order here, Mummock.
The pretzel makers want longer curves and shorter hours. The pretzel barons are leaving on crooked doors. What are we getting? Yap!
Just a minute, here.
To whom are you talking to whom?
I'm talking to you, to whom? Do you know where you are?
Ain't this the mayor's office?
No, this is Judge Allen's court.
Oh, excuse me, Judge. I got to get a contract to start a demonstration in the mayor's office.
Well, it's 3 doors down.
Okay, no hard feelings, Judge. Come on, Boykins.
Next case.
Willie Willie versus Buster Willie. Separation.
Hi, baby. Hey, this whole thing is a laugh.
Quiet, young man.
Listen, Judge, I can't live with this guy another minute.
She's only kidding, Judge. How about the next dance?
Quiet.
He's impossible. I want a separation.
On what ground?
On wet grounds, Judge. She's trying to slip me a rain check.
He's never been the same since he sent away for that book.
What book?
How to be the life of the party.
Oh, boy. They laughed when I blew up my bagpipes, but when I played Stormy Weather.
Quiet. So you're the life of the party, eh?
You tell him, Judge. You've had your trial.
Keep quiet.
Ah, now don't get hot under the collar, Judge, because smoke gets in your eyes. Wow.
Do I get the separation, Judge?
I'll say, and plenty of alimony, too.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, Judge, we're here today and gone tomorrow, you know.
Not you, my raucous friend. You're here today and gone the same day. Take him away, boys.
Okay, Judge, come along.
Well, so long, Molly. Goodbye, Judge. Call me Sardine, boys. They're taking me away to the can.
Order here. Next case.
Vivian Doré.
Charges?
Impersonating a movie star.
Well, what transpired, Vivian?
Oh, Avon to be alone.
Well, if you think I'm going to empty the courtroom for you, you're crazy.
Avon to be alone.
How was she impersonating a movie star, clerk?
She was giving away autographs on Broadway, blocking traffic.
Fake autographs, eh? Why, that's forgery.
Avon to be alone.
Don't worry, Vivian. You will be. 3 months in solitary confinement.
Make me look like Peggy Joyce.
Yes, Judge. Miss Curdle told Papa that.
Was Papa interested?
Oh, no. He said that Miss Curdle had a map that only Rand and McNally could love.
I get it. Now, do you know Dr. Plastic here?
I'll say he lifted my Aunt Lily's face. It was awful.
What happened to Aunt Lily?
Well, she had freckles on her neck, and the doctor lifted her face so high, she had spots in front of her eyes.
Mm-hmm. Did she want to be a Peggy Joyce, too?
No, she just wanted to have a plump face.
Well, did the doctor build it up?
I'll intimate, but he didn't have enough skin to cover her nose.
Ooh, and what happened?
Well, the doctor took some skin from her right thumb and used that.
Did it come out all right?
Oh, it's swell for breathing, but every time she goes hitchhiking, her nose keeps jumping to the right.
Oh.
Yes, the very same thing happened to me, Judge.
Same thing happened to you, really?
Exactly, except my nose wants to sit down.
That's terrible, Miss Curdle. Does your skin feel tight, too?
Does it? Every time I lift my arms, my toes curl up.
Order. Wait a minute now. Nobody's skin could be that tight.
It could, too. My Aunt Lily's skin won't stretch at all. When she shuts her eyes, her mouth flies open.
Why, she's found perpetual motion and doesn't know it. What kind of a doctor are you, Plastic?
None of us is perfect, Judge.
Well, we won't be if you keep on operating.
I guess he's just a chiropodist who worked his way up.
Well, he's gone too far. You want damages, Miss Curdle?
No, I've got all the damages I want. I need repairs.
Can't the doctor put her face back again?
How about it, Doc?
Well, I'm pretty good at jigsaw puzzles.
Yes, Judge, he got my Aunt Lily's ears in place.
Fine. All right, Dr. Plastic. If you'll unbeautify Miss Curdle here, she'll drop the case.
Yes, if I can only chew my food without getting my lips in my eyes, I'll do anything.
Okay. Case dismissed.
Do you need me for any more cases?
No, you can go now. Say, I just noticed, isn't that coat a little too big for you?
I'll intimate I had to borrow it to come to court.
Why?
Well, the summons said you wanted me to appear in Miss Curdle's suit, and this is it.
I get it. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
Next case?
Wilbur Gruff, hit-and-run driver.
Wilbur, you're charged here with running over a Mr. Cannon with a loaded truck. Have you anything to say in your defense?
Your Honor, I didn't know it was loaded.
Case dismissed.
Streetcar Company. Defendant is ready, Your Honor.
And the plaintiff is ready, Judge Mansell.
Yeah, are you Henry Coy?
No, sir. I am Oliver Wendell Pinkbaum.
Oh, his lawyer, eh?
You said it, my buddy. Also on the side, I'm selling a little real estate and insurance.
Quiet, Pinkbaum.
Your Honor, as attorney for the Streetcar Company, I demand that we proceed with this case.
Don't rush me, kiddo. I'm winning this case nolle pronto.
Here. Proceed. Henry Coy is suing the Streetcar Company for $50,000 damages.
Judge, I will prove that the streetcar crippled my client for life, possibly even longer.
And I will prove that this case is just a cooked-up tissue of lies.
Here, no recriminations, please. Call your first witness.
Mr. Edward Bells, take the stand. Right here, Judge.
What do you know about this case, Mr. Bells?
Well, Judge, I'm a motorman. I was driving me streetcar along in neutral when I seen a man lying on the tracks. So I jams on me brakes and comes to a stop.
Did your car hit the man?
No. Your Honor, it never touched me.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Pinkbaum.
Thank you. I'll grill him like a frankfurter. And now, Mr. Bells, you are also collecting nickels for a streetcar company, ain't it?
Well, yeah, some of them is for the company.
You hear that, Judge, my friend? He's robbing the company.
One crime at a time, Pinkbaum. Stick to this case.
Okay. Mr. Bells, as you was driving the streetcar, where was you looking?
Well, I was sort of admiring the scenery. I'm a great lover of nature.
You are also a great lover of whiskey.
That's a bare-faced lie in the face of it.
You were drunk. As pickled as a pig's foot.
I object.
Order, please.
Your Honor, I could smelling the whiskey on him a block away. It was my favorite brand, 5-Star Ginsburg.
Your Honor, I never touched a drop.
I could prove it. I got witnesses. I was there myself.
You were there. What were you doing there, Pinkbaum?
Judge, believe it or not, I was waiting for a streetcar.
Mr. Bells, had you been imbibing a little too freely?
No, sir. I signed the pledges of youth.
Tut. I'm no prude, my good man. Now, you had a noggin or two, didn't you? Mr. Pinkbaum here says he has witnesses.
Certainly he's got witnesses. When I got off the streetcar to see what that guy was laying on the tracks for, this lawyer pulled out a bottle of whiskey, and he spills it all over me.
A capitalist,
Then
eh?
he calls the crowd over to smell me.
Where's the plaintiff, Henry Coy?
He's here, Judge, old sidekick. Wheel him in, boys.
Oh, look at that.
Put it back, huh?
He's in bad shape, isn't he? Take it easy, Mr. Coy.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Oh.
Keep your upper lip stiff, old hand-cold soldier. We're getting a pretty penny for this.
Now, Mr. McCoy, just tell us through the bandages there what happened to you.
I don't know, Judge. I was walking up Main Street, and all of a sudden I slipped on the icy sidewalk and fell. Oh, that's all I remember. Oh.
Did you say Main Street? Why, this accident is supposed to have happened on Broadway, 2 blocks from Main Street.
Your Honor, don't listen to him. He doesn't remember what happened. Ever since the accident, he's been suffering from magnesia.
Your Honor, I can clear this up very quickly. Mrs. Helen Fine, take the stand.
Yes, sir. I saw the whole thing.
You're sure you saw this man fall on Main Street?
Yes, sir, I did.
Mrs. Fine, tell the judge what happened when Mr. Coy fell.
Well, this Mr. Pinkbaum here picked him up and dragged him 2 blocks to Broadway.
Yes.
Then he threw him on the car tracks and jumped up and down on him.
Pinkbaum, I'm beginning to smell a rat.
It's only a mouse, Judge O'Connor, just a mouse.
Come clean, Pinkbaum. What was the big idea?
Well, Judge, I'm no fighter, but I'm bringing to you an accident case. My pal, I'm making it a good one.
Sure, send him in.
Who is it?
A couple of reporters.
Oh. Hello, boys.
Judge, you got to give us a story on your portable court.
Are you closing up here?
No, boys, but business is terrible.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going out and catch people committing crimes. I'll try their cases on the spot and freeze out the middleman.
That's a great idea.
I'm starting out now. Come on, clerk. So long, boys.
Good luck.
Good luck, Judge.
Say, listen, where are you going to find the crimes?
Just keep your eyes open. We'll find them. Say, it's a gorgeous night out for crimes, isn't it?
Yes, well. Say, Judge, look, there's a couple spooning in that car parked over there. Is that against the law?
Is it? Here's our first case.
Oh, boy. Here's your Bible and gavel.
Well, never mind the Bible, but keep that gavel handy. Maybe a big fella. Let's go over.
We'll sneak up on them, eh?
Easy now.
Oh, Cecil. Oh, your kisses thrill me. I love only you.
And I adore you, Mrs. Daly, more than I can ever.
All right, you two. Break up that clinch.
Oh, good heavens, my husband.
No, it ain't your husband this time. It's Judge Allen. Hear ye, all you people.
Court's open, young man.
Well, you want.
I fine you $10 for parking near that fire plug.
Oh, for goodness sake, pay him, Cecil, and take me home. I'm a nervous wreck.
Oh, here's your $10.
Thank you. Let's go, clerk.
I told you we should have...
Hey, Judge, that was a cinch.
Yes, we should have started this thing weeks ago.
Yeah.
Keep your eye peeled now.
Say, wait. Look at that suspicious-looking fellow in the doorway over there.
Say, he's a tough-looking bird. Maybe we can get him for vagrancy or something.
Yeah, let's go over.
All right, you go first and open up the court.
Okay. Hey, you wait a minute.
What's eating you? Scram, I'll put you...
Here. Give an account of yourself by my uncouth mammoth ruffian.
Another crack like that and I'll smack you.
Well, that'll cost you $10 for contempt of court.
Yeah, and you better pay it, mister. He's Judge Allen.
Wait a minute, I don't get this. What's the racket?
It isn't a racket. Here's my card. Now, instead of hiring a lawyer when you commit a crime, you deal direct with me.
Oh, I get it. You're a judge, and you're out drumming up business for yourself.
That's right, and I'm his clerk.
That's swell. I'm just going to rob that jewelry store across the street. Will you take the case? I won't be a minute.
Well, all right, but it'll cost you plenty, mister.
Oh, that's all right. Maybe you can do something for me sometime. Come on, I got to jimmy the door.
Can we help you in any
No,
way?
I'll handle it. Stand back.
Oh, let me hold your hat, would you? Well, it looks like a tough door, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I'll open it.
Say, why don't you try this crowbar?
No, I'll get it.
How about this steel chisel?
Say, will you quit your kibitzing?
Let him do it his own way, Judge.
All right.
There she goes.
Oh, goody, it's open.
I'll be out in a minute, boy.
Say, he certainly is a nice fellow, isn't he?
Yes, well, guy.
Quiet, here comes a cop.
It's too late he's seen us.
Hey, you all, what are you doing there?
Why, hello, officer.
Well, if it ain't Judge Allen. Got a date with a dame, eh? You old lady killer. Well, so long, Judge. Lots of love.
Oh, boy, gee, that was a close one.
Yeah, we don't want him chiseling in on this.
Okay, fellas, it's a swell haul. Now, Judge, what's the fine?
How about $1,000?
Sure, here you are. And here's 50 more for court.
Oh, thank you, my good man.
You know, I'm beginning to like you, Judge.
Isn't that funny?
I think I got another proposition for you.
What is it?
How much would the fine be for pulling a holdup?
Well, for you, a good customer, $400 net.
It's a deal. Here's your 400.
Oh, thank you. But you haven't held up anyone yet.
No, but I'm going to. Stick 'em up.
Oh, now,
hey,
here.
No, you
Oh, now, here, you thug. Stop it. Here. Oh, you're choking me. Here.
Give me back that dough.
Help, please, help.
Stay on the right side, sister, stay on the right side, sister, stay on the right. And now, Mr. Allen's question box.
Well, the question box is all of a scurry, ladies and gentlemen. And this postcard marked Annie doesn't live here anymore comes from Mr. Irving Barco at Albany, New York. Mr. Barco says, quote, I am the owner of a high-class beer and pretzel emporium. Every night I find it necessary to throw out obnoxious patrons who disturb the deluxe atmosphere of my joint. Lately, I seem to be losing my grip. Last night, in attempting to bounce a tenor singer, I was greatly embarrassed to find myself sprawled akimbo in the gutter. What can I do? Unquote.
My own background has made me especially qualified to help you in your dilemma, Mr. Barco. The art of bouncing a roisterer or rowdy from a public tavern is an ancient one. It is called giving him the mendicant's incentive, or the bum's rush. In 42 B.C., one Marcus Libidinus, a wise guy in the Roman Senate, introduced this method to rid the premises of left-wingers. In the days of King Arthur, the heavy armor caused the Roman method to become unpopular. But with the appearance of the pantaloon and the buffoon early in the 15th century, the bum's rush returned to favor. For your purposes, Mr. Barco, I would recommend heartily the following technique. With the right hand, firmly grasp the person guilty of the hijinks. Pretend to help him on with his overcoat. When you are once in position, say to yourself, away we go, and give him the works. When ejecting married couples, the lady takes off first, and the husband joins her on the sidewalk immediately after. If you feel you are really losing your grip, send for my pamphlet, The Art of Bums Rushing, and you will soon get a good hold on yourself. Get it? Ha, 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 Mr. Barco. If you, too, have a problem weighing you down, ladies and gentlemen, why not send it to me on a postcard? And I shall be happy to take it off your hands, even as I have taken these drones from Mr. Barco's hands tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled Hypana, night, spelled Salapatica. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
Mr. Bartender, is my father in there?
Get away from them swinging doors.
Weather report.
March will go out like a lamb.
Stock market advice.
Hold on to your rubber checks for a long pull.
And music.
Every girl and young woman in the United States will want to hear this program next Wednesday night, April the 4th, because that's the night when the makers of Ipana toothpaste are going to announce the complete details of a dental charm contest. Winners of the first 3 prizes will receive free trips to the Chicago World's Fair this summer. And the first prize winner will be the official dental charm girl of the Century of Progress, 1934. Hear the Hour of Smiles again next week for the inimitable comedy of Fred Allen or the superb music of Lenny Hayton and his friends. The first 3 prizes will receive free trips to the Chicago World's Fair this summer. And the first prize winner will be the official dental charm girl of the Century of Progress, 1934. Hear the Hour of Smiles again next week for the inimitable comedy of Fred Allen or the superb music of Lenny Hayton and his friends.
There's nothing quite like them on television. The Bradfords, not your typical family of 8 children.
I don't wear nightgowns anymore, Daddy.
They'll make you laugh one minute.
I forgot to kiss you goodnight.
And cry the next. Just like your own family. 8 is enough right after Happy Days in Laverne and Shirley.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, a transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Miss Kitty?
Hello.
I'm Ben Tennis, Miss Kitty.
Well, sit down, Ben.
Oh, thanks.
I seen you around.
I don't get to town often. Ma keeps pretty tight rein on us.
Who's us?
Me and Andy. He's my kid brother.
Oh.
We run a ranch down on Crooked Creek. Ma owns it, of course.
Just the three of you, huh?
Yeah, Pa's dead. I wanted to tell you who I am so you wouldn't think I meant nothing wrong.
About what?
A fella told me you brought him luck once, gambling.
That's silly.
Maybe, but I wish you'd try it. Please, Miss Kitty.
You want to buy me some chips?
Sure will, if you'll sit by my brother over there.
Oh, it's for him.
Yeah, Andy's kind of hot-headed, ma'am, and he's been losing.
I don't want to get mixed up in any fight.
Oh, there won't be any trouble. But you might change his luck. Please, Miss Kitty.
Sounds to me like you still got this kid brother of yours on a bottle. But you seem like a nice fella, Ben. I'll go.
Gee, thanks, Miss Kitty.
Which table?
I'll show you.
How many cards?
How many chips will you want?
I was kidding. I'll just sit and watch.
Well, could I buy you a drink?
Later, maybe.
Well, that's Andy with the red hair.
Wait till I finish his hand before I sit down.
Okay.
There's my money. I'm calling you.
That's him. That's Andy.
I hope you got a good hand this time, young fella. Stop calling me young fella. My name's Andy. Okay, Andy. Nobody's prodding you. You, Ben. What do you got? 5 little hearts. All blue. How could you have 5 hearts? Well, they were dealt out right out of the deck, Andy. Sure, and you dealt them, didn't you? Now, what do you mean by that? I ain't won a hand yet. You know what I mean. Easy now, young fella. That's the last time you're going to say that, mister. I'm not armed. You better be. Andy, stop it! He thinks he can cheat me because I'm a kid. Put that gun away. Not till I use it. Why, you're crazy. All right, now stand back, everybody. Keep away from me. You're killing him, Andy. You stay back, too, Ben. You've done enough shooting. Put that gun away. He was cheating me, wasn't he? No. But even if he was, there's no cause to kill a man. He wasn't even armed, Andy. Well, what do I care? All right, hold it. Here's Marshal Dillon, Andy. Don't you try nothing now.
Evening, Ben.
Marshal.
What are you doing with a gun in your hand, Andy?
I killed one man with it, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. All right, drop it. Drop it right on the floor.
No.
You know, one man's enough, Andy. You're scared now, aren't you? Scared half to death.
I ain't scared.
You're so scared you couldn't shoot if you tried. Now, give me the gun. There. You shouldn't have been carrying it in the first place.
Don't talk to me
Okay, it's too late for talk anyway. Chester,
Yes, sir.
lock him up.
Yes, sir. Start walking, Andy. Right in front of me. Come on.
You have to lock him up, Marshal.
He murdered a man, Ben. Kitty, you witnessed this, didn't you?
I never saw anything like it, Matt. The dealer wasn't even armed. He told him so. That kid must be crazy. It was almost like he had to kill somebody. Nothing could have stopped him.
He hates people telling him how young he is.
If you ask me, he hates people.
It's Ma. She's always made a baby out of him. Well, I better go tell her about this.
I don't know her, Ben, but don't get her hopes up. Andy hasn't got much chance.
Ma's a strong-headed woman, Marshal. She can be pretty fierce.
Andy murdered a man. He's going to stand trial for it.
Maybe. But, Marshal, I sure don't envy you none. You don't know it, but you're in for real trouble now.
Never has a cigarette received such an enthusiastic welcome or won such a smashing success in so little time as L&M filters.
Why are L&M sales soaring higher every day?
Because it's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
The result? You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. A light and mild smoke.
Join the trend to L&M. Like thousands, you'll say,
This is it, L&M filters. This is it,
light and mild.
but much more flavor. L&M filters, much less nicotine, light and mild.
L&M, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Well, how's the prisoner this morning, Chester?
Kindly hard to tell, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what do you mean?
Or he won't say nothing. He won't even look at you. I took him some bread and some coffee, and he wouldn't touch it. He's just sitting there on the floor, getting cold. The coffee, I mean, not the bread. The bread is just as cold to begin
All
with.
right, Chester, all right. Anyway, you won't be here long. I'm trying to fix it so you'll get a trial real soon.
I wish he'd done his darn killing someplace else. I don't like a man that won't even eat his breakfast. Makes me feel... Oh, my goodness, looky here.
Marshal Dillon,
Yes, ma'am?
my name's Denis.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, ma'am?
I didn't come here for no socializing.
What's the shotgun for, Miss Dennis?
To put people where cold weather won't bother them. I sleep with his shotgun, Marshal. Carried it ever since I was 18. But I didn't come here to talk about that either.
You came to see your boy Andy, huh?
Ben says Andy killed a man.
He did, Miss Dennis.
You're holding him for murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Going to try him
He'll be tried.
and hung, I suppose.
That depends on the judge, Miss Dennis.
Andy ain't got much of a case, from what Ben tells me.
He's young. The judge might take that into
What's
consideration.
the judge care? Ain't his son.
I'm sorry, Miss Dennis.
There's been one too many hangings in my family already.
What?
The boy's father, Marshal. They took Mr. Tennis and hung him just before Andy was born.
Oh.
I worked the ranch best I could, and I raised them two boys all alone. Nobody helped me at all. I did it.
Tell me, why did they hang your husband?
They said he killed a man.
Miss Dennis, you said Ben told you about what happened last night.
He told me Andy's guilty. But Andy ain't going to hang, Marshal. Why you think I come here? I got my buggy outside, and Andy's leaving with me.
No, Miss Dennis.
Shut up.
Look, why don't you put the shotgun down, huh?
Either one of you scratch for your guns, and I'll blow you to heaven, Marshal. Hear that, Chester?
Yes, ma'am, I ain't doing a thing.
Good. I ain't afraid of dying. And I ain't afraid of killing, neither. Chester, you go get Andy and bring him in here.
Well, Mr. Dillon?
Do what she says, Chester.
Any tricks, and I'll shoot the marshal, Chester.
I won't try nothing.
This isn't going to do any good, Miss Dennis.
It's going to keep Andy from hanging.
Well, I'm going to find him sooner or later, you know.
That's where I got you beat, Marshal. Andy ain't going to run.
What?
He's going to stay on the ranch, right in the house. Anybody comes after him, they're going to have to fight me.
Fight you? You think that'll make a man out of him?
You think the hangman would?
Here he is.
Hello, Ma.
You young fool. What'd you have to go kill a man for?
Now, Ma.
Shut up. The buggy's outside. Go get in it.
Sure, Ma.
And Marshal, don't think you're going to shoot him while we're driving out of town.
I don't shoot unarmed men, Miss Dennis.
He ain't a coward. He's got a bad temper, but he ain't a coward.
What would you call hiding behind a woman's skirts?
I'm his ma, ain't I?
What difference does that make?
You'll find out if you don't leave him alone.
Okay, so long, Miss Dennis.
So long, Marshal.
Chester and I stood helplessly at the window and watched Miss Denis and Andy drive out of town. And as we did, I began to wonder how I'd ever get him back into jail, short of shooting his mother. Her idea of keeping him right by her side and not letting him run was a good one, but I figured even he'd get tired of that sooner or later. So after sitting around Dodge being laughed at for a week, Chester and I rode out to see if Andy was still on the ranch.
Well, there's the house, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see nobody around.
Maybe they're inside.
I wish I was inside something. That woman's got a bead on me right now. I can just feel it.
Chester, look over there. Under that cottonwood by the barn there.
Well, that's her, Mr. Dillon. What in the world's she doing, digging?
Yeah, it looks like it. No, she's seen us. Now, there's that shotgun again.
Oh, my God.
Put your hands in the air, Chester. Sure, we're friendly.
Okay, but it just makes me a better target.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
I wanted to talk to you, Miss Denis.
About Andy?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to him, too.
You're too late, Marshal.
He gone?
He's dead.
What?
This here's his grave. I just buried him.
Well, what happened?
What difference it make? He's dead.
How did he die, Miss Denis?
Why don't you leave me be, Marshal? You can't hang him now. Go on back to Dodge.
Miss Denis, I know how you feel, and I hate to ask you this, but I'm going to have to see the body before I can make a report.
Anybody goes digging in that grave, I'll kill him.
What happened, Miss Denis?
All right, I'll tell you. Ben talked Andy into giving himself up and standing trial, and he's gonna do it. But I wouldn't allow that. No son of mine's gonna hang.
You're saying that you killed him?
I killed him. I'd rather he died that way than see him hang.
Where's Ben?
Gone. I run him off. Ain't never coming back. Both my sons are gone now, Marshal. For good.
Miss Denis.
You're gonna arrest me, ain't you?
You've confessed to a murder.
They won't hang a woman, will they?
No.
Okay. You can arrest me. But I ain't coming to town till tomorrow.
Well, if you'd like to kind of pack up or
I
whatever...
don't want you waiting around here. I'll come to Dodge by myself. Either you trust me, Marshal, or I won't come at all.
Okay, Miss Denis. You come in tomorrow. Come on, let's go, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, that woman is crazy. She'll do anything. I don't see how you can trust her.
She'll show up, Chester.
You really think so?
I'm sure of it. And when she does, she's in for a big surprise.
Oh, you want me to go get my chessboard, Matt?
No, Doc. I don't feel like playing right now, I don't think.
Oh, you don't? Well, I thought it might help kind of kill time.
I'm not worried, Doc. She'll show up, all right.
Oh, she will? Why should she, Matt? Why should anybody walk in and give up on a murder charge?
Well, Ma Denis is a little different from most people, Doc. Like Ben told me, she can be pretty fierce.
Oh, I know she can. You know, I remember one time a horse pitched her into some wire, and it cut her up bad all over. I had to sew that woman up from one end to the other. And she never even blinked. She just lay there, looking kind of mad about it.
She's got her own mind, I'll say that. Even if she is wrong most of the time.
Well, she always has been wrong about Andy. I tried to tell her that once. And you know what she did?
What?
She just looked at me, never said a word, stared me right out of the house. Oh, it made me feel like a fool.
She's made me feel like a fool, too, Doc.
Yeah, but what can you do? You can't fight women, Matt.
No, but sometimes you can outsmart them, maybe.
I don't know. Oh, by golly, here she is.
What are you doing here, Doc?
Nothing, Mrs. Tennis. I was just chatting with the marshal. I was just killing a little time here.
Gossiping, huh? Sitting around telling lies when you ought to be working. The trouble with you city folks.
Oh, now, Dodge isn't exactly what you'd call a city, Mrs. Tennis.
I didn't come here to argue about that. You gonna lock me up, Marshal?
No, Miss Tennis, I'm not.
What?
Well, I got to thinking. I made a mistake yesterday. I can't send you up for trial.
What are you talking about? Why can't you?
Well, there's no witness. You say you killed Andy, but that's not enough for a court of law. There's got to be somebody else to testify that you did it.
I never heard of no such thing.
No, it's in the book. That's the way the law works. Of course, if you hadn't run Ben off, he'd be a witness. But I can't go chasing him all over the country.
You'll never find him. Said he's going all the way to California.
Well, then I got no case against you. I'll only get in trouble for wasting the court's time. You might as well go on back home, Miss Tennant.
You trying to fool me, Marshal?
No, the case is closed. I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do about it. Unless Ben shows up sometime.
Ben's gone, I told you.
Well, as long as he is, you're free.
Why didn't you tell me this yesterday?
I'm sorry, Miss Tennis. I guess I wasn't thinking too good yesterday.
You get out and do a little work instead of sitting around this office jawing with Doc Adams. You might get to thinking better.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe you're right, ma'am.
I'm going now. So long.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Tennis. Matt.
Yeah.
I never heard anything so crazy. What were you telling her?
It doesn't matter, Doc, as long as she believes it.
Well, what are you trying to do anyway?
I'm trying to catch a murderer, Doc.
You don't think she did it?
No, I don't. But I'll find out who did. Real soon now.
L&M filters are sweeping the country.
L&M, the filter tip cigarette everyone's talking about. Everyone's changing to.
For example, Maurice Evans told us, "My doctor suggested L&M filters. I recommend them to you as the best."
Patricia Morrison wrote, "I'm so glad I changed to L&M filters, because here's a filter cigarette that really tastes the way a cigarette should."
And John Robert Powers says, "I'm convinced L&M's Miracle Tip is the ultimate in filters."
Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Join the trend to L&M.
King size or regular, both at the same low price.
I didn't follow Miss Tennis home that night. I left her alone. All that night and the next day. But along toward evening, Chester and I rode out of Dodge, and soon after dark, we were close enough to the ranch to turn our horses loose, hide our saddles, and walk the rest of the way. There was a light in the house, but all we could see was Miss Tennis. She was alone. So we crept into the barn and sat on and waited. We waited until Almost midnight.
Maybe she wasn't lying, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he did leave the country.
Well, I've been wrong before, Chester.
Oh, no, sir, I didn't mean that. I meant... Well, what I meant was...
If he doesn't ride in here tonight or tomorrow night or sometime, then I was wrong again.
Yes, sir.
Now, we're going to wait here till we starve if we have to.
Oh, my goodness, don't talk about eating. I ain't even had my supper.
Quiet. Listen.
It's a horse, Mr. Dillon. Must be him.
Yeah. Well, he won't leave his horse outside. He'll bring him in here. Get back in one of those stalls, Chester. And don't do any shooting unless he gets me. All right, hurry now.
Yes, sir.
All right, I got him, Chester. Get his horse inside.
Yes, sir. You hurt him bad, Mr. Dillon?
No, you'll be all right in a minute. I got his guns, though.
Well, Mr. Dillon, that ain't Ben. It's Andy.
Yeah, I know.
I thought he was dead.
She wouldn't shoot Andy, Chester, never. That's what was wrong with her story from the beginning.
Well, then, that's Ben's grave out there. Him and Andy must have had a fight.
Yeah, I guess so. But by making me think it was Andy and that she'd killed him, Andy would be free. Nobody's going to go hunting for a dead man.
And she was willing to go to jail for it.
Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
Nobody's going to shoot you, Andy. Now keep your voice down. Now get on your feet. Come on, stand up.
Marshal Dillon. Chester.
We've been waiting for you, Andy.
I didn't kill him. I didn't do it.
I think you did. I think Ben threatened to bring you back to jail himself, and you shot him for it.
No, Ma killed him. She told you she did it. Why'd you turn her loose anyway?
Because I didn't believe her. You should have run when you had the chance, Andy.
I got nothing to run for.
Well, it doesn't matter if you admit killing Ben or not. You're going to be tried for murdering that gambler in Dodge.
Andy.
It's Miss Denis.
Andy.
Well, all right, answer her, Andy. Go on.
Ma?
What are you doing in that salon? I heard you ride up.
I'll tell her to come in.
Come help me, Ma.
Oh, I hope she ain't got that shotgun.
I'll grab it if she has. All right, get Andy back out of the way, Chester.
Over here, Andy.
Hello, Miss Denis.
Marshal Dillon.
All right, bring him over here, Chester. She's unarmed.
You got Andy.
Yeah, I got him. And I'm going to keep him.
Ma?
What you have to ride in here for?
They're going to take me to jail, Ma.
I'm taking him to jail. Chester's going to stay here and keep an eye on you for a few hours, Miss Denis. And I'm not taking Andy to Dodge for you to walk in with your shotgun, either.
Where are you taking him?
He can be tried anywhere.
He'll be hung, won't he?
I told you before, that's not for me to decide.
He'll be hung. Marshal, you taking him now?
Yeah.
Can I talk to him a minute?
Okay. But don't try to make a break for it. It won't do any good.
Come on, Andy.
Sure, Ma.
Well, that's the most no-good kid I ever saw. Willing to let his ma go to jail for him.
We got him now, Chester. And you keep her here as long as you can. Sit on her if you have to.
Well, how far are you taking him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Abilene, maybe, or...
What, Mr. Dillon?
Hold still.
I ain't gonna shoot you, Marshal. Here's my gun.
All right, come on, Chester.
Oh, she killed him, Mr. Dillon. She had a shotgun hid out in there.
You beat me, Marshal. You beat me this time.
I sure was wrong about you, Miss Dennis.
I had to kill him. I couldn't see him hang.
The only reason I'm out here now is because I was sure you'd never do this. Yeah, I was real wrong about you, wasn't I? I didn't outsmart you after all.
You gonna put me in jail?
Yeah. Yeah, Miss Dennis, this time I'm gonna put you in jail.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Filter smokers, whether you like a long cigarette or a regular-sized smoke, it's my opinion that your best bet is an L&M filter. Because only L&Ms give you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Enjoy L&M's light and mild smoke. Either way, king size or regular. Both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Lee Millar, Sam Edwards, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Pardon me, what kind of dog food does your dog eat?
Young fella, there's two things I know. Checkers and dogs. Dogs like canned dog food. Especially Herman here.
Do you think he'd like Gaines burgers?
Well, he might.
Yeah, leave this to me. Dogs like food that's moist and meaty.
But Gaines burgers are moist and meaty, see?
Go ahead, but...
And they taste terrific.
And you don't know nothing about Checkers, neither.
Gaines burgers dog food. The canned dog food without the can.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with In Old Chicago from the picture of the same name. Probably every woman listening to this program has heard her family say, "Can't we have something different for dinner tonight?" Well, you can always have something different when you keep a supply of Jell-O on your pantry shelf. For Jell-O is the one dessert that families don't get tired of because there are so many flavors to choose from and so many tempting ways to serve them. One look at Jell-O, one taste of that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor tells you that here's a swell treat. It has a fresh, real fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dessert a triumph. And now that summer's almost here, you'll be using it a lot for salads, too, combined with fruits or crisp, fresh vegetables. There are recipe suggestions on every package, but be sure to get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Ask your grocer tomorrow for the one and only Jell-O. That was an old Chicago played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, put on your carpet slippers, move your chairs up to the fireplace, and throw the radio on the fire, because here comes Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through a lot of smoke. And, Don, I must admit that was a very funny introduction, but I guess I'm just not in the mood for it. And incidentally, if I happen to be a little bit irritable and nervous tonight, you'll have to excuse me.
Why? What's the matter with you, Jack?
Well, Don, I've been on a very strict diet for about a week now, and it's kind of getting on my nerves.
Oh, a diet? Well, now, that's something new for you, isn't it?
Yes, since I've been doing well. Yes. But, you see, Don, I'm starting my new picture next week, and Paramount insists that I take off some weight.
Oh, I see. Well, just what are you allowed to eat, Jack?
Well, for breakfast, I have orange juice, and for lunch and dinner, I have nothing but green salads. I've eaten so much lettuce lately, rabbits follow me down the street. And all because I have to make a movie.
Well, that is pretty tough.
I'll say it is. But, Don, I told Paramount that I'd stick to the diet for the first part of the picture. But when I get to the love scenes, I gotta have raw meat. You know, Don, I'll never go through this again. Believe me.
Say, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I had an uncle that was on a diet of nothing but soup, and he lost 23 pounds in 1 week.
Nothing but soup. Say, he must have had a lot of willpower, huh?
Yeah, and besides that, my aunt hit his teeth.
Oh, hit his teeth. Well, no wonder, huh?
But you know, Jack, she never should have hit him in the Frigidaire.
Why not?
After he got him back, they chattered for a month.
Well, never mind your uncle. My diet is really doing me some good. Can't you notice any difference in me, Mary?
Well, your hair is much thinner.
That's not what I meant. Anyway, my hair isn't thin. It's just the way I got it parted.
You should have a part that big in your new picture.
Well, don't worry about me. I'm only the leading man, that's all.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I understand they're going to make this picture of yours in Technicolor. Is that right?
No, Don, they're not. I had tests made in Technicolor, but it didn't work out very well.
Why? What happened?
Well, due to a peculiar pigment in my skin, I photographed plaid. With a face like that, I'd have to get Annie Laurie for my leading lady.
Well, who is going to be your leading lady, Jack? Has anyone been selected yet?
Yes, Don, it's Joan Bennett. We had our first rehearsal yesterday, and I want to tell you she is beautiful. Gee, I was so excited working with her.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, Mary was there. I couldn't remember a line, could I, Mary?
No, and she couldn't remember your name.
She could, too. She only called me Hey You once. Now, believe me, as soon as I saw Joan Bennett, I didn't mind going on this diet. She's worth it. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hello, Plaid Face.
All right, Phil. Now, don't you start in. I got other troubles.
I know, Jack. I heard you talking about your diet. And I wouldn't go through that for all the pictures in the world.
No, you wouldn't, eh?
No, sir. You know what I just had for dinner?
What?
My mother fixed me a heap of southern fried chicken with hot biscuits and gravy. And the fluffiest mashed potatoes I ever tasted.
Yeah?
And then I had corn on the cob with melted butter just oozing out of it.
Yeah? Oh, boy.
Stop drooling, Jack.
I'm not drooling, huh?
Tell her what we had for dessert, Phil.
Oh, were you there, Don?
Yes, sir, and Phil's mother prepared a bowl of Jell-O that was a production.
A production? Well,
yes, sir. She had raspberry Jell-O on the bottom, and then a layer of sliced bananas, and on top of that, a combination of cherry, lemon, and lime that was the most beautiful sight you ever saw.
Well, I must admit that was a marvelous meal, but the way you guys eat is disgraceful. Even when I could eat all I wanted, I never made a pig of myself.
Not much.
Well, I didn't.
Go on, I saw you in a cafeteria one day with a caddy.
I had a club steak. Now, let's not mention food anymore. There must be something else we can talk about.
Hello, Kenny.
That's my line. Hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Now, look, Kenny, you just got here, so before you say anything, I want to warn you about something.
What is it, Jack?
Well, now, don't do anything silly tonight to upset me because I'm not feeling well. I'm very nervous and irritable and jumpy and jittery.
Gee, you ought to go on a diet.
Kenny, that's the whole trouble. I am on a diet.
You are?
Yes.
Wouldn't I make a lousy doctor?
Kenny, I wish that next Sunday you'd just come in singing. Now, if you want to make me feel good and forget my diet, go ahead and sing your song.
Okay. Here, hold my chocolate bar.
Oh, all right. What's the use? I'm not going to hold out any longer. Yum, yum. Sing, Kenny. Oh, boy, this is good.
Love light in the starlight with you. Silver stars are glowing in the jungle night. Golden waves are breaking on the shore. This is like so many other jungle nights, yet I have never felt this way before. Why is the sky an ocean of blue? There's love light in the starlight with you. Why is your kiss a thrill that is new? There's love light in the starlight with you. How many moons have passed with never a dream to guide me? At last I have my love beside me. I fell in love. What else could I do? There's love light in the starlight with you.
That was Kenny Baker singing Love Light in the Starlight from the picture Jungle Love. And, Kenny, I don't have to tell you that it was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Now, Kenny, that sounded very hammy and also in very poor taste. You never see me pat myself on the back.
You can't. You got rheumatism.
I have not. I might have a little shooting pain once in a while, but that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, tonight for our feature attraction, the Benny Chautauqua Players will present their version of Mark Twain's great novel of American youth, recently brought to the screen by David O. Selznick. None other than that immortal classic, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Thank you, and go away. Now, in our production, I will, of course, enact the title role. That is, I will be Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer?
Of course, that lovable, freckle-faced, barefoot little boy. No kidding, Mary. Can't you just picture me as Tom Sawyer?
Yes, if George Arliss is Huckleberry Finn.
Now, that's silly. Imagine George Arliss running around in his bare feet.
Gee, that would be some scandal.
No doubt. But no kidding, fellas, I love to play this part because, well, when I was a kid, I was just like Tom Sawyer. I used to play hooky from school and go swimming in the old swimming hole. Ah, those were the days. Of course, the nights were kind of dull, you know. But I'll bet none of you fellas have the real childhood memories that I have.
I don't know about that, Jack. I had a lot of fun when I was a kid.
Oh, go on, Phil. You weren't a real outdoor country boy like I was. I bet you were teacher's pet.
I would if she would.
That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the kind of kids that Mark Twain wrote about. And that was me. I was a real Tom Sawyer. I had rosy cheeks, big blue eyes, and long curls way down to my shoulders.
You weren't Tom Sawyer. You were Shirley Temple.
Well, I was talented, if that's what you mean. Anyway, there's no use getting sentimental around this bunch.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I love all this reminiscing. Well, I can remember how limber I was when I was a kid. You know, in those days, I could bend over and touch the floor with my hands.
Well, you can do that now, can't you, Don?
Yes, but I can't get up.
Oh, then I wouldn't reminisce if I were you. But it is fun, though, isn't it?
You know, Jack, I'm not as old as you fellas, but I've got my memories, too.
You have, Kenny?
Yeah. Gee, I can remember when I smoked my first cigarette.
Your first cigarette, eh? When was that, Kenny?
Last night. Boy, am I sick.
Oh, well, it serves you right. So a cigarette made you sick, eh?
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have swallowed it when my mother came in the room.
No, that was the wrong move. But you know, fellas, in all this talk, we've overlooked the biggest thrill of all, and it came to every one of us.
What's that, Jack?
Will you ever forget the day when we got our first pair of long pants?
Yeah.
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 I pass.
Mary. Well, that's enough chatter about our childhood days. Now, getting back to our play, I will be Tom Sawyer, and Phil, you're going to be Sid Sawyer, my half-brother.
I ain't gonna be no fraction.
You're going to be what I say, and if you remember the picture, Phil, you're a little tattletale and a sissy.
I object.
Now, don't spoil the plot. Now, Mary, you play the part of Becky Thatcher, my little sweetheart. Kenny, you'll be Skinny Baker. And Don, let's see, what do we call you? What did they call you when you were a kid, Don?
Puddinhead.
That's it. Puddinhead Wilson. Well, we're all set now, except for one of the most important characters in our play. Who can we get to be Huckleberry Finn?
Hiya, Buck!
Why, Andy Devine, you couldn't have come in at a better time. No fooling. You're just the type we need for Huckleberry Finn.
Now, wait a minute, Buck. Is that a dignified part?
Why?
Well, I gotta be careful now. You see, I was just elected mayor of Van Nuys.
Oh, that's right. You are the mayor. I read about it in the papers. Congratulations, Andy. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Andy. How do you feel being
That's
mayor?
on the level, folks. He really is mayor of Van Nuys. And you know, Andy, that's quite an honor. Huh?
Yeah, Ma says it's just a question of time now till I'm in the White House.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
My friends...
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Don't rush things. Huh? And say, now that you're mayor of Van Nuys, I suppose you're going to make your paw chief of police.
No, I'll be satisfied if I can just get him out of jail.
Well, you're the boss now. Say, Andy, I bet there was a lot of excitement around the old farm, wasn't there?
I'll say there was. You know that hen I got that ain't laid an egg in over 4 years?
Yeah?
Well, when the news of my election came in, she hit the jackpot.
The jackpot? Good heavens, how many eggs did she lay?
I don't know, Buck. She ain't stopped yet.
Still all right, Andy. We'll settle down now and get ready for our play. We're going to do it right after Phil's number.
Okay, Buck.
And while you're at it, wipe that lipstick off your face. Where'd you get it?
Well, you know us politicians, Buck, we got to kiss a few babies.
That's right. That's right. Yes, sir. Play, Phil. We sure got a high-class program today. Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, folks, as our play happens to be very long, we are going to present it in 2 installments. Tonight, we will offer Chapter 1 in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Take it, Phil. And now come with us to the sleepy little hamlet of St. Petersburg, Missouri. A lazy, peaceful river town, nestled on the banks of the mighty Mississippi. It is a bright spring morning many years ago. The sun is up. Aunt Polly is up. Everybody's up. And even eggs are 80 cents a dozen. As the curtain rises, we are in the home of Aunt Polly just before breakfast. Curtain. Music.
Tom Sawyer, get up, you lazy boy. Time for breakfast. Hurry up now.
All right, Aunt Polly. I'll be down just as soon as I finish this dream.
Dream? What are you dreaming about?
Myrna Loy at the age of 6.
Now you stop dreaming and come down here this minute.
Okay.
Goodbye, Myrna.
I'll be right down.
Drat that boy. He's enough to give a body conniption. He gets into more trouble than any child in this town.
I'm a good boy, ain't I, Aunt Polly?
Yes, you are, Sidney. You're always so neat and clean and tidy.
Got pretty hair, too.
You sure have. Now, Tom Sawyer, you come down here this minute or you won't get me breakfast.
Oh, boy, I'm starved. Here I come, Aunt Polly. Oh, I always fall down these steps. But I don't care. I can take it. Good morning, Aunt Polly.
You certainly got dressed fast enough.
Well, I was hungry.
Good morning, Brother Tom.
Good morning, Brother Rat. You put lard on those steps, and I ought to slug you.
You let me alone now, Aunt Polly, Aunt Polly.
Aunt Polly, Aunt Polly. You big baby.
Now stop this quarreling, children, and let's have our breakfast. Tom, did you wash your hands?
Yes, ma'am, I washed them.
Then take off your gloves and sit down.
Some gloves, they got fingernails on them.
Oh, shut up, you little squealer. I'll take a poke at you. You're lucky Aunt Polly is here.
And you're lucky this is a play.
That's so. Gee, I'm hungry. What do we got for breakfast, Aunt Polly? I mean, what do we got for breakfast, Aunt Polly?
Here's yours, Sidney. Here's some hot cakes with sausages, coffee, and cinnamon buns.
Thanks, Aunt Polly.
And, Tom, here's some orange juice for you.
Darn my diet. I'm starved, too.
Now eat quickly, children, or you'll be late for school.
Eat quickly. I'm going to steal a hot cake from you, Sidney.
You do, and I'll tell Paramount.
Why, you little...
Now, children, stop fighting. Sidney, please pass me the crackers.
What was that, Aunt Polly?
Pass me the crackers.
What?
Polly wants a cracker. Ha, ha, ha! Ouch. I thought it was funny.
There's the first bell. Hurry, children, or you'll be late for school.
I don't care if I am. Ouch again. Gee whiz.
Now get along to school. Tom, where are your books?
In my pants. I thought you were going to hit me there. Well, I'm going. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Sidney, dear.
Goodbye, Aunt Polly.
Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Gee, but you're cute. I ought to sock you.
Now, don't you hit me, Tom Sawyer. I'll scream.
Children, you'll be late.
Gee, I hate school. I wish I didn't have to go.
You never go anyway. You and that Huckleberry Finn are always playing hooky.
Well, don't let me catch you snitching, and I'll give you a good kick in the shins. Oh, look who's coming down the street on his bicycle.
Hello, Tom. Hello, Sid. Hello, Puddinhead.
Say, Puddinhead, your bicycle tires are flat.
They'll be all right when I get off.
Yeah, I wished I had a bicycle.
Me too.
Oh, you always want what I want. I ought to give you a good punch in the nose, you little copycat.
I'm getting sick of this. Take off your coat.
Quiet. Gee whiz. Oh, hello, Mrs. Newton.
Oh, good morning, my little men.
Little men yet, huh?
Good morning, Mrs. Newton.
Well, Thomas, I can see by the look on your face that you're on your way to school.
Could have been a toothache, you know, you old battle axe.
Well...
Oh, Tom, you ought to be ashamed of yourself talking that way to Mrs. Newton. She'll be awfully mad.
Wait till she finds out I set fire to her bustle. Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, fellows.
You coming along to school?
I don't have to go to school. I got the measles.
The measles? Oh, yeah. Look at those red spots all over your face. Can I touch them?
You can eat them, too. They're ketchup.
I cannot. It's fattening. Doggone, I wish I had the measles. I never have any luck.
Hey, Tom! Tom! Oh, that's that bad boy, Huckleberry Finn.
Hiya, Huck. Where you going?
Down to the swimming hole. You want to come along?
I haven't got a bathing suit.
Bathing suit? What's that?
Oh, that's right. We never swim formal. I'll see you after school, Huck, and we'll go fishing.
All right, drop by the city hall and pick me up.
Okay, so long, Your Honor.
Fishing, eh? I'm going to tell Aunt Polly.
You do, and I'll tie knots in your curls. Let me tell you another thing, Sid Sawyer.
Hey, Tom,
What?
here comes your girl, Becky Thatcher.
Oh, yeah. Gee, she's pretty. Wish I'd washed my neck.
Tommy loves Becky. Tommy loves
Now,
Becky.
you cut it out. Now, get away from me, you little pest, or I'll give it
Oh, Aunt Polly, Aunt Polly.
I got rid of him. Hello, Becky. Can I walk to school with you?
Yes, Tommy, you can.
Gee, thanks.
But I shouldn't even talk to you, Tom Sawyer. You promised to take me to the medicine show last night, and you didn't do it.
Well, I'll take you tonight. It's even better. You know who's playing there?
Who?
Jack Benny and his violin. You want to hear him?
Yeah, let's get some ripe tomatoes and go.
Oh, that'll be fun. Say, Becky,
What?
give me a kiss, will you?
No, I won't.
Oh, come on. It ain't nothing.
I will not, Tom Sawyer.
Oh, come on. Give me a kiss. It ain't nothing.
Oh, all right.
Well, how was that?
You were right. It ain't nothing.
Well, gee, I'm only 9 years old. And now we're engaged. Isn't it great, Becky? Gee, I'm all excited.
Yeah, look at your toupee jumping up and down.
Oh, yes. I've been looking for that frog all day. Be quiet, Sherman. Well, anyway, Becky, you kissed me, so we're engaged to be married.
But, Tommy, I can't marry you. You're so poor.
Don't worry. I'm going to get a job in the movies, and I'll have a lot of money when I grow up.
Oh, yeah? I know another kid who thought that.
Yeah. It won't happen to me. Say, who's that boy coming down the street? I never saw him before.
Oh, I know him. He just moved into town.
Who is he?
His name is Freddie Allen.
Freddie Allen, eh? I don't like him even now.
Oh, I think he's awfully cute. Isn't he handsome?
Handsome. He got a face like a mud turtle. I'm going over there and talk to him.
Now, don't you start anything, Tom Sawyer.
Just leave him to me. Hey, you. Is your name Freddie Allen?
Well, sir, if my ears were at my christening, and I think they were, that's my name.
Oh, trying to be smart, eh? Look at you standing there with that big wad of gum in your mouth. I want to take a poke at you.
You'd better not. This gum happens to be chewing tobacco.
I don't care if it is. You want to fight?
No, it's not nice to fight.
Oh, it's not, eh? Come on, knock this chip off my shoulder.
Now, I told you I don't want any trouble.
Well, if you don't do it, I'll give you a sock in the nose anyway.
You leave me alone now, or I'll tell your Aunt Polly.
Oh, so you're a squealer as well as a coward, eh?
Tommy, leave him alone.
Take off your coat, you little fraidy cat. I'm going to let you have it.
You leave me alone now. I didn't do anything to you.
Oh, no. I heard what you said last Wednesday night. Take that.
Ow!
And that.
Oh!
And that.
You leave me alone now, you big bully. Aunt Polly. Aunt Polly. Aunt Polly.
Look at him run down the street. That was Alan as a kid, folks, and he hasn't changed a bit.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Will Tom Sawyer marry Becky? Will Freddie Allen stop crying? Will Mark Twain ever forgive us? Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil. If you want to taste the grandest chocolate ice cream you ever dipped a spoon into, ice cream with a wonderful homemade richness, here's the way to do it. Make it with Jell-O freezing mix, and believe me, you have something to smack your lips over. For Jell-O freezing mix gives you chocolate ice cream that's smooth, rich, and real chocolatey. For that chocolate flavor is made by Walter Baker and Company, and they've been making fine chocolate for 150 years. And it's not only swell ice cream, but it's so easy to make that anybody can make it. Just open a can of Jell-O freezing mix, add milk and some whipped cream, and pour into the freezing tray of your refrigerator. Stir only once while it's freezing and take out 6 servings of delicious homemade ice cream. Chocolate will be one of your favorites, but you'll like all 6 luscious flavors. Maple walnut, real vanilla, and fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juices. Strawberry, orange, pineapple, and tutti frutti. So smooth, so rich, you'll always want more. So easy to make, you can always have more. Ask your grocer for Jell-O freezing mix and have chocolate ice cream for dessert tomorrow. Remember the name, Jell-O freezing mix.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I missed my big chance last time. Angie, I'm not going to miss it again. There it is!
That's the Athena 2000 electronic machine by Singer. It's $100 off. Push these buttons. It sews 25 stitches. Beautiful. Even measures buttons and makes buttonholes to fit in one step. If you missed your chance last time, the big Singer sale is back.
Hey, Debbie, if you was my mother, what would you think of your son now, huh?
Oh.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Frank Craven, William Holden, Martha Scott, Fay Bainter, Beulah Bondi, Thomas Mitchell, Guy Kibbe, and Stuart Irwin in Our Town. Our Town is the famous Pulitzer Prize play which made stage history in New York and will soon be released as a motion picture, a stirring human drama of American life. But before turning the microphone over to our producer, may I remind you that tonight's play is presented by the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle flakes that women everywhere are so enthusiastic about. These days, they're more enthusiastic than ever, because inside that familiar Lux box you all know so well is the wonderful new Quick Lux, just as gentle as ever, and so thrifty because a little goes so far and almost unbelievably fast. In water as cool as your hand, it's 3 times as fast in dissolving as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Get a big box tomorrow and enjoy the instant rich suds you get. They're such perfect care for stockings, underthings, other nice things. For everything safe in plain water. New Quick Lux is really wonderful. It's in the same familiar package, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Many of us who live in big towns reserve a corner of our hearts for some small town. For the schoolhouse on the hill, the elms that line the streets, the sound of old familiar church bells on a Sunday morning. Wherever it is, in Indiana, Idaho, or New Hampshire, each one of us goes back to his hometown tonight as we listen to the play called Our Town. Most of us will feel right at home in our town because it contains at least part of everybody's story, of growing up and falling in love, and making a living, and all the things that make up our own absorbing everyday drama. We may not think it's very dramatic when it happens to us, but perhaps that's why playwrights like Fountain Wilder were born, to show us the living, breathing drama of our own everyday lives. And, well, maybe that's why Our Town won the Pulitzer Prize, and why it's been on our schedule ever since the night I saw it on the stage. We have the same stars you'll see in Sol Lesser's screen production of Our Town, which United Artists will release in the next few weeks, a motion picture worthy of the play. You know, it's really your loyalty to Lux Flakes that makes this theater possible with plays like Our Town. And Lux Flakes is right on the job in your own town every day. In fact, it's one of your most useful citizens. As for the leading citizens of Grover's Corners, the play in Our Town, they're Thomas Mitchell and Fay Bainter as Dr. and Mrs. Gibbs, Guy Kibbe and Beulah Bondi as Mr. and Mrs. Webb, William Holden as George Gibbs, and Martha Scott as Emily Webb, Stuart Irwin as Howie Newsom, Virginia Sale as Mrs. Soames, and one you'll meet right away, Frank Craven as Newton Morgan. And now the curtain goes up on Act One of Our Town. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in our program, it's been the usual thing for me to give the locale of our play and attempt to describe a few of the characters. Tonight, however, there's a man standing here beside me who's far better qualified than I am for this chore. After all, he's lived in Grover's Corners all his life, been the druggist there for the last 30 years, and knows every person in the town and every cobblestone on Main Street.
Excuse me, Mr. DeMille, but we don't have cobblestones on Main Street anymore. Did away with that some years ago.
My apologies, Mr. Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Newton Morgan. Will you take over here, Newton?
Thank you. We'll do my best. Well, folks, for the better part of the next hour, just imagine you're in Grover's Corners, New Hampshire. It's just over the line from Massachusetts. Latitude, 42 degrees, 40 minutes. Longitude, 70 degrees, 37 minutes. Now, right there is Main Street. Cutting across Main Street to the left is the railroad tracks. The Congregational Church is over there. Presbyterian's across the street. The Catholic and the Unitarian are up in the next block. The Baptist Church is down on the hollow, by the river. Next to the post office is the town hall. Jail's in the basement. Brian once made a speech right from those very steps. It's a nice town, know what I mean? Nobody very wonderful ever come out of it, so far as we know. First, we'll see a day in our town. Not as it is now in the year 1940, but as it used to be in the year 1901. The date is June 7th, 1901. It's just before dawn. Yeah, just about. The sky is already beginning to show some streaks of light in it over there in the east back of our mountain. The morning star gets wonderful bright the minute before it has to go. The only lights on in the town are in a cottage over by the tracks where a Polish mother's just had twins. And down in the depot where Shorty Hawkins is getting ready to flag the 5:45 for Boston. Yeah, there she is now. That's Howie Newsom's milk wagon coming down Main Street. And that man walking this way, that's Doc Gibbs, coming home from that baby case I was telling you about. Right over there is Doc Gibbs' house. His neighbor across the fence is Editor Webb. Webb publishes the Grover's Corner Sentinel. There's Mrs. Gibbs coming downstairs to get breakfast.
Children, time to get up. George, Rebecca, time to get up.
Mrs. Webb's coming downstairs to get her breakfast, too.
Emily, 7 o'clock. Wally, time to get up.
They'll be coming out now to pick up the milk.
Morning, Howie.
Morning, Miss Gibbs.
Seems like you're late today.
Something went wrong with separator. Don't know what it was.
See you tomorrow, Howie.
Yes, ma'am.
George, Rebecca, get up.
Morning, Miss Webb.
Oh, morning, Mr. Newsom. Ain't you late today?
Something went wrong with separator.
Oh.
Emily, Wally.
Get along, Bessie. Get up. What's the matter with you? No use standing there. The Lockharts will quit taking milk.
Morning, Howie.
Oh, morning, Doc Gibbs.
Bessie been acting up?
She's all mixed up about the route ever since the Lockharts next door stopped taking their quart of milk every day. She wants to leave them a quart just the same. Keeps scolding me the whole trip. Somebody sick, Doc?
A pair of twins over at Mrs. Goroslovsky's.
Twins, huh?
This town's getting bigger every year. Well, morning, Doc.
Morning, Howie. Julia, I'm back.
Everything all right, Frank?
Yes. I declare easy as kittens.
Children, hurry up. George, Rebecca. Sit down, drink your coffee. Catch a couple hours sleep this morning, can't you?
Mrs. Wentworth's coming at 11. Her stomach ain't what it ought to be.
George, Rebecca. I declare, Frank, you got to speak to George. Seems like something's come over him lately. I can't even get him to cut me some wood.
Is he sassy to you?
Oh, no, just whines. All he thinks about is that baseball. George, you'll be late for school.
George, look sharp.
Coming, Pa.
Guess I'll go upstairs and take about 40 winks.
Ma, what dress shall I wear?
I washed and ironed the blue gingham for you, special.
Oh, Ma, I hate that dress.
Hush up with you. You just wear that blue gingham and let that be the end of it.
Well, that's what's going on at the Gibbses. Over at the Webb's place, it's just about the same story.
Now, Wally, Emily, I won't have it. Breakfast just as good as any other meal, and I won't have you gobbling like wolves. Wally, put your book away.
Oh, Ma, by 10 o'clock I got in a all about Canada.
You know the rules well as I do. No books at table. As for me, I'd rather have my children healthy than bright.
Well, I'm both, Mama. You know I am. I'm the brightest girl in school for my age. I have a wonderful memory.
Eat your breakfast, Emily. That first bell will be ringing any second now.
Yes, sir, and there she goes. First bell for school. Kids will all be racing now, looking under the bed for books and generally raising pretty much of a rumpus. But now we're going to skip a few hours. I want you to come along down to the Sentinel office and meet the editor, Mr. Webb. Charlie Webb's the father of Wally and Emily. Emily is the smart girl with a good memory.
Morning, Newton. Morning, folks.
Friends, Editor Webb will tell you something of the political and social side of our town. Editor Webb.
Well, I don't have to tell you that we're run here by a board of selectmen. All males vote at the age of 21. Women vote indirect. Politically, we're 86% Republicans, 6% Democrats, 4% Socialists. Rest indifferent. Religiously, we're 85% Protestants, 12% Catholics. Rest indifferent.
Mr. Webb, how do you spell Goroslowski?
Look in the birth notice file about this same time last year.
Oh, yes?
Very ordinary town, if you ask me, but our young people here seem to like it well enough. A lot of them settle down right here to live, even after they've been away to college. Let's see, I guess that's about all.
Now, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to ask Mr. Webb any questions about our town?
Is there much drinking in Grover's Corners, Mr. Webb?
Well, ma'am, I wouldn't know what you'd call much. Saturday night, the farmhands meet down there at Greenhouse stable and holler some. We got one or two town drunks, but they're always having remorses every time an evangelist comes to town. No, ma'am, I'd say liquor ain't a regular thing in the home here, except in the medicine chest. Right good for snake bites, you know, always was.
Is there no one in town aware of...
What's that, sir?
Is there no one in town aware of social injustice and industrial inequality?
Oh, yes, everybody is. Something terrible. Seems like they spend most of their time talking about who's rich and who's poor.
Then why don't they do something about it?
Well, I don't know. I guess we're all hunting like everybody else for a way the diligent and the sensible can rise to the top and the lazy and quarrelsome sink to the bottom. But it ain't easy to find.
Mr. Webb.
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Webb, is there any culture or love of beauty in Grover's Corners?
Well, ma'am, there ain't much. Not in the sense you mean. There's some girls that play the piano over at the high school commencement, but they ain't happy about it. No, there ain't much culture. Robinson Crusoe and the Bible and Handel's Largo, we all know that. And Whistler's Mother. Those are just about as far as we go.
Mr. Webb.
Well, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry, but we haven't time for any more questions. We must be getting on with the story. Well, it's getting along in the afternoon. All 2,642 residents of our town have had their dinners. All the dishes have been washed. There's an early afternoon calm about the town. But I guess that's over now because here come the kids from school again. There's George Gibbs walking along. And there's Emily Webb sort of watching him out of the corner of her eye.
Hello, Emily.
Hello.
You made a fine speech in class, Emily.
Well, I was really ready to make a speech on the Monroe Doctrine, but the last minute Miss Foster made me talk about the Louisiana Purchase instead. I worked an awful long time on both of them.
Well, it was fine. It was just fine.
Nice of you to say so, anyway. Well, goodbye, George.
Gee, it's funny, Emily. From my window up there, I can just see your head nights when you're doing your homework over in your room.
Why, can you?
You certainly do stick to it, Emily. I guess you must like school.
Well, I always feel it's just something you have to go through.
Yeah. Emily, what do you think? We might work out a kind of telegraph from your window to mine, and once in a while you could kind of give me a hint or two about one of those algebra problems.
Well, George Gibbs.
Oh, I don't mean the answers, Emily. Of course not. I mean, just some little hint.
Oh, well, I think hints are allowed, so if you get stuck, George, just whistle to me, and I'll give you some hints.
Emily, you're just naturally bright, I guess.
Well, I figure it's just the way a person's born.
Yeah. Well, I better be getting out to the baseball field. Thanks a lot for the talk, Emily. Bye.
Goodbye.
Emily, that you?
Yes, Mama.
What you doing?
Nothing, Mama.
Well, if you're doing nothing, you can come and help me with this yarn. Here, hold it for me.
All right, Mama.
Well, George Gibbs let himself have a real conversation, didn't he? Why, he's grown up. How old would George be now?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see, he must be most 16. You're holding the yarn too tight, Emily.
Mama, will you answer me a question? Serious?
Of course I will.
Mama, am I good looking?
Yes, of course you are. Both my children got good features. I'd be ashamed if they hadn't.
Oh, Mama, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, am I pretty?
I've already told you, yes.
But, Mama, am I pretty enough to get anybody? Well, to get people interested in me?
Emily, you make me tired. Now stop it. You're pretty enough for all normal purposes.
Well, I guess that's about enough of that. We'll skip a couple of more hours now, which brings us right into the evening. You can hear the choir practice going on in that little white church down the street. The children at home doing their schoolwork. The day is running down like a tired clock. Moon's out, bright and full. And there's George up there in the window, leaning out and calling.
Emily. Emily.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I can't work at all. The moonlight's so terrible.
Emily, did you get the third problem?
Which?
The third.
Well, yes, George. That's the easiest of them all.
I don't see it. Well, Emily, can you give me a hint?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The answer's in yards.
In yards? How do you mean?
Square yards.
Oh, in square yards.
Yes, George, don't you see?
Yeah.
Square yards of wallpaper.
Oh, I see. Square yards of wallpaper. Thanks a lot, Emily.
You're welcome. My, isn't the moonlight terrible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I better get back now and try to work.
Night, Emily.
Good night, George.
Oh, George, you come downstairs a minute?
Yes, Pa. You want me, Pa?
Make yourself comfortable, George. I'll keep you a minute. George, how old are you?
Me? Well, I'm 16, almost 17.
What do you want to do after school's over?
Oh, you know, Pa, I want to be a farmer on Uncle Luke's farm.
And you'd be willing, would you, to get up early and milk and feed the stock? You'd be able to hoe and hay all day?
Oh, sure I will. What do you mean, Pa?
Well, George, while I was in my office today, I heard a funny sound. What do you think it was? It was your mother chopping wood. Now, there you see your mother. Getting up early, cooking meals all day long, washing and ironing. Still, she has to go out in the backyard and chop wood. I suppose she just got tired asking you. Yet you eat her meals, put on the clothes she keeps nice for you. Then you run off and play baseball. It's like she was some hired girl we keep around the house, but we don't like very much.
I'm sorry, Pa.
Well, I knew all I had to do was call your attention to it. Here's a handkerchief, son. Wonder what could have happened to your mother. Choir practice never was as late as this before.
It's only 8:30, Pa.
I don't know what she's doing in that old choir anyway. She hasn't any more voice than an old crow.
My, it's late. Real nice choir practice, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Myrtle, Webb, look at that moon, will you? Potato weather for sure.
Julia, Myrtle, wait.
Oh, I didn't want to say a word about it in front of those others, but now we're alone. Really, it's the worst scandal that ever was in this town.
What, Luella?
Simon Simpson.
Now, Luella.
But Julia, to have the organist of a church drink and drunk year after year.
Luella?
Julia, you know he was drunk tonight.
Now, Luella, we all know about Mr. Simpson, and we all know about the troubles he's been through.
But it's getting worse.
No, it ain't, Luella. It's getting better. It don't happen anywhere near so often as it used to. Oh, my. I hate to go to bed on a night like this. Well, good night, Luella. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Myrtle.
Can you get home safe, Luella?
Oh, it's as bright as day. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Luella.
See you on Sunday.
See you then.
Who's that up there? That you, Emily?
Yes, Papa.
What are you doing?
Just looking at the moon.
Why aren't you in bed?
I don't know. I just can't sleep yet, Papa. The moonlight's so wonderful.
Yeah. Having any troubles on your mind, have you, Emily?
troubles, Papa, no.
Well, don't let your mother catch you. Good night, Emily.
Good night, Papa.
Well, everybody's home. The day is over. I guess we'll call this the end of Act One. Act One might be called the daily life. In just a moment, we'll have Act Two of our town, which I guess comes under the heading of love and marriage. But if I remember rightly what Mr. DeMille told me, long about this time, Mr. Ruick, the radio announcer, usually speaks a few words himself. This the right time, isn't it, Mr. Ruick?
Just about, Mr. Morgan.
Well, go right ahead then, son. Go ahead.
Sally here looks as if she wanted to say something first. What is it, Sally?
Oh, I just want to look into the future for a moment, Mr. Ruick.
What do you see there, Sally?
Good news. 100 years from now, there won't be any spring house cleaning.
You don't say. Why not?
Because everything in the house will be waterproof. You just hose down a room, presto, it's clean.
Very simple indeed. But it won't help women who are doing their spring house cleaning right now.
Oh, but I know something that'll make things awfully easy for them.
So do I. New Quick Lux.
Right. And I've heard loads of women who say they've never seen anything like it. They love the way it bursts into suds at the touch of water.
Yes, and it's amazing how rich those suds are, too. All fine, pure soap. No alkaline builders of any kind.
And New Quick Lux goes so far.
Yes, and it gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And that's true even in hard water. It's thrifty. It's so safe. There's nothing to hurt any color or fabric that's safe in water alone.
It's wonderful how nice curtains and blankets and bedspreads look after a dip in New Quick Lux.
And that goes for dozens of other things, too. Everything safe in water alone. Ladies, now that you're busy with your spring house cleaning, get the fast, easy help New Quick Lux gives. Ask your grocer for a thrifty big box of New Quick Lux tomorrow. It comes in the same familiar package at no extra cost.
And here's more news. Right now, thousands of grocers are featuring Lux in their spring house cleaning sales. It's a grand time to stock up.
Use New Quick Lux for all your soap and water tasks to help keep your things new-looking longer, to save your hands. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Our Town, starring William Holden and Martha Scott as George Gibbs and Emily Webb, Thomas Mitchell and Fay Bainter as Dr. and Mrs. Gibbs, Guy Kibbe and Beulah Bundy as Mr. and Mrs. Webb, Stuart Irwin as Howie Newsom, and Frank Craven as Newton Morgan. All set, Mr. Morgan?
Ready and waiting.
Well, go right ahead, son. Go right ahead.
Well, folks, 3 years have gone by. The sun's come up in Grover's Corners over 1,000 times. Some babies that weren't even born before have begun talking regular sentences already. And a number of people who thought they were right young and spry have noticed they can't bound up a flight of stairs like they used to without their hearts fluttering a little. All that can happen in 1,000 days. Nature's been pushing and contriving in other ways, too. A number of young people fell in love and got married. Most everybody in the world gets married. You know what I mean? In our town, there aren't hardly any exceptions. Most everybody climbs into their grave married. And like I told you, that's what Act Two is about, love and marriage. So, it's 3 years later. It's July 7th, 1904, just after the high school commencement. That's the time most of our young people jump up and get married. Soon as they pass their final examinations in solid geometry and Cicero's orations, looks like they suddenly feel themselves fitted to get married. It's early morning again, only this time it's been raining. Well, there's the 5:45 for Boston, and there's Cy Kroll delivering the papers. And here comes Howie Newsom and Bessie delivering the milk. Howie does one of those services we just naturally take for granted.
Morning, Howie.
Morning, Si. Anything in the papers I ought to know?
No, nothing much, except we're losing about the best baseball pitcher Grover's Corners ever had.
George Gibbs, huh?
Yeah, I don't see how he could give up a thing like that just to get married. Would you have, Howie?
Can't say. Never had no talent that way. All right, Bessie, come on. But let me tell you something, Bessie. I'm going to stop and talk if I've a mind to. Morning, Miss Gibbs.
Morning, Howie.
Too bad about the weather, but it's been raining so heavy that maybe it'll clear up.
Certainly hope it will.
My wife says to tell you we hope they'll be happy. No, they will.
Thanks a lot, Howie. Tell your wife I hope she gets to the wedding.
Yeah, maybe she can. She'll get there if she can.
Well, I hope she does.
Morning, Miss Webb.
Oh, morning, Mr. Newsom. Will it start raining again?
Well, I was just saying to Mrs. Gibbs is how it may clear off. Mrs. Newsom told me special to tell you how we hope to be happy, Mrs. Webb. No, they will.
Thank you, and thank Miss Newsom. And we're counting on seeing you at the church.
Yes, Miss Webb, we hope to get there all right. Couldn't miss that. Come on, Bessie.
Well, it seems pretty much like any ordinary morning so far, doesn't it? Of course, not for the folks involved. There's Doc Gibbs coming downstairs now, making out like he's cheerful about the whole thing.
Well, Ma, day's come. You're losing one of your chicks.
Frank Gibbs, don't you say another word. I feel like crying every minute.
The groom's up shaving himself. Only there ain't an awful lot to shave. Whistling and singing like he's glad to leave us. Every now and then he says, I do, to the mirror, but it don't sound convincing to me.
I declare, Frank, I don't know how he'll get along. I've arranged his clothes and seen to it that his feet are dry and he's got warm things on. They're too young, Frank. Emily won't think of things like that. You'll catch his death of cold within a week.
I remember my wedding morning, Julia.
Now, don't stop that, Frank Gibbs.
I was the scaredest young fellow in the state of New Hampshire. When I saw you coming down that aisle, I thought you were the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. But the only trouble was I'd never seen you before. There I was in the Congregational Church marrying a total stranger.
Well, how do you think I felt? Frank, weddings are perfectly awful things, farces. That's what they are. Here, I've made something for you.
Why, Julia, French toast.
Ain't hard to make, and I had to do something.
How'd you sleep last night, Julia?
Oh, I heard a lot of the hours struck off.
I get a shock every time I think of George setting out to be a family man. That great gangling thing. I tell you, Julia, there's nothing in the world so terrifying as a son. The relation of father and son is the dangdest, awkward.
Well, mother and daughter's no picnic, let me tell you.
Good morning, everybody. Only 4 more hours to live. Right back, Ma.
George Gibbs, where are you going?
Just stepping across the grass to see my girl.
Here, you take a cup of coffee first.
Be back in a minute. Good morning, Mother Webb.
Oh, morning, George. Now, George, I hate to say it, but you understand I can't ask you in.
Why not?
Well, George, you know as well as I do, the groom can't see his bride on the wedding day, not till he sees her in church.
Oh, that's just a superstition.
Hello, George.
Morning, Mr. Webb.
Coffee ready, Myrtle?
Mr. Webb, you don't believe in that superstition, do you?
Well, there's a lot of common sense in superstitions, George.
Millions have followed it, George, and don't you be the first to fly in the face of custom. Just sit down here a minute with Mr. Webb and drink this cup of coffee. I'll run upstairs and see she don't come down to surprise you.
Well, George.
Yes, Mr. Webb?
How are you, George?
I'm fine. Mr. Webb, what common sense could there be in a superstition like that?
Well, George, on the wedding morning, a girl's head's full of, clothes and one thing and another. Girls have to be a mite nervous on her wedding day.
Yeah. Gee, I wish a person could get married without all that marching up and down.
Every man that's ever lived has felt that way, George, but it hasn't been many use. It's the women folks who built up weddings, my boy. All those good women standing there shoulder to shoulder, making sure that the knot's tied in a mighty public way.
Well, you believe in it, don't you, Mr. Webb?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, yes. Now, don't misunderstand me, George. Marriage is a wonderful thing, a wonderful thing. Now, don't you forget that, George.
No, sir.
Well,
what were you going to say, Mr. Webb?
Oh, was I going to say something? George, I was remembering the other night the advice my father gave me when I got married. Yes, he said. Charles, he said. Start right off showing who's boss. Best thing to do is to give her an order about something, even if it don't make sense. Just so she'll learn to obey, he said. Then he said, if anything about her irritates you, or conversation or anything, get right up and leave the house. That'll make it clear to her. And oh, yes, he said, never let your wife know how much money you have. Never.
Oh, but I couldn't do that.
So I took the opposite of his advice, and I've been happy ever since. Let that be a lesson to you, never to ask advice of anybody on personal matters.
George, Emily's got to come down and eat her breakfast. Now go along.
But Miss Webb,
She sends you her love, but she don't want to lay her eyes on you. Now goodbye, George.
Well, goodbye.
Myrtle, guess you don't know about that older superstition.
What's that?
Since the caveman, no bridegroom should see his father-in-law on the day of the wedding or near it. Now remember that.
Why, Charles Webb.
Well, now, right here, I'll have to interrupt. I'm sure the folks want to know how all this began. This wedding. This plan to spend a lifetime together. Well, George and Emily are going to show you now the conversation they had when they first knew that, as the saying goes, they were meant for one another. But before they do that, folks, I want you to try and remember what it was like when you were very, very young. And particularly the days when you were first in love. When you were like a person sleepwalking. You didn't quite see the street you were walking in, and you didn't quite hear everything that was said to you. You were just a little bit crazy. Will you remember that, please? Now, it all started last year on the way home from school. George had just been elected president of the senior class, and Emily had just been elected secretary and treasurer. Now, you all know how important that is.
Emily, can I carry your books home for you?
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Bob, if I'm late, start practice and give Herb some long high ones.
All right.
I'm awful glad you were elected, too, Emily.
Thank you.
Emily, why are you mad at me?
Well, I'm not mad at you.
Well, you've been treating me so funny lately.
Well, since you asked me, I might as well say it right out, George.
What is it?
I don't like the whole change that's come over you this last year.
Emily,
I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings, but I've just got to tell the truth and shame the devil.
a change? What do you mean?
Well, up to a year ago, I used to like you a lot. And I used to watch you while you did everything, because we've been friends for so long, and then you began spending all your time at baseball, and George, it's a fact. Ever since you've been elected captain, you got awful stuck up and conceited, and all the girls say so. It hurts me to hear them say it, but I gotta agree with them a little because it's true.
Oh, well, gosh, Emily. I never thought that such a thing was happening to me. I guess it's hard for a fellow not to have some folks creep into his character.
I always expect a man to be perfect, and I think he should be.
Yeah, well, I feel that it's the other way around, that men aren't naturally good, but girls are.
Well, you might as well know right now that I'm not perfect. It isn't as easy for a girl to be perfect as a man because, well, we girls are more nervous. Oh, no, I'm sorry I said all that about you. I don't know what made me say it.
Emily?
No, I can see it's not the truth at all. And suddenly I feel it's not important anyway.
Emily, would you like a ice cream soda or something before you go home?
Well, thank you. I would.
Well, come on, Emily. Go right in the drugstore.
Good afternoon, George.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Hello, Emily. What'll you have? Why, Emily Webb, what you been crying about?
Well,
she got an awful scare, Mr. Morgan. That hardware store wagon almost ran over her. And, well, everybody says that Tom Huckins drives like a crazy man.
Well, I tell you, you've got to look both ways before you cross Main Street these days. Gets worse every year. What'll you have?
I'll have a strawberry phosphate, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, no, Emily. Have a soda with me.
Well,
2 strawberry ice cream sodas, Mr. Morgan.
2 strawberry ice cream sodas, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I want to tell you something. There are 275 horses in Grover's Corners this very minute I'm talking to you. Now they're bringing in these automobiles. The best thing to do, I guess, just stay home. Gracious, I can remember the time when a dog would lie in the middle of the street all day long and nothing ever come along to disturb him. There you are. Well, good afternoon, Mrs. Ellis. What can I do for you?
sodas, they're so expensive, George.
Oh, no, Emily, don't think of that. Emily, I'm glad you spoke to me like you did. But you'll see. I'm going to change so quick. You bet I'm going to change. And, Emily, I want to ask you a favor.
What?
Emily, if I go away to State Agricultural College next year, will you write me a letter once in a while?
Oh, I certainly will. I certainly will, George. Certainly seems like being away 3 years, you get out of touch with things. Maybe letters from Grover's Corners won't seem so interesting after a while. Grover's Corners isn't a very important place when you think of all New Hampshire, but I think it's a very nice town.
Mm-hmm. You know, Emily, whenever I meet a farmer, I ask him if he thinks it's important to go to agricultural school to be a good farmer.
Well, George.
Yeah, and some of them say it's even a waste of time, and you can get all that stuff anyway in the pamphlets the government sends out. Emily, I'm going to make up my mind right now. I won't go. I'll tell Pa about it tonight.
But, George, I don't see why you have to decide right now. It's a whole year away.
Emily, I'm glad you spoke to me about that fault in my character.
Oh.
What you said was right, but there was one thing wrong in it. That's where you said I wasn't noticing people. You, for instance, you say you were watching me when I did everything. I was doing the same thing about you all the time.
Why, George.
Well, sure, I always thought about you. Like one of the chief people I thought about.
Oh, George. Life's awful funny. How could I have known that? I thought...
Listen, Emily. I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to agricultural school. I think that once you've found a person that you're very fond of, a person who's fond of you, too, and, well, who likes you well enough to be interested in your character, I think that's just as important as college is, and even more so. That's what I think.
I think it's awfully important, too.
Emily,
Yes, George?
Emily, if I do improve and make a big change, well, would you be... could you be...
Oh, I am now. I always have been.
Gee. Well, Well, I guess this is a pretty important talk we've been having.
Yes. I guess it is.
Well, folks, that's the way it all happened. But that was a year ago, though. Right now, we're more concerned with the wedding that takes place today. There's a lot of things to be said about a wedding. We can't get them all into one wedding, naturally. Especially not a wedding in Grover's Corners, where weddings are mighty short and plain. So here we are at the church now. People think a lot of thoughts during a wedding. The bride and the groom, the relatives and the guests. Here's what Mrs. Webb is thinking while she waits for the wedding march to start.
I don't know why on earth I should be crying. I suppose there's nothing to cry about. This morning at breakfast, it just come over me. There was Emily eating her breakfast as she's done for 17 years. And she's going out of my house. I suppose that's...
And now let's see how our prospective bride and groom are standing the suspense of waiting. There's George over there in the church anteroom. He's looking mighty worried right now.
George, what's the matter?
Ma, I don't want to grow old. Why is everybody pushing me so?
George, you wanted it.
No, Ma, listen to me.
No, George, you're a man now.
Listen, Ma, for the last time I asked you, all I want to do is be a fella.
George, if anyone should hear you. Now stop. Well, I'm ashamed of you.
What? Where's Emily?
Oh, George, you gave me such a turn.
Oh, cheer up, Ma. I'm getting married.
Well, let me catch my breath a minute.
Well, Ma, you look all funny. What are you crying for? Come on, we got to get ready.
Papa, I never felt so alone in my whole life.
Why, Emily?
And George over there, oh, I hate him. I wish I were dead. Papa.
Emily, now don't get upset.
But, Papa, darling, I don't want to get married.
Emily, everything's all right.
Why can't I stay for a while just as I am? Let's go away, Papa.
No, Emily. Now stop and think just a minute.
Don't you remember what you used to say all the time, that I was your girl? There must be lots of places we can go to. I'd work for you. I'd keep house for you.
You mustn't think of such things. You're just nervous. George, will you come over here a minute? Why, you're a man, the best young fella in the world.
Yes, Mr. Webb?
Come here, son. George, I'm giving away my daughter. You think you can take care of her?
Mr. Webb, I want to try. Emily, I'm going to do my best. I love you, Emily. I need you.
Well, if you love me, help me. All I want is someone to love me.
Oh, I will, Emily. Emily, I'll try.
And I mean forever, do you hear? Forever and ever and ever.
Oh, Emily.
Well, they're waiting for us. It'll be all right now. Come on, kid.
I'm ready. Here she comes. Oh, Mr. Morgan, isn't it a lovely wedding?
I guess it is, Mrs. Holmes.
Don't know when I've seen such a lovely wedding. But I always cry. Don't know why it is, but I always cry. I just like to see young people happy. I'm sure they'll be happy. I always say happiness. That's the great thing. The important thing is to be happy.
Well, that's all the second act, folks. In Act 3, life moves on considerable and things get rather... Well, let's wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go on with the third act of Our Town, let's see how good you are at recognizing music. I'm going to ask Lou Silvers to play 3 tunes. Now, suppose you listen and see if you can guess what they are. All right, Lou, give us the first one. You know that tune? Well, here's the second. And now the third. Do you know what those 3 tunes are? Sally, you tell us, and let your audience check their answers.
They were I Kiss Your Hand, Madame, Hands Across the Table, and Pale Hands I Loved. That's the Kashmiri song.
Yes, and that's just a sample of how often beautiful hands are the subject of poetry and song. Now, every man admires beautiful hands. Every woman wants to have them. Yet often, if she washes dishes day after day, she finds her hands growing rough and red and unattractive.
That's such a pity, Mr. Ruick, because it can be avoided.
Yes. Now, we wanted to prove how easily you can keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing. So we asked hundreds of women to test 5 different soaps frequently used for dishes. They dipped one hand in Lux suds and the other hand in suds from another soap. They did this for 20 minutes 3 times a day for weeks under conditions similar to home dishwashing, and the results were amazing. Here's what the scientists making the test reported.
These tests proved Lux milder than any of the other soaps tested.
And the women who took the test agreed. For example, Mrs. Edna Wright of New York told us.
After doing the one-hand test for 27 days, my Lux hand was still smooth and lovely looking, though I'd used no creams or lotions. My other hand was rough and red and looked horrid. The difference was striking.
So many women find new Quick Lux kinder to hands. Now, won't you try it in your dishpan? You want your hands to look nice, I'm sure. Well, it's amazing how speedy, effective, and gentle new Quick Lux is, and at such a tiny cost. So just put Lux on your grocery list tomorrow. New Quick Lux is in the same familiar package at no extra cost to you.
Well, folks, the next time we look in on Grover's Corner...
Excuse me, Newton. Excuse me. We're not quite ready to go ahead yet.
Oh, am I interrupting something?
Just a little ritual we call the station break. It only takes 20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Seconds on the dot, Mr. DeMille.
The microphone is yours, Newton.
Well, now that we all know what station we're listening to, we can take another look at Grover's Corners. This time, 9 years have gone by, friends. It's the summer of 1913. Summers and winters have cracked the mountains a little bit more, and the rains have brought down some of the dirt. And now we're going way up there on the top of that hill. This is certainly an important part of Grover's Corners, up here on this hilltop. Lots of sky, lots of clouds, often lots of sun and moon and stars. Yes, it's a beautiful spot up here. I often wonder why people want to be buried in Woodlawn and Brooklyn when they might pass the same time up here in New Hampshire. Over here are the old stones, 1670, 1680. Strong-minded people who come a long ways to be independent. And here are some Civil War veterans, iron flags on their graves, New Hampshire boys. They had a notion that the Union ought to be kept together, although they'd never seen more than 50 miles of it themselves. All they knew was a name, friends. The United States of America. The United States of America. And they went and died about it. This over here is the new part of the cemetery. There's your friend, Mrs. Gibbs. Yeah, Doc Gibbs lost his wife 2 or 3 years ago, just about this time. And there's Mrs. Soames, who enjoyed the wedding so much, remember? And Editor Webb's boy, Wallace, who was appendix burst while he was on a Boy Scout trip to Crawford Notch. Ah, yes, and lots of others. Yes, a lot of people just wild with grief have brought their relatives up to this hill, and then time and sunny days and rainy days and snow. Well, we all know how it is. A lot of thoughts come up here night and day, but there's no post office. And a lot of sorrow kind of gets quieted down up here, too. Yes, all those important things, mother and daughter, husband and wife, enemy and enemy, money and miser, all those terribly important things kind of grow pale around here, too. All those things. The earth part sort of burns away, burns out. I guess I'm thinking about all these things today because of our friend Emily. Another baby's expected down at that happy home we saw started. It's Emily's second. There's a little boy about 6 years old. But this time, Emily's pretty sick.
It's all right, Emily. Now, you just try to sleep a while if you can. I'll be here all the time.
I can't sleep. Am I going to die, am I?
Now, what kind of talk is that? Of course you're not going to die. You stop thinking like that, Emily.
I can't help it. There's just something keeps telling me all the time. You're going to die. You're going to die.
Now. That'll be enough of that, Emily. Just about enough.
Dr. Gibbs.
Coming. Right back, Emily.
I got the medicine, Doctor. How is she now?
She's bad, very bad. But I think she'll pull through.
You're going to die. There's nothing you can do, nothing anyone can do. They'll put you up there on the hill. Up there where Wally is, Mrs. Gibbs, or Mrs. Soames. They're dead, too. You'll be with them. You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die.
It's a strange sort of thing, that feeling that sometimes comes to a woman at a time like this. Just knows she's going to die. No doubt of it in her mind at all. She knows. Often enough, she's wrong. But she feels mighty certain just the same. Must be a reason for that. Well, dying is a right and natural thing. Just another part of life, like being born. Maybe that's what does it. Maybe the new life that's coming into the world can't sometimes find its way, lest something dies first. At least, steps over the line into the great beyond, and then returns to take up life and duty again. So perhaps, in a queer sort of way, a mother does die, just for a moment. Perhaps that veil between the quick and the dead is lifted for a second, and she can see for a little while into that misty land beyond. Who's to say it can't be? I suppose only the dead would really know. They'd see the mother coming through the mist, her face all white and shining, maybe just a little scared at first and strange. Then they'd see her peering into the beyond, and then something important, some great need would pull her back into the world, back to life again and to duty. The duty of tending a new life just born into the world.
You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die. Julia, dear, is that a funeral coming up the hill to us? Yes. Yes, it is. Who is it, Julia? Who's coming to join us? My daughter-in-law, Emily Webb. What ails her? Trouble bringing a baby into the world. Why, I remember Emily's wedding. I went to it before I died. Wasn't it a lovely wedding? I remember I called on George and Emily at their farm, too, before I died.
Dear
Perfectly
friends,
beautiful
as we gather
farm.
here in the last tribute of memory to our loved ones, let us remember the words of the Master. I am the resurrection and the life.
Hello, Mother
He
dear.
that
Hello,
believeth in
Emily.
me, though he
Hello,
were dead,
Emily. Hello, Mrs. Jones.
Hello, Sis.
and whosoever liveth
Hello,
and
Wally.
believeth in me shall never die.
Mother Gibbs, they're going away. Down the hill again.
Yes, Emily, dear. Just rest yourself.
Father Gibbs is bringing some of my flowers to you, Mother Gibbs. Oh, Mother Gibbs, I never realized before how troubled and sad he looked. Oh, I loved him so. Father Gibbs, come back.
He can't hear you, dear.
He's gone now. Oh, I'm so tired, Mother Gibbs.
Yes, Emily. Just rest yourself.
It seems thousands and thousands of years since... I don't like being here.
Yes, Emily, I know.
Mother Gibbs, when does this feeling go away? Of being strange here. How long does it...
Dear, just wait and be patient.
It's clearing off. The sun's breaking through.
Looks like the leaves will fall a little earlier this year.
Mother Gibbs, George and I have made that farm into just the best place you ever saw.
Did you, dear?
Won't be the same to George without me. But it's a lovely farm.
A little cooler than it was.
Yeah? That rain's cooled it off a little.
But, Mother Gibbs, one can go back in memory and live each of those days over again. Why, just then for a moment I was thinking about the farm, and for a moment I was there, and my baby was on my lap as plain as day.
Yes, but when you've been here longer, you'll understand that our life here is to forget all that and think only of what is ahead and be ready for what is ahead.
Oh, but Mother Gibbs, how can I ever forget that life? It's all I know. It's all I had. One can go back there again and live all those days over again. I feel it. I know it.
You'll not only...
Why are women so happy about new Tickle antiperspirant? Is it because Tickle is the first roll-on with a big, wide ball? Is it because Tickle comes in 4 fresh fragrances? Or is it because Tickle helps keep you dry all day? Make yourself happy. Staying drier is nicer with a little Tickle.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Boy, oh boy, we finally made it. Central City.
Now, don't get so excited that you forget to watch where we're going and get lost, Jojo.
Oh, Mom, it's just that I wanted to get to see Central City for such a long time, and every time I have a chance, something seems to happen.
I guess I shouldn't worry about you getting lost. Not in that hat.
I don't think you like my Sherlock Holmes hat, Mom.
Well, I just think you're a little too old to be playing Sherlock Holmes. That's all.
I'm not playing Sherlock Holmes. I just like this kind of hat.
I just think it looks silly, but go ahead and wear it if you must. Well, now that we're here, I'd like to get a lot of shopping done.
Oh, Mom, let's go around and see the sights.
We'll do that a little later. We have all day, you know. Right now, I really do want to stop in this store and look around.
Boy, some fun. I might just as well be back in Naughty Pine going shopping with you.
Speaking about being back in Naughty Pine, Jojo, look over there, across the street. I didn't know he was coming up this way. We might have ridden with him.
Where are you looking?
Over there, see? In front of that men's store.
Bill! Hey, that's Ranger Bill over there. Only look, Mom, he's not in his ranger uniform.
Why don't we run over there and say hello? If he isn't too busy, maybe we can ask him to have lunch with us.
Oh, boy, that's swell. Hey, Bill! I guess he doesn't hear me. Hey, Bill.
Good morning, Bill.
Hey, hi, Bill.
Were you addressing me, young man?
Yeah, sure. Oh, come on, Bill. Don't think just because you don't have your uniform on that you can fool us.
I thought Stumpy was in charge of the joke department. You two go ahead and talk while I stop in this store to look around.
Okay,
Come
Mom.
in, Jojo, when you're through.
Okay, Mom. Why are you out of uniform, Bill?
Uniform? I'm afraid you have me confused with someone else.
Bill, don't you recognize me? It's Jojo. Are you all right, Bill?
I told you that you have me confused with someone else. Now, please leave me.
But you look like Bill, except for the uniform you usually wear, and you even sound like Bill. Oh, come on, Bill. What is this, a joke?
Young man, this is not a joke, as you call it. You have me confused with this Bill person who I am not. Now, if you will not leave me, I will leave you.
Hey, wait a minute, Bill. That is Bill, I'm sure of it. Wonder why the brush off. Hey, I know. He must be on some sort of secret assignment. He didn't dare recognize me. Wow. I wonder what it is. He sure did a good job of pretending he didn't know me. Almost gave me the creeps to see someone you know who says he doesn't know you. I wonder if I should follow him. No, better not. Probably a pretty important job if he isn't in uniform and isn't supposed to know anyone. But maybe he'd go somewhere where it would be safe to talk. No, I shouldn't get in his way. Maybe someone would see us who shouldn't, and then... Still, maybe I could help him if he ran into trouble. I guess maybe I will follow him at a safe distance, just in case he should need help all of a sudden.
Jojo, where are you? Jojo? I wonder where he went. That boy, I told him to come straight in. Well, I hope he doesn't get into any trouble, but I doubt whether he would with Bill. Besides, he has Franny's address in case he gets lost. He'll probably meet me there for lunch. Well, as long as Bill is entertaining Jojo for a while, I guess I can get some more shopping in.
Boy, looks like we're getting near the waterfront. All these warehouses. I'm starting to feel like Sherlock Holmes, the way I've been following Bill. I don't even think he knows it. I've been out of sight every time he looked around. Whoops. Almost missed his turn in there. I'd better hurry. He turned this corner. I'd better peek around the corner first. There he goes, into that big warehouse. I don't see any signs on it. Must be a secret meeting place or something. Boy, I wonder what kind of assignment he's on. Must be exciting. He's gone in. Boy, now what'll I do? Maybe I'll just move a little closer to that warehouse. There just might be a window open or something. Maybe I could just take a little look inside. You never know if Bill might be in trouble in there or something like that.
Is that you, 16?
Yes, 13. I just came in. I'm coming right up.
You took longer than expected. I was beginning to worry.
There was nothing to worry about, 13. I simply took my time and did a careful job. All went according to plan.
Good, good. Do you have the papers?
Right here in my inside jacket pocket.
Excellent. They will be happy to get these. Are they the right ones?
I am sure of it. They're exactly where they were supposed to be. I, of course, know nothing of this kind of material.
Nor I.
But I am sure these are the right ones.
Excellent. Let's see here. They sure are a very impressive lot. They must be very full of information.
They have gone to a great deal of trouble to get them. That in itself speaks highly for their importance.
Yes. And how good that nothing has gone wrong.
I, too, am glad. But
what?
As I was on my way back here with the papers, a young boy and a woman addressed me. It was purely a case of mistaken identity, but he was very insistent. Kept saying something about me being out of uniform.
That is indeed strange. Did he follow you?
I do not think so. I made it quite clear that I was not this Bill person that he mistook me for and walked away. He protested no further.
Well, maybe it was just a case of mistaken identity. As long as you were not followed.
To my knowledge, no. I am sure it was only a harmless incident.
We cannot be too careful. These papers are too important to be mistaken about such a thing.
I do not think he was an agent. It was only a young boy with a funny hat.
A funny hat?
Yes. It was quite unusual. It had peaks on both ends and somehow tied its side flaps at the top. It is difficult to describe.
It does not seem probable that an agent would make himself quite so obvious.
I thought exactly. That is why I've passed off the whole incident as precisely what it appeared to be. A case of mistaken identity.
These papers spell riches for us, 16.
You had better get busy microfilming them. It'd be a sad day indeed if something were to happen to them this late in the game.
Yes, of course. And while I am microfilming them, you had better go out and get our plane tickets to get us out of the country.
Yes, that is a good idea. Fortunately, it is not hard to get plane reservations from this city. Possibly we could be well on our way tonight.
I hope so. The sooner the better. Now that we have the papers, there is no need for our waiting around. In fact, it would be better for us to leave immediately.
Then I will go for reservations at once.
And I will hurry to get these papers microfilmed and hidden. What?
The alarm.
Someone is trying to get into the warehouse.
This is the first such attempt. For a moment, I did not know what the alarm sound was.
Quickly, turn on the television camera. Let us see who our visitor is.
Right. While I am operating this camera, you had best get those papers out of sight. It's beginning to focus.
I'll hide them here.
In the wastebasket?
Who would think to look for them there?
Good idea. Now, let's see who is intruding on our privacy. What?
Look, climbing that back window. It looks like...
That young boy who stopped me on the street. He must have followed me here.
That is right. And perhaps we have misjudged his importance. Perhaps he is not just a harmless boy with a funny hat.
He's inside. He seems to be alone. He's shutting the window now behind him.
I think we had better go down into the warehouse and welcome our young visitor.
What's the matter, old-timer? Not getting enough sleep these nights?
No, it's not that, Bill. It's just that it's dull around here.
dull. Sure. But look at it this way, Bill. Henry's away at camp, and it ain't very good weather for forest fires, and even Pat O'Rourke and JoJo Jones are away. Just ain't anyone around to cause a little excitement. I don't know how to take that, old-timer. I'm still around here. Oh, sure, but you and me, well, we know each other so well. They've been together for so long. It's like I'm talking to myself when we talk. I feel the same way, Stumpy. Hooray! A disaster has struck. Somebody's in trouble, demanding our attention right away. Why don't you just answer it and see what it is? I know what it'll be. Someone in trouble. Trapped on a ledge for weeks who doesn't eat but eagle eggs. Ranger Headquarters, Stumpy Jenkins speaking. We specialize in rescues. It's for you, Bill. Long distance. I'm sorry, old-timer. That's all right. Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, what are you doing in Knotty Pine?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Jones. I don't quite understand your question.
I just wondered what you're doing there. And where is JoJo? Really, Bill, I thought you would have been more considerate.
Excuse me, Mrs. Jones, but maybe we'd better start from the beginning. I don't quite follow you.
All right. After you and JoJo talked today, where did you go?
Already I'm lost. JoJo spoke with me today?
Yes, today. This morning here in Central City.
There must be some mistake, Mrs. Jones. I haven't been in Central City for weeks.
Nonsense. I said hello to you here myself.
You might have said hello to someone who looked like me, Mrs. Jones, but I can assure you it wasn't me.
Well.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you.
Bill, now I'm even more worried. If JoJo isn't with you, where is he?
Well, now maybe we'd better start again. Fill me in on anything you can, if you will.
Certainly, Bill. As you know, JoJo and I were going to spend the day here in Central City. That's where I'm calling from.
Uh-huh.
Well, we arrived here this morning and were doing a little shopping when we saw you. At least we thought we saw you. Well, Bill, it looked so much like you that I didn't even question it for a minute. I said that JoJo should ask you to join us for lunch. Then I went into a store to look around. When I came back, JoJo was gone, and so were you. At least the man who looked like you.
Uh-huh. What did you do?
Well, naturally, I thought JoJo was with you, and I didn't worry about him. I just went on shopping, figuring we'd all get together, probably at my sister's house. JoJo knows her address. That's where I'm calling from now. So anyhow, I just went right on shopping.
And you say this was early this morning?
Yes. I'd say about 9 or 9:30. Bill, it's after 4 now, and I haven't heard from JoJo at all. That's why I called.
I really don't know what to tell you, Mrs. Jones. You'd think JoJo would at least try to contact you. Unless
he's in some kind of trouble? Is that what you were going to say, Bill?
Mrs. Jones, you sit tight right where you are. Stumpy and I'll hop in the Ranger Cub and fly up there on the double. Maybe between the three of us, we can locate JoJo.
I'm so glad you decided to come, Bill. I'm really getting worried.
No word yet, huh?
No.
Bill says you think that JoJo is wandering around with someone who looks like him. Is that right?
I saw the man myself, Stumpy. He looked so much like Bill that I didn't even bother questioning it. The only thing that was different was that he wasn't wearing a ranger uniform.
I've never heard of anyone who looked like Bill around these parts. I don't know how true it is, but they say that somewhere in the world there's someone who looks just like you. I doubt whether that's true in every case, but it does play with your imagination.
Well, it's certainly true in your case, Bill. I've seen the man myself. And right now, he's somewhere with JoJo.
Right. And we've got to find him. You say that this is the exact place where you saw the man?
That's right. He was standing right in front of this men's store.
And you haven't any idea which way JoJo and this man went?
No idea at all, Bill. I told you. After we talked with this man, I went into this store and did some shopping.
Well, somebody might have seen him. What did JoJo have on?
Of course. He had on that silly Sherlock Holmes hat. It's too big for him, and I think looks a bit ridiculous. Surely someone noticed it.
Good. Now, here's what we'll do. You and Stumpy start up in that direction, and I'll start in this one. We'll ask anyone who might have been here this morning. Possibly we'll be able to follow JoJo and find out what kind of situation he's gotten himself into.
There, that should hold him.
I have checked carefully all around the warehouse. From inside, of course. I do not think the young man brought anyone else to us.
You didn't think you were followed at all, 16. This will not go well with us when we report back to them.
I know. At least we have the papers.
Yes, that is true.
What shall we do with this young intruder?
Put him in the back room while I think of something.
Come on. Back here with you. He does present us with a problem.
I will puzzle it out as I microfilm these papers. I better retrieve them from the wastebasket.
Yes. And I will set out to get our plane reservations.
Take great care, 16. Too much has gone wrong already. Let's be sure nothing else interferes.
I will do what I can, 13. I will go now to make our reservations.
And I will try to decide exactly what to do with our curious little visitor who is tied in the back room.
I'll never complain about that silly hat again.
It sure is a good thing he was wearing it, I'll say. Surprising how many people noticed him. It's been a much better trail than I'd anticipated.
Oh, dear. I don't like the looks of this neighborhood. Are you sure this is the way they came?
This is the direction everyone who saw him says he was going. Looks like we're getting close to the waterfront area. A lot of warehouses coming up. Have you noticed one thing, Bill? What's that, old-timer? I don't think a single person has said he was with anyone. You'd think they'd mention it if he was with someone who looked like you. That's a good point, Stumpy.
But why would he come down here, of all places, alone, and not tell me where he was going?
I'm afraid we'll have to ask JoJo that one when we find him.
My, aren't there a lot of these warehouses? How will we know where to look?
Maybe this feller coming this way will know something.
Ask him if he's seen JoJo, will you, Bill?
I sure will. Excuse me, sir. We're trying to locate a young friend of ours who we think came into this area sometime earlier today. We wonder if you've seen him.
Not bad, Rudolph. Not bad at all.
What was that?
I don't think I made that out myself. Excuse me, sir. Maybe you didn't quite hear me.
I heard you, Rudolph. I was complimenting you. This is one of the best yet.
I think this feller probably won't be much help, Bill.
Oh, Bill, is it? I guess it depends on the country, eh? Where'd you get the Forest Ranger uniform, Rudolph?
Maybe we'd better start from the beginning.
Maybe we'd better start for that car over there, all of you. If you come along peaceably, there won't be any trouble. If not, I and my friends in the car will have to, convince you to come.
Hey, what's this all about?
The name is Downs, FBI.
Oh, dear.
FBI?
That's right. I don't know how you two are involved with this phony ranger here, but we'd all better go for a ride together.
Phony? Now, hold on there, you young whippersnapper. Bill Jefferson is no phony. As a matter of fact, how do we know that you're the real article?
Let's go over to the car. Come on.
Just a minute. We do have the right to be satisfied as to your actually being an FBI agent.
Over to the car. We don't want any trouble. I'll show you all the identification you want. Then maybe you can show me some papers we're interested in recovering. I sure am sorry, Mr. Jefferson, but you look exactly like that spy we're after.
That's okay, Dean. And the name's Bill. Really.
We know that now. It's a good thing Colonel Anders has his ranger headquarters here in Central City. You might have ended up in jail.
I don't think so. There are always ways to prove who you really are.
Can't get over how much you look like that spy.
I sure would like to lay eyes on that spy feller. So would we all. Especially now that it looks like JoJo Jones has somehow got himself mixed up with him. Well, they must be around this area somewhere. Both your leads and our trailing JoJo have led us to this warehouse district. Question is, where are they down here? In which warehouse?
Look, there he is.
What the... Yes, sirree! I can hardly believe my own peepers. That man who just came out of that there warehouse up ahead was you, Bill. Keep driving fast. I'll hide my face so he doesn't see me. Now remember that warehouse. You can drive around the block and catch him after he's far enough away that someone inside couldn't see him.
Good idea.
Did you see him, Bill? Do you see why everyone is confusing you two?
It's remarkable. Gives me a funny feeling to see someone who looks so much like me.
Now maybe you understand why I didn't believe you at first.
How do you know that I'm really not him and he me?
Hey, cut that out. You should just about be coming around this corner now. I'd better pull over. I'll get out and bring him over to the car. You all wait right here.
Okay, Sonny. Sure you don't need any help? I think he probably knows what he's doing, Stumpy.
Besides, I think it might be a little safer here in the car.
You've got the idea, Mrs. Jones. I don't expect any trouble, but you never know what a man will do when he's put on the spot. Bill, you might cover me from here. There's a gun in the glove compartment.
Oh, dear.
Okay, Dean. I hope I won't have to use it.
So do I. See you.
There's that spy feller. I sure am glad you're sitting right here, Bill. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I couldn't see the both of you at once. It's amazing, all right, old-timer. Looks like Dean isn't going to have any trouble at all.
That's good.
Here they come. That spy feller doesn't look the happiest I've ever seen. Hey, I can see a difference in you two, Bill. You've never had an expression like that on your face.
Get in the back there with that other man.
All right. I can hardly believe it. Even this close up.
I'm coming around to sit in front.
Well, you have quite a reception committee. He even sounds like you, Bill.
Yeah, it's uncanny, isn't it?
What is all this that you're talking about?
Bill, turn around and show this guy who you are.
All right. Good afternoon. What?
Look at the look on his face.
He looks like he's seen a ghost.
He sure does.
You'd think he'd never looked in a mirror before.
Who would have thought that there would be someone that would look so much like me? Whoops, hold on there. If you aren't watching, there's no way of telling who's talking. You must be the Bill person that the boy was... That's right, I am. That's exactly what we wanted to know. JoJo is with you, isn't he? I don't know who or what you're talking about.
Is he harmed at all? What have you done with him?
I guess he isn't talking.
We've got to get into that warehouse and find out what's going on.
Let's get back there. Not so fast.
Who said that?
I did, Bill. I have an idea. If they're planning to leave tonight and have those papers, they wouldn't just be relaxing. If we went in there, we might meet a pretty hot reception.
Yeah, well, what do you suggest, Bill?
Why not let me change clothes with this fella and go in there myself? If you can't tell the difference, we can assume that his friend or friends can't either. You can radio for help and rush the warehouse if I'm in there too long. It'll never work. My friends are too smart for a trick like that. Besides, we know all about you. I doubt that very much.
Sounds like he's arguing with himself.
If you and your friends knew all about me, why did they assign you to a job so close to where I live? Too much danger of running into either friends of mine or myself, I'd think.
Good thinking, Bill.
Now, let's get these clothes exchanged. I'm anxious to get into that warehouse and see if JoJo is still all right.
There. Just a few more and they'll be ready to go. Now what? The television viewer is still on. Let me see who breaks in upon us now. What? That's stupid. Why has he come back? 16, what are you doing back here?
I forgot something. It'll only take a minute.
Well, hurry up here. What if someone saw you?
I don't think there's any danger of my being caught.
There is danger. For both of us. And what do you mean coming in that way? You set off the alarm.
I'm sorry. I forgot my key.
Of all the stupid. Why, I might have killed you. Come in quickly.
Where are the others?
Others? What are you talking about? What others? Are you all right?
Of course. I meant, the boy. Where's the boy?
You know very well where the boy is. You put him in the back room yourself. Now get whatever it is you came back for and go for those reservations. We have very little time.
Less than you know.
This is no time for your morbid humor. What did you come back for anyway?
To get the boy.
What?
That's right. Here you go, Jojo.
What are you doing? Have you lost your senses?
I'm releasing the boy. What does it look like I'm doing?
But why? Stop it.
There you go, Jojo. Now the gag. There.
I demand to know what you're doing. Why have you released the boy?
I needed the rope.
What are you going to do to me now?
What did you need the rope for? There's plenty of rope around here.
I needed this rope to tie you with, my friend.
Bill, is it you? Is it really you, Bill?
What?
That's right, Jojo. Are there any others around here?
I don't think so. Just him and another guy who looks like you.
Good.
You won't take me. You won't take me.
Bill is getting away.
Stay put, Jojo. He's not going far. We'll see who isn't getting away. Got you.
Wow, you got him, Bill.
Run outside, will you, Jojo? There should be a few FBI men waiting to come in here. And one mother, very anxious to see you. Well, boys and girls, as you can see, sometimes it isn't easy to tell the real thing just by looking. You can see why the Bible tells us the Lord sees not as man sees, for man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. It's there that what a man really is seen. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill! Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Why are women so happy about new Tickle antiperspirant? Is it because Tickle is the first roll-on with a big, wide ball? Is it because Tickle has a new, quick-drying formula? Or is it because Tickle helps keep you dry all day? Make yourself happy. Staying drier is nicer with a little Tickle.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Artie Shaw and his orchestra for singing glee with a smoothie street. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Tonight, George and Gracie want to send their greetings to the retail grocers of America, who are celebrating National Grocers Week. And they want to ask you a question, friends. What do you say when your husband arrives home just before dinner with unexpected guests? Well, smart housewives say Spam. This tender, taste-tempting meat makes a hit with husky appetites and so easy to use. Open a can of Spam and bake according to the directions on the label. A whiff of the delightful aroma of delicious, juicy meat simmering in the oven will tell your guests a real meal is on the way. The safest thing you can do tomorrow is to expect the unexpected. Ask your food dealer for Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop. The stars of our whole Spam family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Where's Gracie? Has anybody seen Gracie? Say, Bud, have you seen her?
Well, no, George. I haven't seen her since last week when I took her home.
Well, did anything peculiar happen?
Well, in a way. We started to walk home, and after walking about 10 blocks, she started to run and never stopped running until she got home.
You mean to say she walked for 10 blocks and then ran for 3 miles?
Well, yeah, she said she wanted to get home before she got tired.
Well, that's Gracie, all right. I wonder where she can be now. You know, Bud, Gracie has really got me worried these days.
Mr. Burns, if you'll allow a sound man.
Yes?
Remember the famous psychiatrist I brought up here last Monday?
You mean Professor Alvin W. Thorndike?
Yes. He's had Miss Allen under observation all week.
He has?
In fact, he's been living at the Allen home trying to find out how a mind of her type functions. According to the theory of psychiatry, one can tell the inner workings of the mind by watching a person's reactions.
Well, I don't know about that theory. Someone once told me that they could tell my intelligence by just looking at my head.
Believe me, Mr. Burns, there's nothing in it.
Say, I don't know how to take that.
Stop worrying about Gracie. There's nothing wrong with her.
Nothing wrong with her? Artie, if you ever hear her say one sane word, I'll buy you a suit of clothes.
Okay, Poopsie, I'm going to hold you to that.
Well, okay, and I'll be tickled to death to give it to you.
Hello, George. Hello, everybody.
Oh, here's Gracie. Well, Gracie, how do you feel?
Oh, simply wonderful. Never felt better in my whole life. How else did you expect me to feel?
Poopsie, you owe me a suit.
Well, all right. Artie, okay, Artie. You can buy a suit and charge it to me. Gracie, I'm glad to see you looking so well. Why, look at your eyes. They're shining.
Really? Shall I put some powder on them?
Artie, don't alter the suit. Gracie, where have you been?
To the automobile show. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Well, try not to miss it if you can.
Try not to miss it if you can?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, don't you know your English?
I'm not. I'm Irish.
There goes the coat.
You said it.
Say, George, the auto show was simply wonderful. You know how the cars are built this year with their nose pointing down like they're smelling something?
Yes, I've noticed that.
Well, I ordered a car with its nose turned up.
With its nose turned up?
Yeah, on account of I'm such a fan of Myrna Loy's.
Gracie, they didn't happen to have a roadster there that looked like Clark Gable.
I almost bought it.
I was only kidding. A car doesn't look like Clark Gable.
It does with its doors open.
Artie!
Goodbye, Vest.
Goodbye, Vest.
Oh, and I gave him a lot of great ideas at that auto show. I told him to raise the fenders so they wouldn't interfere with the square wheels, and if they do that, then...
Just a second. You suggested square wheels?
Sure. That's if you get stalled on a hill, you won't roll down.
Uh-oh, there goes my pants.
I'll bet the people at the auto show must have appreciated all those suggestions.
Well, I even talked them into allowing me $7,000 for my old Chevrolet.
There goes my pants.
Artie, you just said that.
Yeah, but it was a two-pants suit.
I see. You got $7,000 for that old Chevrolet?
Well, I figured I'd get a better allowance if I traded in a new Pontiac.
I see.
So I gave them my Chevrolet as the down payment on a Pontiac.
Yes.
And then I traded in the Pontiac on a Buick.
Oh. So you have a new Buick?
No, I took the Buick over to the Packard people.
I see. You wanted a Packard?
No, a Cadillac.
Gracie, this is very confusing. Start at the beginning.
Well, there's nothing to it. I traded in the Chevrolet for a Pontiac, the Pontiac for a Buick, the Buick for a Packard, the Packard for a Cadillac.
Oh, so now you've got a Cadillac.
No, I got a Rolls Royce.
A Rolls Royce?
I did it again.
What's the idea of buying and trading 7 cars in one day?
Well, in case I have an accident, it confuses the witnesses.
Has anyone got a blanket?
Oh, go on. If this keeps up, I'll have to go away for a rest.
Oye, yo conozco un lugar muy bueno, una isla allá en el Pacífico, allá en el
I know.
Atlántico. ¿Quién sabe dónde?
Yes. What is it, Senor Lee?
Senor Burns, if you want to rest, why don't you take a trip to the West Indies?
West Indies?
Sí.
It's Indies.
Andes.
No. Undies is something else. What's the first thing you put on when you get up?
Gangbusters.
Gangbusters?
Sí.
That's on at night.
It hurts you if I sleep late?
By the way, Gracie, what happened to that psychiatrist who stayed at your house last week?
Oh, Professor Thorndike?
Yes.
Oh, he's crazy.
Oh, he's crazy?
Yes.
What makes you think he's crazy?
Oh, he kept watching me all week and jotting things down on my Aunt Harry's notebook.
Your Aunt Harry?
Yes.
Your aunt's name is Harry?
We know Harry's the man's name. We only call her Harry for short.
Oh.
Her real name is Sam.
But the psychiatrist is crazy.
Crazy? He had my daddy in stitches. Whenever he wanted orange juice, he'd squeeze oranges.
Well, when your daddy wants orange juice, what does he squeeze?
The cook.
The cook, I can't understand how that psychiatrist stayed at your house for a whole week.
Well, we tried everything we could think of to get rid of him. We even treated him like one of the family.
But that didn't work, huh?
No, we tried everything. My brother fixed it so that whenever he opened the door, a pitcher of water fell on his head.
Well, that's nice.
And the minute he got to the house, the dog would fight him. And when he sat down to dinner, we poured hot soup in his lap. And when he got up to go...
Gracie, instead of all of that, why didn't you just tell him to leave?
Well, we didn't want to hurt his feelings.
And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing I Know That You Know.
I know that you know that I'll go where you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. This time is my time. 'Twill soon be goodbye time. Then in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say nighty-night. I know that you know life's a game, but who can play it all alone? Who can play it all alone? Every chap should hold a heart that's all his own. And that's the reason I tell you, love may come at first sight. They told me when I saw you, I knew I had found my only love. When I met you, I know that you know that I'll go wherever you go. I choose you, won't lose you. I wish you knew how much I long to hold you in my arms. This time is my time. 'Twill soon be goodbye time. Then in the starlight, hold me tight. With one more little kiss, say nighty-night. I know that you know that wherever you go, with one more little killing 99.
Gracie, I don't care how you got rid of the psychiatrist.
Oh, it was easy. We took all the covers off the bed and left the doors and windows open.
All right, what happened?
My brother got pneumonia.
But how did that get rid of the psychiatrist?
Well, we sent him for the doctor, and while he was gone, we moved.
You know, this whole thing is giving me a headache.
Senor Burns, if you have a headache, take a cold shower. It will make your blood jingle.
It's not jingle, it's tingle.
Jingle.
Tingle.
Jingle.
Tingle.
Jingle.
Tingle.
The good humor man is here.
Artie, will you take care of that guitar player?
Okay, George, watch me. Listen here, Lee. Cuete la boca porque no quiero oír todas las palabras que me dices.
Artie, what does that mean?
I guess I need 2 more lessons from Madame Lazanga.
You know, between you, Lee, and Gracie, I'll be seeing things in my sleep tonight.
I saw something in my sleep last night. A green elephant.
Maybe it's something you ate.
Oh, don't be silly. I never eat green elephants.
You don't, huh?
No, I wait till they get ripe.
You know, Gracie, every day and every way you get sillier and sillier. Sound man. Hey, 4 years in Harvard. Elliot, open the door. Well, if it isn't Professor Alvin W. Thorndike.
Good evening, Mr. Burns. And good evening to you, Elliot, my boy.
Good evening, Professor Thorndike. And how are you feeling this evening?
Well, I'm ashamed to say that my present mood is one of reminiscence.
And why not? All experiences once undergone are still available.
As Freud once said, dormant emotions have analytical possibilities.
But Freud forgot that the influence of buried memories bring distortions in many disguises.
You're the same old joker that you always were, Elliot, my boy. Oh, but I've enjoyed these few laughs.
All this in Harvard, too.
Hey, if you kids really want a few screams, just take a squint through Euclid's plane geometry. That's a killer.
Yes, that Euclid is a solid sender.
I like books, too, but I like new books the best.
You do, huh?
Yeah, you see, most of the pages are stuck together and you can finish it faster.
So there you are, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Alvy. You know, George, I didn't expect to see the professor. Saturday night, my brother got him as stiff as a board.
Please, Miss Allen, the professor doesn't drink.
I know that.
And how could your brother get him as stiff as a board?
Well, he sprinkled starch in the tub instead of bath salt.
Professor, you must have spent quite a week at the Allen home.
One of the most enlightening weeks I've ever spent. What an interesting family.
Yes, must have been gay.
Yes, there are a few things in my notes that I'd like to clear up. For instance, Miss Allen, I noticed during the week that nobody spoke to your grandfather at breakfast.
Oh, that's because he's such a nuisance. Since he broke his wrist, he can't even hold a spoon in his hand to eat his grapefruit.
Why would that make him such a nuisance?
Well, now we've got to put the grapefruit juice in his eye with an eyedropper.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yes, very interesting.
Senor Professor, do you analyze dreams? Last night I had a terrible nightmare.
Senor, you certainly get those words mixed up. It isn't nightmare, it's nightmare. It isn't jingle, it's tingle. And it isn't undies, it's indies.
Well, all I know is what I read in my script.
Professor, any more notes in that little black book?
Yes. Another thing I noticed, Miss Allen. In your house, every bar of soap has a hole scooped out of the middle.
Oh, well, that's my own idea.
The soap has a hole scooped out in the middle?
Well, sure. That's so after you take a bath, there's no little piece left over.
Very interesting case. Eh, Professor?
Remarkable. You know, many a morning I found Miss Allen in a repressed dilemma.
Oh, I always wear one around the house.
Yeah, they're probably more comfortable than a kimono.
Kimono? What's that?
When you step out of the bath, what do you slip on?
The little piece of soap that I scoop
out in the middle. Well, now I've heard everything.
Mr. Burns, could I see you outside a minute?
Well, I don't know. I guess so.
Mr. Burns, this is a very unusual case, and I'd like to have you help me with an experiment on Miss Allen in the interest of science.
What can I do?
I want you to agree with our patient. Humor her in everything she says or does. Cater to all her whims and fancies, and no matter what she asks for, agree to give it to her.
Well, okay, Professor. I hope you know what you're doing. Come on, let's go in.
But, Gracie, that's impossible.
It is not. George, will you buy something for me?
Well, it's according.
Mr. Burns?
Oh. Well, I'll be very happy to buy something for you, Gracie. What is it you want?
A pair of silver fox slacks.
Silver fox slacks?
Mr. Burns?
Oh, silver fox slacks. Oh, sure, that's the latest style.
George, who wears silver fox slacks?
A silver fox and shut up. And what's more, Gracie, I'm going right downtown to buy you a pair.
You won't.
Yes, I will. I think that's the cleverest idea I've heard in years.
You don't.
I certainly do.
Do you really and truly think so?
I really and truly think so.
Professor Thorndyke, could I see you out in the hall a moment?
And now our great clarinet player, Artie Shaw and his orchestra play Temptation. Agree with Gracie. It's silly. Buy a silver fox slacks.
But, Mr. Burns, it's for science.
I understand that. But every time I shake my head, it costs me $200.
I'm trying to find out what's going on in Miss Allen's mind.
I wish you knew what was going on in my mind.
I do. And I am not.
Senor Burns, maybe the professor is just a plain crack.
Crack?
See?
You mean quack?
Crack.
Quack, quack, quack.
Look, an imitation of Donald Goose.
Yeah. Well, the professor is all right, and he happens to be very, very good.
Just like Spam.
And the professor has got what it takes, too.
Just like Spam.
I'm talking about the professor.
I'm talking about Spam. Spam's got what it takes, believe me.
Well, that sounds like advice.
Sure. Say, did you ever hear a slice of Spam frying?
Spam frying?
Listen, I'll give you an imitation.
Hey, and without a hat, too. That's
Very good. Well, that's good. But I was trying to tell you that Spam has what it takes to taste good. You see, Spam is the name Hormel gave to a brand new combination of meats, seasoned in a new and more delicious way, and packed in a handier package. Spam has what it takes because it's something different. It's a combination of pork shoulder meat and ham meat, Nothing else but these two. We use pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy. Then we put in the ham it takes to give it that extra flavor that wouldn't be there without it. So you may know Spam has this extra goodness. It tells you right on the label. Insist on Spam and look at the label for this sentence. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at your house, ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Gracie, I can't answer those questions, and I don't want to hear any more about it.
Well, then I'll ask the professor.
Well, do whatever you want, but don't bother me.
Yes?
I'm through with it.
George. Professor, what does psychiatry do that any other science can't do? What does the American Medical Association think of it? What is the temperature under the blankets of the quintuplets?
What is the temperature under the blankets of the quintuplets?
I give up.
You give up?
Yeah, the questions are too hard.
What is the temperature under the blankets of the quintuplets?
Yes.
5 below. I made up something. How do you like that?
Mr. Burns.
Gee, I wish at last. One laugh, I just can't. What is it? Oh, look, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this scientific stuff. Sound man, why don't you and the professor go somewhere and split an atom?
But, Mr. Burns, let me try just one more experiment. Hypnosis.
Oh, let's try it. It'll be fun.
Try it. You don't even know what hypnosis is.
No, hypnosis is induced by professing profoundly the mentality through all the senses. The method has been used with great success by Swedenborg, Bernheim, and Bingswanger.
Amazing, Miss Allen. How did you ever know that?
Oh, I just took a wild guess.
Swedenborg, Bernsheimer, and Bingswanger?
Sounds like the real name of the Ritz brothers.
Quiet, Lenny Hayden.
Miss Allen, you've heard of autosuggestion.
Oh, sure.
Let's try it.
My mother told me never to listen to suggestions in an auto.
Well, Mother knows best.
Miss Allen, hypnosis is mind over matter. Now, for example, I can make you believe anything I want. I can make you bark like a dog. I can make you a vacuum cleaner. I can make you a broomstick.
Can you make me an umbrella?
Yes.
Make me a blue one.
You know, Gracie, that you're not all there.
I know, but there's enough of me here to make it worthwhile.
Professor, you better call the insane asylum and tell them to leave the light in the padded cell.
Why, George? Do you want to read in bed?
Artie, easy on that sarcasm. You know, I'm your boss and you get plenty of money every week.
He gets paid?
Of course he gets paid. I suppose you work for nothing.
He told you?
Now we'll start. Miss Allen, look in my eyes and come closer. Why not?
That's the way all you fellas start.
Gracie.
Now look straight in my eyes and concentrate. 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 Now, for the past week, what's been the uppermost thought in your mind?
Will the draft take away all the men?
Don't worry, they'll leave me.
Professor, I don't believe in that hypnotism stuff.
Oh, so you doubt me?
Yeah, it's nothing.
Look into my eyes. Look deep. I'm going to change you into someone else. Concentrate. Your eyes are getting heavier. Deeper. Deeper.
He's in a trance. It's working.
And to prove that you're not Artie Shaw, just try and play the clarinet. All right. Now, who are you?
Benny Goodman.
See? I told you it would get a laugh. Yeah, I didn't believe it. We had the biggest argument about that. Oh, is it me? Next, Professor. Yes, that's you. 1, 2.
Now, please, may I have a little more quiet for this experiment? Now, Miss Allen, you look into my face. Keep looking at my face. Now, watch my face. It's fading. It's fading. My face is fading. My face is fading.
Maybe you ought to wash it in Lux.
not a bad idea, Gracie. Confidentially, as a hypnotist, this kid really shrinks.
Oh, I can't understand why it doesn't work. I've done it for years. Here, Mr. Burns, I'll try it on you.
No. Try it on the announcer. Hey, Bud, come here a minute.
Yeah?
Mr. Heaston, look right here.
Yes?
Now look closer.
Yes?
You're no longer Bud Heaston. You can't mention spam. You can't mention spam. You are now in the jungles of Africa. You are now Tarzan.
Bud! What are you yelling about?
He won't let me mention spam.
Professor, get him out of that trance, and here's your hat.
Mr. Burns, I want to try an experiment on Miss Allen that has never failed. Mesmerism.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Go right ahead, Professor.
If you will just try to concentrate, Miss Allen, I will show you how easily mesmerism can produce sleep. Now look into my eyes.
Like this?
Yes. Now just relax and let yourself go. Everything is peaceful. Everything is restful. Keep looking into my eyes. Relax. Peace. Rest. Relax.
Oh, look, George, the professor's asleep.
Gee, how do you like that? Isn't that
Listen, folks, Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item that has been brought out in a generation. You'd be surprised at how many families already use it regularly. Now, if you're one of the folks who have been listening to these programs every week and have promised yourself that someday you would try Spam, and if you haven't yet tried it, now is the time. You're missing something. Spam is delicious meat, and it's handy, convenient to use, and grand to eat. So go to your food store tomorrow and ask for S-P-A-M, Spam.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night. George, I'll drive you home in my Chevrolet.
Chevrolet? Thought you had a Rolls Royce.
I did it again.
Good night, folks. Good night.
Tonight, Hormel and Spam have saluted the retail grocers of America who are celebrating National Retail Grocers Week. These grocers employ more than 500,000 men and women who constantly strive to bring you healthful food at the lowest cost. Get better acquainted with your grocer this week, the one who helps you bring your family good food. And join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne the way Hormel makes it is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Use FinalNet for 5 good reasons. 1, FinalNet is not an aerosol. It's concentrated with a hold that really lasts. 2, it holds without stickiness. 3, it goes where you want it. 4, FinalNet has no aerosol propellants. 5, this much FinalNet goes as far as this much aerosol. Use non-aerosol FinalNet. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Mystery in the Dentist's Office. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before our story, here's an important message. If you have extra time this summer, how about helping out America's farmers? Those who volunteer for farm work will be made members of the United States Crop Corps, and they'll be paid prevailing wages for the amount and type of work they do. Now, farm work won't be easy, but it will be helpful, and you'll have the satisfaction of knowing that you're serving where the need is great. You may work weekends, 1 or 2 days a week, a definite 2 or 3 week period, or longer, whichever you choose. The need for extra farm workers will be urgent in nearly every part of the country during the next few months, but it will vary somewhat from time to time and place to place. Stand by for the local call. Respond when it comes in your community. And now, the Green Hornet. Elaine Garland, assistant in Dr. Kane's dental office, returned from lunch and entered the office reception room. As she removed her hat and coat, she suddenly became conscious of the odor of smoke. Turning quickly, she noticed small wisps of smoke seeping under the door leading into the office proper.
Smoke coming from Dr. Kane's office. Oh! It's pouring out of the laboratory. He must be in there. Dr. Kane! Dr. Kane! I can't get through because of the smoke. I've got to get help. Get to the phone. Oh, why doesn't she hurry? Operator, turn in a fire alarm. Yes, please hurry. The city building, Dr. Kane's office. Yes, office 324. Please hurry. Oh, I've got to get help someplace. He's in there. Help! Fire, help! Somebody come quickly! Oh, help!
Where is it?
In Dr. Kane's laboratory. I'm sure he's in there. I can't get through because of the smoke in his office.
Come on, I have this fire extinguisher. Here comes the fire department.
Oh, it's terrible. Poor Dr. Kane.
A short time later, Ed Lowry, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, was questioning Elaine Garland in the reception room of Dr. Kane's office.
Have you any idea what started that fire?
No, I've told everyone that over and over again. Everybody's asking questions. The fire marshal, the police, and now you.
Gee, I'm sorry. I know how you feel, but I'm just trying to get some facts from a paper, that's all. That's my job, you know.
I'm sorry. I'll tell you all I can. You see, it's been, well, so awful.
Yeah, I know.
He must have been working on a denture or something, and one of the Bunsen burners set fire to his clothing.
That place in there is sure pretty well burned out at that. Poor guy wasn't so recognizable, I understand.
They asked me to bring in his dental chart. It's the only way they have of identifying the body. It's all so sudden. So unbelievable.
Well, now, take it easy, Miss Garland. It's a shock, I know, but you did all you could. I'll hang around a while and see what report they make on it. Oh, here comes Sergeant Berg. What's the dope, Sarge?
They compared the dental chart with... with that guy in there. It's Kane, all right. Too bad. Sure is a mess, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah. Well, guess I'll call the rewrite at the Sentinel and give them the rest of the dope. I already called about the fire and all. See you later, Sarge.
Later at the Sentinel building, Lowry was talking to Britt Reed, young publisher of the Sentinel, in his office.
It sure was tough the way that Denis got caught in the fire in his laboratory, Chief. They had to use his dental chart to identify him.
Strange that the fire should have had such a headway that he couldn't get out to save himself. Are the police satisfied that it was accidental?
Oh, sure, it was accidental. What else?
Just inquiring, that's all. I wonder who his last patient was.
Oh, Sarge asked about that. They found out from the appointment book it was a guy named Lynn. Miss Garland, that's Doc's assistant, said Lynn was in the chair when she left. She was gone an hour or so.
Mm-hmm. I suppose the police will question Lynn as a matter of routine.
Yeah, I guess they will, Chief.
Well, that'll more or less close the case as far as the Sentinel's concerned.
Sure. Is there anything you want me to do especially?
Oh, no, Lowry. You can cover police headquarters for the rest of the afternoon if Gunningham hasn't assigned you to anything else.
Right, Chief. I'll be seeing you. Come on.
Several days later, Miss Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was busy in the outer office when Lowry entered.
Oh, hi, Casey. Chief in?
Well, Mr. Reed's down in the city room. He'll be up in a few minutes. What's up, Lowry?
No, nothing much. Want to tell him something about that dentist who was burned to death in his office the other day.
I thought that was a thing of the past by now. Well, here's Mr. Reed now.
Looking for me, Lowry?
Oh, yeah, Chief. Thought you might be interested to know they haven't found that Lynn guy yet.
Lynn?
Yeah. Hey, you know, the guy who was the last patient to be in Doc Kane's office the day Kane was burned?
Oh, yes, I remember now. So the police haven't located Lynn, huh?
Nope. He lived in a rooming house. Didn't seem to have any friends or nothing. His landlady says he ain't turned up since the day of the accident.
That's strange.
Hey, do you suppose he could have had something to do with that so-called accident, Mr. Reed?
Oh, possibly.
Well, the cops have thought of that, too. Doc Lang had quite a bit of insurance. The company, well, they sent an investigator to check with the police. They made a complete examination of Kane's remains to see if maybe he'd been socked on the head or something before the fire. But the report shows nothing but the fact that he once had a busted jawbone. Something that must have happened a long time ago.
Evidently, the police were trying to make out to be a case of murder instead of an accident, with Lynn as a suspect in the case.
Yeah, but you must admit it does look funny that Lynn guy hasn't shown up since it happened. All his stuff's still in his room, Sarge says.
Well, in that case, he didn't plan a getaway. If he did have something to do with Doc Kane's death.
It sure looks funny, Chief. The guy not being found and all. The girl in Kane's office said Lynn didn't know Doc Kane until he came in to get his teeth fixed. As far as she remembers, the guy was about the same build as Kane and could have been about the same age.
I see. Well, what does the insurance investigator think about it?
Well, I guess he's satisfied now that it was accidental. They'd have to pay off one way or the other anyway.
Well, that's true. Well, if you hear anything more about it, let me know.
Okay, Chief. Well, they're still hunting for Lynn, and if they get a line on him, I know Sarge will let me know. So I'll mosey on down to headquarters now and see if they have anything on it.
In this case, give me a copy of the Sentinel, which was issued on the date of Dr. Kane's death. I believe that edition carried a picture of Kane.
All right, Mr. Reed. Yes, I remember the picture. I'll get the paper and bring it in to you.
Good. I'm interested in the turn of events in this case. I'd like to see what this Dr. Kane looked like.
And you think there might be something to the suspicions Lowry has, that Lynn could have murdered Dr. Kane?
Well, one can never tell about these seemingly clear-cut cases. Sometimes they turn out to be very complicated and very interesting.
That evening, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet.
I've been studying this picture of Dr. Kane in the Sentinel I brought home from the office. That mustache and Van Dyke beard give him quite the professional appearance.
Is that the dentist who had fatal accident in his office, Mr. Britt?
Yes.
Why are you interested in Doctor's picture?
Because I was wondering about the case, Cato. Mr. Lynn, who was the last patient in the office before the so-called accident, is missing.
You say so-called accident?
Yes. That accident could have been planned, Cato.
Oh, maybe you have suspicion Mr. Lynn murdered Dr. Kane.
I'm not harboring any suspicions yet. But it could have been that way. And remember, Lynn hasn't been found.
Please, I'd like to have a look at picture of deceased doctor.
Of course, take a look. Notice, Cato, that his ears are set well below the eye level and very close to the head.
Not many people have ears alike. They're almost like fingerprints.
That's true.
Why you know his ears of doctor, Mr. Britt?
No reason at present. I'd like to see what data Kane had in his files about that man, Lynn. Also, I'd like to see the dental chart of the doctor and the one the police used for identification.
Only way to see such things would be to go to doctor's office. Perhaps it'd not be understood if publisher of Sentinel went snooping through files.
Being rather cagey, aren't you, Cato? You've already decided that the Green Hornet might see those files without much trouble. And without involving the Sentinel.
Oh, such thoughts far from my mind. Gas gun and mask ready, though. Also Black Beauty ready for use.
All right, Cato. A little snooping by the Green Hornet will at least satisfy our curiosity. It may turn up something that'll make the Kane accident turn out to be more than it looks on the surface. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Drive up alley, back of city building, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. No use arousing anyone's suspicions by letting them see the Black Beauty stop in front of the building. The alley entrance is just ahead.
You think, guard inside building?
No, it's just a small 4-story place. I can get in the back way all right. Turn in here. And we're behind the silly building now. Stop here, Cato.
Yes, sir.
Wait for me here, Cato. If by any chance you do have to move, I'll meet you in the back at the apartment.
I wait, unless the police come. No reason for that. Alley quite deserted and dark.
I won't be long. Keep your eyes open.
Britt Reed moved into the shadows at the back of the old building. It was only a matter of a few minutes before he finally manipulated the lock on the back entrance and went inside. Using his flashlight, he found the back stairway and went to the 3rd floor. On reaching the 3rd floor corridor, in which dim overhead lights were burning, he walked silently along in search of Dr. Kane's office. Reaching a bend in the hallway, he was about to go on when he heard a door close.
I better wait a minute. It sounded like somebody came through the doorway from the front stairs into the hall. I'll peek around the corner and take a look. A man approaching that office up the hall. Just about where number 324 should be. Kane's office. I'll watch him. Wait! Oh, I would drop that flash. Wait, I say, come back! Got to find out who that is before he gets away.
That you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Did you see anyone come out of this back way?
No, sir. Nobody come out this way.
I guess he went out the front door then. Cato, now I'm sure there's something phony about that Kane accident. The hall lights were too dim for me to make out the man's appearance. That somebody was about to enter Dr. Kane's office. I dropped my flashlight, and upon hearing the noise, he fled down the stairs. I'm going back up there now and see if I can find whatever it was he was coming back for.
We'll continue our story in just a minute. In the South Pacific, the squad of Corporal Jesse W. Keaton, Jr. of McKinney, Texas, winner of the Silver Star, was dug in its foxhole when the Japs launched a fierce assault against the American defenses. During that prolonged period in which the Japs pressed their attack, the squad's ammunition ran low. Without hesitation, the Texas corporal, disregarding enemy fire, crawled back to the supply lines. He got the ammunition, once more brave Jap bullets to return to his foxhole, and his squad was able to stand off the attack and eventually defeat the enemy. Do you know that 27 million Americans on the payroll savings plan are helping to buy our troops the ammunition they need through war bonds? But it's the extra efforts we make that will win the war sooner. It's good plain sense to put every extra cent we can in war bonds. And now back to our story. After paying his visit to Dr. Kane's office without further interruption, Britt Reed and Cato returned to the apartment.
Cato, I brought along Kane's dental chart. Also all the data on Lynn, including his dental chart and x-rays marked with his name. Let's look these over.
This chart of doctor, Mr. Britt?
Yes, and this one here is Lynn's. Strange.
What you notice? Why you hold two charts together?
Look for yourself.
Oh, both charts alike, seem to me.
They are, Cato. They're identical. Yet this one is plainly marked with Lynn's name. Hold that group of x-rays to the light.
Yes.
Look there.
That show up back part of left jaw.
Yes, but notice. Evidently, at one time, that jawbone was broken. See there?
Oh, yes. It is quite evident. But mean little.
No, you're wrong, Cato. Because of something Lowry reported to me today, that means a great deal. We're going back to Dr. Kane's office right now.
Why we go back, Mr. Britt?
Cato, I believe the man whom I saw there will go back. Perhaps he remembered that this x-ray plainly shows where the jawbone was broken and where it did knit, and he wanted to remove it from the files.
I still not understand, Mr. Britt.
Cato, I'm convinced the man I saw at Dr. Kane's office door a while ago was responsible for that fire. In other words, I've come to the conclusion that it was not an accident. Instead, it was premeditated murder.
While Britt Reed and Cato headed the Black Beauty toward the city building, Ed Lowry at police headquarters was listening intently as Sergeant Burke told him of further developments in the Kane case.
The insurance company says Doc Kane took out a big insurance policy just about 6 weeks ago.
Oh, he did, huh? Who's going to get all the dough, Sarge?
Sure, and it's to go to a brother whose address in some small town nearby was given in the policy. The company sent him a notification, and I understand he's come to town to collect and to make funeral arrangements for the doc. He phoned the company from the Uptown Hotel where he checked in late this afternoon.
Oh, kind of lucky for him the doc took out that insurance. He sure must have thought a lot of that brother of his.
Police headquarters.
Hey, is that you, Sarge?
Sure, it's me.
This is Cassidy.
I know. What are you calling in for?
Look, Sarge, I was walking my beat down here by the city building, and there's something funny going on.
Something funny going on like what? Get to the point, Cassidy.
Well, I was walking past the corner when I saw a car turn up the alley back of the city building.
Well, what's funny about that, you nitwit? Do you have to call in every time you see a car turn up an alley? What's the matter with you anyway?
But this wasn't any ordinary car, Sarge. I'm sure it was the car belonging to the Green Hornet.
Well, what's the difference who it belongs to if they... did you say you saw the Green Hornet's car?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Holy smoke. All this palavering and the Green Hornet right round under your nose. Keep an eye on him. We'll be right down.
Meantime, Britt Reed, having returned to Dr. Kane's office in the city building, was patiently waiting in the dark, hoping that the mysterious prowler whom he'd seen there earlier in the evening would return. His wait was soon rewarded when he heard someone manipulating the lock in the door to the outer office.
Looks as though I'll have the showdown I was hoping for. Somebody's coming in. I'll stay behind this filing cabinet till I see what he's up to.
I'd better not use the lights. They might be seen from the street. I use this flashlight. Let's see now. L-I. Yeah. There's the folder. Lynn. Nothing in it. I know that girl put them in here. She always kept them in this folder.
Perhaps I can help you find what you're looking for.
What the? The masked man. The Green Hornet.
Good. Since you know me and I know you, there's no need for introductions.
You know me? Oh, no, you've made a mistake.
And I also know what you came to find.
What have you to do with this? Why are you butting in?
Maybe I'm interested in the same thing you are. Money.
So that's it, huh? You want to make some sort of a deal? Well, I've risked too much to let you interfere now. And I won't. See? Caught you off guard by slamming that file drawer so the edge knocked your flashlight to the floor. And I've kicked it out of your reach on it. You can't see me in the dark, but I can find you when I'm ready. Well, say something.
Britt Reed waited tensely as the man whom he knew to be a murderer drew closer and closer in the sinister darkness of the office. He instinctively knew the stalking killer had just taken an insidious weapon of some sort from a nearby drawer. Probably the same weapon he'd used to overpower the victim who had been found in the burned laboratory beyond. The slight sound of approaching steps stopped. For an instant, there was tense silence. Then Britt Reed sprang forward.
Finish you. Not a chance. I can just jab. I'll see to it you don't leave here alive, Hornet.
That's what you think. Switch on the lights a moment to find my flashlight. There. Just as I thought. He took a large hypodermic needle from the instrument drawer. Probably contains a strong, quick-acting drug sufficient to temporarily paralyze a person. The police. I've got to work fast. First, my flashlight. There it is. Now to pin this on that killer. Leave these right alongside. There, that's done. I think they'll be smart enough to figure the rest out. That's my signal to leave. And leave fast before I'm trapped in here.
I'm right behind you, unit.
Hey, suffered catfish, Sarge. Looks like there was a big fight in here. The place is all messed up.
Hey, look it on the floor, Sarge. Glory be. Now, who can that be, I wonder?
Well, whoever it is, he's out like a light. Say, what's that pinned on his coat there? Looks like a picture cut out of a newspaper.
That's exactly what it is, Lowry. Let's see. I can't make head or tail out of this funny business.
Well, let me look at it, Sarge.
Go ahead and look.
Hey, this is a picture of that Doc Kane.
Well, so it is. Now, what do you suppose? What's them pencil marks on it, Lowry?
Well, look. An arrow pointing to the mustache and one drawn pointing to the beard. There's printing, too.
What's it say? I can hardly make it
Well,
out.
it says, note similarity of ears, nose, and chin. Need more be said. Huh. I don't see what he could... Sarge, I do see.
Sure, but what do you see, Lowry? Are you gone now?
No, but wait, there's something else. Data and X-rays on Lynn. That's what's printed on this folder. And it says, note particularly indication along left jawbone of old fracture.
Lowry, I may be dumb, but what does all this note business mean, anyhow?
I know, Sarge.
So you know, Cassidy, do you? Well, what does it mean if you're so smart?
It means somebody else was here and knocked this guy out, Sarge.
Great saints, give me patience. Lowry,
No, hold your horses, Sarge. Here's what I get out of it. And we can check all of it when we get back to headquarters. This guy here on the floor is Doc Kane himself. Only he shaved off his mustache and Van Dyke beard. That's what those arrows are meant to tell us. And when you look close, you can see the ears are the same as in the picture. The nose, too.
What about that stuff in the folder? Who cares anything about who fractured whose left jawbone, I'd like to know.
Sarge, do you remember what they said when they examined what was left of the guy who was found in that burned laboratory there?
Sure. Something about the bone structure with no indication of having been struck down or nothing.
Sure, that's it. Only remember they said they found something that showed him the guy had a busted jaw once?
That's right, Lowry. Glory be, you don't mean
Sure, that dead guy was Lynn. The man we've all been looking for all this time. And this guy is Doc Kane, the one who killed Lynn. This X-ray shows that Lynn had a busted jawbone once.
Hey, you mean the guy who was accidentally burned to death wasn't Kane at all, then?
Cassidy, didn't we just figure that all out right here in front of your eyes? It's as plain as... Well, it's as plain as day.
Oh, is it now? Well, then tell me, Sarge. Why should Kane kill Lynn? And why should...
I got your message. It came right up. The Green Hornet was implicated in this. I wanted... Say, what's that man doing there on the floor?
Mr. Hinsdale, your insurance company can rest easy, thanks to us. That's Kane lying there.
Yes, I know. I met Mr. Kane late this afternoon, but what's he doing lying there?
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Hinsdale. Yes? You say you met that guy this afternoon?
Yes, I went to his hotel to see about the settlement of his brother's insurance.
No, I've got it all together. Look.
Yes?
That's Dr. Kane. He isn't dead at all, see? But he did kill Lynn.
Oh, but
Now look at these.
Well, that's Kane's dental chart. This one's Lynn's. Why, they're identical.
Well, sure, you get it? And look at this X-ray, too.
Lowry, maybe you better explain what you're talking about, just for the record.
Okay. Now, look.
Lynn comes into Dr. Kane's office about 6 weeks ago. The date's on that x-ray frame, see? And just about 5 or 6 weeks ago, probably just after Lynn started, Kane took out a mess of insurance payable to his brother.
I wonder where that brother is.
Sarge, there wasn't any brother. He gave an address that he'd arranged beforehand out of town. Then he worked on Lynn in such a way that their dental charts would be alike. Then he probably used some kind of gas or drug or something to put Lynn under.
Sure, that's it. Then he dragged him into that laboratory, set fire to him, and then beat it.
Yes, that's it, evidently. He shaved off his mustache and beard, touched up his hair a bit, then appeared here as a sorrowing brother ready to collect insurance. We were so certain of identification because of Kane's dental chart, we didn't question the fact that it was Kane who had perished in the fire.
Sure, and if it hadn't been for us, you'd have been out all that dough. And we'd still be looking for Lynn, thinking that Kane was done for.
If you ask me, I'd say Lowry did all the figuring out of what happened, Sarge.
Is that so now? Sure, and it wouldn't have been long before I'd had it all figured out.
Well, then tell me, who stuck all them things around so he could know who that guy there was, that he was Kane? Who socked him and knocked him cold, huh? Well, who? I'm asking you, Sarge.
Listen to him, will you? Get to work and get that killer out of here and stop asking fool questions, Cassidy. Help him, boys.
Perhaps I'm too inquisitive, but do you know who did catch up with Kane?
Well, now, if we hadn't have come here, he'd have...
I can tell you, Mr. Hinsdale.
Yes?
See that thing stuck in the back of that dental chart? I just noticed it myself.
What is it, Mr. Lowry?
Say, don't tell me that...
Yep. That was stuck on there by the guy who probably hoped to split that insurance dough with Kane and was getting a double cross. So he did all this to get even.
Great day. I'd know that anywheres. The seal of the Green Hornet himself.
That's the Lux Street paper! Patient murdered in dentist's office. Dr. Kane indicted. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street paper!
Folks, here are some things Uncle Sam is asking you to do to help beat the paper shortage in America. When you go shopping, accept unwrapped goods whenever possible. Use and reuse your own shopping containers. Then save all kinds of waste paper for your local scrap paper drive. There's a doubly urgent need now for brown paper, heavy bags, wrapping paper, corrugated and cardboard boxes and cartons. Now, this isn't much to ask, especially when we know that paper is a vital war material. Here's just one example. 700,000 different items are shipped to the Army overseas, and practically all are paper wrapped or boxed. Please do your part in helping to stretch our available paper supply. Remember, paper can help win the war. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
America's been waiting for a family show about a real family.
Maybe you're just old-fashioned. Yeah, maybe.
A show that reveals the joys and the sorrows.
You better all dig down and find your pennies because this family could be in deep financial trouble.
The triumphs and the defeats of real people.
Mary, would you lay off him, honey? He's just trying to do his job.
The Bradfords are the family. 8 is Enough is the show. Right after Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early West. In time, Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. But the Lone Ranger always believed that a man was innocent until he was proven guilty. He brought about the conviction of numberless outlaws, cattle thieves, and gunmen, and saved many men who might have been condemned to prison or to death by the primitive law courts of the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the Panhandle Kid. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Young Jack Ross was sitting astride his horse in front of the general store at Willow City when a girl came out. Her arms were filled with parcels. She dropped one of them as she passed Jack, and he jumped from his saddle to pick it up and...
Your package, miss.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even know I dropped it. There. I think I've got it where it'll stay now.
Uh-huh.
I don't believe I've seen you in town before, have I, Mr...
Jack Ross is my handle, ma'am. Miss, well, that is,
It's Miss. I'm Gail Fisher. I was just on my way to my father's office. He's a sheriff here, you know.
Oh.
You're here on business, Mr. Ross?
Miss Gail, this morning, the only reason I was heading my horse for Willow City was in hopes of getting work. I was hungry, plumb busted, and right down in the mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You needn't be. That was this morning. It's afternoon now, and things are some different.
You found work?
Well, not exactly.
Then...
Nope, Miss Gail, I ain't found what you'd call a regular job. But I've done almost as well. I found me a partner.
Oh.
Yep, run into him this morning. Found him camped just off the trail, feeding himself coffee and bacon. Gosh, I'll never forget how good that grub smelled.
He was an old friend of yours?
Never seen him before. But he asked me to light in and eat, which I did pronto. We got to talking and kind of took a fancy to each other, and now he's inside the store here, loading up with supplies.
Oh, how nice.
Uh-huh. We're going into the hills and do some prospecting together. I've never tried my hand at looking for dust before, but he said as how he'd learn me the ropes.
Then your friend must be a stranger here, too.
Yeah, that's what he said. But say, how'd you guess it?
Well, if he thinks there's gold in these hills, he must be a stranger. Well, everyone knows there isn't.
Gosh, miss, is that right?
Well, at least everyone says there isn't. But, of course, gold is where you find it.
That's what I've always heard.
This partner of yours, he's an old prospector?
Well, miss, he ain't more than a couple years older than me.
Oh.
But a mighty liberal fella, I can tell you. Why, it's his own cash he's putting out for the supplies we need. Me being broke, he said as how he'd take care of that part himself.
I see.
I was just wondering something, Miss Gail.
Yes?
If I was to take a quick trip into town sometime, do you think that maybe you'd, well, I mean...
I think I know what you mean. And I believe I would.
Gosh, that'd be fine.
Shots!
What?
Get the sheriff! Come on, Jack, get on your horse. We're going to light out of here.
Partner.
There's trouble, I tell you. The old fool's giving an argument. Come on, before the law shows up.
I don't say.
You don't have to. Get going. Get up. Get up.
Jack, wait.
I'll be back, Miss Gail.
Get up. Hey, Miss Gail, where's your pa?
Here he comes.
What's the trouble? What's going on around here?
There were shots in Hank's store, Elva.
Sheriff, he shot me.
Come on inside.
All right, Elva.
All right, come on. Bad hurt, Hank?
Real bad, Sheriff. It's a dirty crook. He got all the cash I had in the till.
Oh, hold on.
Them fellas had just rode away. It must have been them.
I seen him. That's who it was, all right.
No, it couldn't have been.
Huh?
Father, he didn't look like an outlaw.
Who didn't?
Why, Jack didn't.
Jack?
Well, that is... Well,
Gail, how come you know the name of one of them crooks?
Oh, I tell you, Pa, he wasn't a crook. I'm sure of it. He was just telling me how he planned to go prospecting.
There was just one feller inside here, Alva.
Uh-huh. But the other must have been waiting outside to keep watch.
That's just what he was doing, Zeke.
Oh, no.
That was it, sure enough. And you stood right there talking to the lookout while his partner shot and robbed Hank. Daughter, I'm ashamed of you.
But please...
Gail, you keep still. Fellers, I want a posse to take after them crooks. Who's willing to ride along?
I'll go with you, Sheriff.
And somebody's got to see that Hank here gets fixed up.
I'll take care of that, Sheriff.
Huh? Oh, thanks, stranger. The doc ain't in town or we get him. Gail, you help the stranger.
Yes, Father.
All right, fellers, to your horses. All right. Anyone see which way they went? To the north, Elva.
There now. How do you feel?
Not so good, stranger. That thieving polecat's bullet got me just above the knee.
Yes. We'll fix that up.
I can do it by myself, stranger, if you want to ride after the posse.
I'm going to, but I heard you say you believed one of those men innocent.
He was. I'm sure he was.
Very well. I'd like to hear your reasons while we're bandaging this wound. Then I'll ride.
Stranger, if they was together, Then them is both in on this, sure as shooting.
We'll see. Now hold still, and we'll have you fixed up in no time. The posse started after Jack and his companion at once, but Jack's new partner seemed to know the country better than he had claimed. He led the way to a creek, which they entered and followed for several miles. Then out of the creek onto some shelving rock, and finally into a small canyon, whose mouth was almost hidden by a stand of trees. Here he reined up.
Hold there, hold, boy, hold. Well, we're safe enough here, I reckon.
Look here.
Yeah?
I want some kind of an explanation. This looks mighty funny to me.
I told you what happened, didn't I?
Sure. You said you pulled out your gun just to show the storekeeper. He got excited, mistaking it for a holdup.
Well, what more do you want to know?
The truth.
Now, didn't I just say...
Just hold up a second. I ain't no greenhorn. I strung along with you because you fed me and acted friendly. I thought you was on the square. But if you're up to something crooked, favor or no favors, I'm pulling my freight.
Yeah?
And right now.
I reckon not.
You think I won't? Well, then I'll show you.
Rein up there, partner, rein up.
But
Maybe you don't savvy just how things is.
I savvy that I ain't having nothing to do with outlaws. And I got a hunch that's just what you are.
You ain't never asked me what my handle is, have you?
Oh, I figured that was your business.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I better tell you.
Well?
Folks call me the Panhandle Kid.
What's that?
You've heard of me, huh?
The Panhandle Kid? Who ain't heard that name? Why, if you're him...
Yeah?
Then you're one of the lowest murdering sidewinders in the whole West.
You're calling me some mighty interesting names. But I've heard a lot worse.
Now I'm leaving.
And get jailed for holding up the store? For being partner of the fellow that shot the storekeeper? For being the partner of the Panhandle Kid? You don't act like you got much sense.
You framed me. I'll bet you done it a purpose. That's it. That's just what you done. You knew when we rode to town what you planned to do. You had me wait outside the store just so as I'd look guilty, too.
I needed a partner, Jack.
So you figured that by framing me, I'd have to throw in with you.
Maybe you got more sense than I was giving you credit for.
Well, you...
I'll wait. Let me tell you what I got planned.
I ain't listening to none of your crooked schemes.
Yeah, you doggone fool. I've got everything fixed. I've been looking over this part of the country for the past month without nobody knowing it, just so as I'd know where to go after the cash is to be had. All I've been needing is somebody to help me. Now, you throw in with me, and in 1 month, we'll both be rich.
And you filled me up with your lying stories about prospecting.
Well, there's more than one way to prospect for gold, ain't there? Now, take Zeke Munson, for instance.
Who's he, and what about him?
Who's Zeke? Why, he's one of the stingiest hombres in these parts.
What's that got to do with me?
Jack, that idiot's still got the first dollar he ever got his fist on. They say he's got somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000 hid away in that shack of his.
That don't interest me.
Think of it, Jack. $10,000 or $15,000 in cash. How'd you like to spend half of that?
You...
And I know just where that cash is hid.
I won't have anything to do with it.
Ah, don't be loco. The law's already got you pegged as a crook, ain't it?
Yeah, but...
And now you ain't got nothing more to lose by really turning crooked, have you?
I'll clear myself somehow. I don't know how, but I will. And that ain't all.
No?
I'm going to see that you get what you've got coming to you.
Don't throw no threats my way.
You wait and see. I'll fix you.
And you ain't teaming up with me?
Not now or any time.
You won't think it over?
I've done all the thinking that's needed.
Of course, you savvy I can't let nobody loose that's liable to tell what I got schemed.
You mean...
I mean take your choice between backing my play or taking my lead.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Then fill your hand, blast you.
You can't outdraw me. Ow! My gun!
Stand where you are, both of you.
A masked man and a redskin.
You shot my gun away.
Take a move for your other gun, and I'll do more.
But how'd you find us? We got clear of the posse.
I was in town right after the shooting. I gave first aid to the storekeeper, then followed the posse.
But I just said we give them the slip.
But you didn't give Tonto the slip. He decided you must have followed the creek bed. You did. When you left the creek, you made one mistake.
Mistake? What mistake was that?
You left the creek where there were rocks to hide the prints of your horses. You forgot, however, to choose a place where the sun would dry the water you splashed.
Then that's how you found us.
Right.
All right, mister. You got us. Now, what are you going to do about it?
You'll soon learn.
Stranger, I don't expect you to believe me. But I ain't a crook. Honest, I ain't. It was just a scheme of this sidewinder here to make me look like
Don't
one.
you believe it? He's in this just as bad as I am.
I heard enough to know different.
You did?
I did. Tonto and I are keeping both of you prisoners. But we're not turning you over to the law, Jack, until we know you'll get justice.
Gosh.
Now get mounted. We're going to camp. Then I'm calling on the sheriff. Jack Ross and the Panhandle Kid were taken to the well-hidden camp of the masked man, then left in charge of Tonto, while the Lone Ranger returned to town. It was after dark that evening when he saw the sheriff riding toward his home.
Quiet, Silver. Here he comes. All right, old fellow. Hold up, Sheriff. Hold up. Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy. I've got to talk to you, Sheriff. Don't slap, brother.
A crook.
Sheriff, your posse was hunting 2 men this afternoon.
And missed them, blasted. Say, what do you know about that? You ain't one of them, are you? If you are,
I'm not, but I know where they are.
What's that?
They're in my camp. Found I was keeping guard over them.
Your camp? Where's it at? Come on, show it to me. I'll pick them fellers up right now.
One moment.
But I tell you...
I happen to know that only one of those men is guilty. Before I turn him over to the law, I want your word the other will go free.
They're both crooks.
No. One of them is the Panhandle Kid. He framed the other.
The Panhandle Kid?
Right.
And you say he framed his partner?
He wanted Jack to throw in with him. He figured that Jack would have to do that if the law believed him a crook.
That ain't so.
It's the truth.
I savvy this now. There was 3 of you, maybe more. But you had a quarrel, and now you're trying to get the Panhandle Kid jailed while you and that other fella go loose.
I've told you the truth about this.
You mean to say this Jack, or whatever his name is, can be innocent with all the evidence there is against him? Why, he was right outside keeping watch for his partner. He heard the shots and vamoosed when his partner did. If that don't mean he's guilty, then I ain't no sheriff.
Sometimes appearances can be made to tell a story contrary to the facts.
Nonsense.
You must have known of many such cases.
Look here, mister. The only time anything like that could happen would be where there wasn't no witnesses. This time there was. And even if only one of them 2 fellers was inside the store, they're each as guilty as the other.
You're convinced of that?
I am. Now take me to them fellers, or I'll put you under arrest, too.
I don't think you will.
Let go.
Now listen to me.
You're going to pay for this?
Perhaps. However, I'm keeping my prisoners.
You...
And you'll get neither one of them until you've changed your mind about evidence.
If that's what you plan, you're going to hang on to them hombres for a long time, mister.
Sheriff, I've got an idea. You're going to change your mind sooner than you expect.
You're crazy.
That remains to be seen. And remember what I said. Until you do, Jack and the Panhandle Kid stay with me. Come on, old fellow. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger left the sheriff after the lawman had declared that Jack Ross was just as guilty as the Panhandle Kid. Now we see the masked man as he enters his camp that same night.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, boy.
How'd you come out with the sheriff, stranger?
He wouldn't believe me, Jack.
Oh,
not
I told you he wouldn't.
Well, thanks for trying anyhow. I reckon you better turn me in along with this crook here. Maybe if I stood trial, I could get the judge to see it my way somehow. And I don't hanker to be dodging the law all the time.
I have a different plan, Jack.
You have?
I'll need your help, however.
But what are you planning?
As things stand, the sheriff believes you guilty. He refuses to take my word for your innocence. I doubt that he'd even believe a confession from the Panhandle Kid. He'd probably think it part of a scheme to cheat the law.
I figured on that.
Quiet. Jack, the only chance we have is to prove to the sheriff that it's easy to make an innocent man look guilty. We must prove that even witnesses can be mistaken.
I don't see how.
It can be done if you and Tonto will help me.
Tonto do what friends say.
I knew you would, Kemosabe. And you, Jack?
Of course I will.
Good. Tonto and I will have to ride to town. That means someone must guard Panhandle Kid here. You can do it. It'll give me your word not to escape.
Then what else do I do?
That's all. It'll be enough, however, and it won't be easy. The Panhandle Kid is dangerous.
I'll handle him.
You ain't going to leave me alone with him, are you?
I am.
And I won't be safe. Well, if he tries to get even with me. Look, you can't leave me alone with him like this.
Jack.
Yeah?
That's another thing. The panhandle kid framed you, but it's up to the law to make him pay for that. You can't take the law into your own hands.
Wish to heaven I could.
You won't, however.
No, I reckon not. If you say I hadn't better.
You'll give me your word on that, too?
You got it, mister. But what do you and Tonto plan on doing when you get to town?
We won't go there together. Tonto will leave first. I'll get there tomorrow night after dark. I'm calling on the storekeeper and then on the sheriff again.
And then what?
What we do then depends on some information from the panhandle kid.
From me?
Yes. And you will talk or take the consequences.
The following day, the sheriff led another search for Jack and the Panhandle Kid. But this time, the posse was given instructions to look for the masked man as well. However, the second search met with no more success than the first. The sheriff returned home that evening and...
Hello, Father.
Evening, honey. Supper about ready?
It won't be long. Here, you sit down. You look all tired out.
I am that. Thank you. Well, we hunted high and low, and we never seen a sign of them crooks.
And I hope you don't.
Still thinking that one feller never had nothing to do with a holdup, huh?
I'm certain he didn't. If you'd talk to him like I did, Father, you'd feel the same way.
I reckon not.
Did you just get into town?
Oh, we was back an hour or more ago. Had some work to do in the office before coming home, though.
Oh.
Then there was some fool Indian come to see me.
An Indian? What about?
Don't ask me. That's something I never did find out. He just hemmed and hawed around, getting in the way, till I told him to clear out.
That's funny. I wonder. Oh, Father.
Huh?
Your badge. What's become of it?
A badge? Why, it's right. Well, I'll be gone.
It must have come loose.
I don't know where. Blasted, I do know where.
Yes?
That Injun.
But what?
He took it. I know doggone well he did. That's what he was fooling around for. I'm as sure that's where my badge went as I am that I'm sitting right here.
But how did he get it, and whatever would he want it for?
He stumbled again me when he was leaving. That's how he got it. And if it wasn't for some crooked scheme, I'd eat my Stetson.
But
And I'm going right back downtown to see if I can put my hands on the thieving redskin. I'll teach him. I'll show him what it means to steal a lawman's badge.
Don't move.
That same mask feller.
Take your hand from that gun.
What are you doing back here?
Aim for you.
No, please. You can't harm my father.
He won't be harmed, Gail.
I won't go. I don't know what you're up to, but you can't make me go along.
I think I
But
can. You're covered, Sheriff. You called me an outlaw. Very well. An outlaw wouldn't hesitate to shoot if necessary.
Father, do what he says. Don't give him an excuse to fire.
Where do you figure on taking me?
You'll see.
You'll tell me.
On your way. I've talked enough. Go on. Walk ahead of me.
Don't harm him, stranger. Please don't. You said you wouldn't.
That depends on you.
On me?
If you report this, if you send for help, I won't answer for your father's safety. Keep quiet, and he'll be returned unharmed.
Oh, I will. I will.
See that you do. Down the steps, Sheriff, and get to your saddle.
I wish I savvied what you was up to.
If you recall the conversation we had last night, you might understand. That is, Silver.
What do you mean, the conversation we had last night?
If you don't understand now, you will before I'm through. Now come, we're riding.
Get up there.
Come on, Silver.
It was much later that night when Zeke Munson, the man the Panhandle Kid had planned to rob of his savings, was awakened from a light sleep by a noise in the adjoining room.
What was that? I heard something. I'm blamed sure I did. My cash, my savings. It's a thief. Where'd I put my gun belt? So doggone dark. Here it is. Gone. The gun's gone. I don't dare to tackle the crook without no gun. If I could just get a good look at who it is, open the door a bit more. He's lit a match. Why, he's lit out. And the low-down sneaking coyote of a thief was the sheriff.
A hurried examination of his cash box revealed that Zeke's worst fears were true. Every dollar that he had saved over the years had been taken. Hastily, despite the lateness of the hour, Zeke dressed, saddled his horse, sent it racing toward the homes of his friends.
Get up there, boy. We'll show the sheriff. Wait till I tell the fellas about this. Get up. Get up there.
The word spread through the small town. Homes darkened for the night suddenly became bright with hurriedly lit lamps. Wives asked excited questions while their husbands made ready to join the men gathering in front of the reopened cafe. At last, with more than a score of townsmen to accompany him, Zeke headed for the sheriff's home.
There's still a light in this place, fellas.
He's most likely just got back home.
Ain't that his horse out in front?
Sure it is.
And it's saddled. That proves what I said.
Rein up, men. We'll go inside and find out about this.
Come on. Follow me.
There he is. You can see him in there talking to Gale.
Open up, Sheriff. Open up before we come in anyhow.
Hey, what's the crowd for?
Who is it, Father?
Looks like near everybody in town. Has something happened?
Stand aside. We're coming in. All right, fellas, come ahead.
All right.
Look here. What's this all about?
I reckon you know, you thieving coyote.
But what are you coming here like this?
Search the house. See if you can find Zeke's cash anywhere inside.
That's right.
Wait. Zeke's cash? It wouldn't be here.
I'm doggone sorry, Gale,
But I don't...
I reckon it'll come mighty hard finding out your paw's a crook.
A crook? Oh, no, you're wrong.
I wish I was, but I ain't.
Have you fellas gone loco?
See if the sheriff's still wearing his badge, Zeke.
My badge? But what about...
Stand still, Sheriff. I'll soon find out. Yep, there it is. Right there on your vest. Or I seen it when you lit that match to see if it got all of my cash there was to get.
But my badge was stole.
You're wearing it, ain't you?
Listen to me. It was stole, I tell you. I just now got it back. I found it right on the floor here.
A mighty thin story. And now I suppose you claim you was home all evening, too.
No, I wasn't.
There, fellas, you see?
The sheriff's admitted he was gone.
But he was away only because a masked man came here and took him away. He made Father go with him.
A masked man? That's a good one.
What else? What else would you expect this girl to say?
I ain't seen no masked man around. Have any of you?
Where'd this masked fella you're talking about take you, Sheriff?
Why, no place in particular. We just rode out of town away.
Yeah? Then what?
Then we got off our horses and waited a spell. After that, he brought me back. And I got here just ahead of you fellers.
I've heard some doggone tall stories, but that's got anything beat that I ever run across before.
So the masked fella just rode away with you, and then after a while brought you back. He never tried to steal nothing from you or anything else. Is that it?
Look here, men. I know it sounds funny, but that's just exactly the way it was. I give you my word, that's the truth.
Nah. Why, I seen you myself.
Here it is.
You found it?
All the fool places. He had it hid right under the rug by the door.
Look at all them $100 bills.
That's mine, all right. That's it. It was in folded money.
It can't be yours, Zeke. I mean, what would it be doing here if it was? I don't savvy this.
Wait, men, please. Listen to me, please. You know my father wouldn't steal anything. He's always been honest. Why, some of you men have known my father for years. How can you say he could be dishonest?
There's always a first time for everything.
Miss Gale, every bit of evidence is against your pa. I seen his badge. Well, look at it. Look where a bullet dented it one time. I'd know that badge anywhere.
You might have been mistaken.
But that ain't all. Your pa was gone just during the time I was robbed. On top of that, here's the same cash as was stole. And he ain't got nothing but a tall story about a masked man to alibi himself with.
And I'm the masked man.
What? There he is. That's the fella. That's him.
Come in, Tonto. You too, Jack. Bring the panhandle kid along with you.
All right. Get in there, you. Stranger, tell these folks the truth. You gotta clear me. You know where I was.
One moment, Sheriff. Every one of these men are convinced of your guilt.
Because he is guilty.
You see? Sheriff, they're convinced of your guilt just as you were convinced of the guilt of Jack here.
Well,
You said if he'd been framed, there couldn't be as much evidence against him. You know you've been framed, yet there's even more evidence against you than there was against him.
What's that about the sheriff being framed?
I'll explain in a moment. First, I want the sheriff to admit he might have been wrong about Jack.
Well, yes, I suppose I might have been.
Panhandle, tell the sheriff the truth.
I'll confess. But don't forget you told me it'd be easier for me if I did.
I think the sheriff can arrange to keep you in jail here on a hold-up charge. If you deny the truth, however, you'll be sent to one of the counties that wants you for murder, and that means hanging.
I'll tell the truth. I said I would. I don't want to hang.
That's up to the sheriff.
Then you did frame Jack here.
That's the way it was, Sheriff.
But look here, stranger. How do we know you've been telling a straight story? If the sheriff was framed, who done it? And how'd the cash get here?
You doubt what I've told you. Check with Hank Jackson, the storekeeper. He knew my plans before they were carried out. I told him so that he could back up my word if you doubted me.
But the cash and the badge.
Tonto took the badge from the sheriff this evening. He disguised himself to look as much like the sheriff as possible. And when he was in Zeke's place, he lit a match on purpose so that Zeke could see the badge.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Then he put the cash under the rug there and threw the badge on the floor when I brought the sheriff back. Both the sheriff and Gale were too busy watching me to notice Tonto.
But, Sheriff, what was the stranger's ID?
He done it because I was a stubborn idiot. I wouldn't believe him when he told me Jack didn't have nothing to do with holding up Hank's store yesterday. But I've learned my lesson.
Sheriff, anybody that come as close to being jailed for nothing as you did ought to have learned it. I sure got a scare when I thought my cash was stole. But you always was a bull-headed fella, Sheriff. And if the masked man fella changed that, then I don't give a hoot.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're going to solve the mystery of Apache Valley. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Don't come near me.
Thursday, John Amos, Ernest Borgnine, and the cop of the future are set up by a girl on the edge. Then a new puppy brings Chrissy and Jack closer together.
Yeah, there's nothing a girl likes more than a little tickle on the tummy.
Knock it off!
Three's Company after Future Cop and Barney Miller.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clothes. C-L-O-T-H-E-S.
Really?
You bet your life.
Thought I'd get
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Just a flash in the pan. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have a bachelor and a spin.
Stand there all day. You can go ahead.
I was waiting for the cue.
Doing the show long enough to know when to come in.
Groucho, we have a bachelor and
Not on strings, you know. Put you on the Howdy Doody show.
Groucho, we have a bachelor and a spinster for you. They were selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air.
A likely story.
Miss Mary Francine Tyler and Mr. Navak Kurnik. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mary Taylor, is that you?
Tyler.
Tyler, oh. Were you ever president of the United States, Mary?
I never was.
No. How old are you, Mary?
82 years old.
Really? Well, you certainly don't look it, Mary.
Thank you.
You look about 58.
Well, thank you very much.
How young are you, old boy?
77.
77? Well, you don't look it. You look about 58. Mary, will you marry this fellow?
No.
Well, that's a direct answer, all right. No equivocating here. Mr. Koenig, you're the bachelor. Your first name, what is your first name?
Navak.
What's that?
Navak.
Navak Koenig?
Yeah.
Sounds like an old lady eating popcorn. Navak Koenig. Where'd you get an alias like that?
In Russia.
In that case, I suggest you take it up with the Security Council. What part of Russia did you flee from?
I come from the state of Minsk.
Minsk?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. That's about halfway between Omsk and Unsk, isn't it?
No, it was between Moscow and Warsaw.
Oh, is that near the Volga?
No, far away from the Volga.
Is there really a Volga there?
There is, yeah.
You know, there is no Swanee River. They've been singing about it for years.
No, they don't sing much that Swanee River there.
They don't sing about much in Russia about anything, do they?
Not now.
No. What did you do in Russia?
I was
besides
there
run?
in the lumber business.
You were in the lumber business?
Yeah, I used to buy the timber from the government and work them out and I ship them over to Germany.
Oh. And they invented lumber, didn't they?
They invented, yeah.
They do a remarkable job over there. Now, Navak, how old did you say you were?
77.
Well, you're a very young-looking man. You're 77, and Mary is 82. 82. Why, he's barely dry behind the ears. Huh? Mary, are you going to let 5 years stand between you and ultimate happiness?
No. I'm happy as I am.
Yes, but think of poor Navak. Alas, poor Navak. I knew him well. What kind of a woman are you looking for, Navak?
I am not looking for anything.
These kids are nuts about each other. Well, stop beating around the bush. If you're not looking for a woman, how do you expect to get married?
I don't expect to get married.
Playing hard to get, eh? How devilish clever these Russians are. We see through your little game, Koenig. Mary and I weren't born yesterday, you know. Navak, why are you so sour on matrimony? Come clean now. Did something happen when you were a youth? Pretend you're lying on my couch and I'm taking notes.
When I was about 40 years in this country, the women began to shoot their husbands, and quite few cases. And the jurors freed them every time. And I didn't want to make a shooting gallery for women.
Well, every woman doesn't carry a rod, you know. How are you with a gun, Mary? Do you think you could plug him at 50 paces?
No, he'd be perfectly safe in front of my gun.
Well, how are you with a bow and arrow?
Can't use that either.
Have you ever come close to marriage?
Once in a leap year, a girl proposed. Where? In a leap year, a girl proposed to me.
In a leap year? Where is that? Is that...
that was in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia?
Yeah. But I liked the girl also, but I disliked her, the mother, the future mother-in-law.
The old lady have a rifle? Or?
No, didn't have, but
Why didn't you like her? Why didn't you like the mother?
In general, I am against mothers-in-law.
Well, what happened? You met this girl and you were enamored of her?
Yeah, and the father I liked the father very much. Uh-huh. But I told him that on account of your wife, she will always give us trouble. So he wanted to induce me that he will keep her away from us.
Did he like his wife?
Yeah, I don't know, because I asked him once. He used to take her, wherever he goes, he used to take her alone. So I asked him once, why is it that wherever you go, you take her alone? He says, Sonny, it is better than to kiss her goodbye.
Certainly a logical answer, all right. Well, it's been pleasant talking to you two, and Nabak, if you should get married, be sure to let us know, huh? Or to be sure to let Mary know, huh? You haven't got a mother-in-law, have you?
No.
No. You see, you'd be perfectly safe there. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 question. Right now, please stop making sheep's eyes at each other and listen to some wonderful advice.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow for a 5-mile trial in a new DeSoto. Behind the wheel of the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the DeSoto Power Master 6, you'll be able to judge for yourself the real meaning of DeSoto full power steering. Making sharp turns, driving over the roughest roads, you'll have absolute control, and with almost no effort. When the car is standing, or when you're trying to park, you'll find you can turn the steering wheel with one finger. It's as easy as that. You see, DeSoto power steering is not partial, but full power steering. It works for you not just some of the time, but all of the time. It's one of the greatest advances in driving convenience and safety in years. Try DeSoto full power steering in the new DeSoto Power Master 6 or the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with the 160 horsepower V8 engine. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and take the 5-mile trial.
And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car, most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Fire Dome Fenneman, would you mind explaining the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected number 19, weights and measures. Is that right?
Yes.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to bet? And talk right out loud.
How much? 19?
Sorry?
19.
19, okay. How many feet in a statute mile?
In what?
In a mile. How many feet in a mile? A straight mile.
In a mile.
In a mile. 5,280.
That's right, 5,280.
Well, you're on your way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $39 will you try this time?
38.
38. All right, how many square feet to the square yard?
144.
How many square feet to the square yard? Now, think it over.
9 square feet, 1 square yard.
That's right. 9 is right.
You now have $77.
Here's your third question. How much of the 77B will you go for?
78.
You only have...
76.
Even I can't do that.
If you want to bet 78, you'll have to give me $1.
No, 76.
76. All right, how many ounces to the pound? This is Abbot and Costello's weight. How many ounces?
16.
16 is right.
You now climb to $153.
And this is your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 153?
Yes. 153.
Shoot the works. Here we go. How many pints to the gallon?
8.
8?
Yes.
All right, 8 is right.
And you wind up with $306.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you so much.
Groucho, we invited some women who work at the draft board to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, Mrs. Helen Hummel was chosen. Her partner is a gentleman from our audience, Mr. Paul Grimes. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Helen Hummel and Mr. Paul Grimes, eh? Helen, Mrs. Hummel, where are you from?
I'm from Indiana, Hartford City.
Mr. Paul Grimes, where are you from?
I was born in Moberly, Missouri. That is not exactly in Moberly, about 4 miles out on Coon Creek.
But But you actually were born, though, huh? Are you married?
Not yet.
Well, you should have been here a while ago. Your name is Navac Cornick, is it? Have you got a girlfriend?
I sure have. A swell one.
Are you sure it isn't puppy love? How serious is this romance? Have you proposed to her?
I proposed to her 3 times.
Kind of pressing your luck, aren't you? Never whip a tired horse, you know. When did you do this proposing?
Well, the first time was about 27 years ago.
And she's just making up her mind now? Where did you ever find such an impetuous girl?
Found her in Moberly, Missouri.
In the creek? What happened when you proposed to her 27 years ago?
She married another man.
You proposed and she married another fella, huh? Are you always that lucky? What happened then?
Well, that marriage didn't work out, so a few years later I proposed again.
What happened the second time you proposed?
Same thing.
Paul, it seems that every time you open your mouth, you put somebody else's foot in it. Well, congratulations. What stage is this romance in at present?
Well, I proposed again.
Good for you. Who's she's going to marry this time?
Me.
Well, that'll teach you to let sleeping dogs lie, Paul. Let's see now. What is it you do, Helen?
I'm the head of the Selective Service Local Board 100, Hollywood Draft Board.
The draft board?
Yes.
Well, if I've said anything to offend you here, As a matter of fact, it doesn't affect me at all. If Grant couldn't get me, I doubt if you'll be able to swing. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Grimes?
I'm information assistant to the director of the County Air Pollution Control District, Los Angeles County.
Oh, a night watchman, huh? Could you make that a little shorter and break it down into small words so I would know what you're talking about?
Well, I handle public relations for Air Pollution Control District.
Well, some of my relations are polluted, but I have nothing to do with it. Could you make it still shorter? What are you talking about?
Smog.
Smog, eh? No wonder she wouldn't marry you. She couldn't see you. Now, in your own smoggy way, just what do you do?
Well, I work for the Air Pollution Control District. I give out the information about it.
In that case, I'd like some information. What are you doing about smog?
Getting rid of it.
Well, I don't object to you getting rid of the smog in Los Angeles, but I wish you wouldn't blow it all to Beverly Hills. Technically, just what is smog, Paul?
It's a complex matter of dust, smoke, fumes, gases, vapors, a lot of things that combine in the atmosphere.
Has your outfit investigated the exact cause of smog?
Well, it's all these things, plus the what the chemists call the unsaturated hydrocarbons that oxidize in the atmosphere and are held in by a temperature inversion.
Well, don't look at me. I seldom do any of that stuff. I still don't understand why they call it smog.
Smog is a coined word from smoke and fog. Actually, smaze would be a better name for the Los Angeles product.
Well, I'm happy to see your outfit is doing something about the smog. After years of research, you finally decided to call it smaze. That's certainly going to get the curtains clean in my house. Well, you're a nice couple, and I hope you win lots of money here tonight. And while I think of it, drive the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. First chance you get, it's a great car. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George, Fire Dome 8 is going to remind our listeners.
The first couple won $306. And the secret word is close.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. Each of these men played a prominent part in changing the history of their country. I'll give you the man's name, and you tell what country he was from. Here's your first question. How much are you going to go for?
$19.
19. Paul von Hindenburg was a soldier of what country?
Germany.
Germany is correct.
You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much are you going to bet on your second question?
38.
38? All right, Helen.
That's right.
Benito Juarez was the leader of what country?
Mexico.
Mexico is right.
You've climbed to $77.
Here's your third question. How much of the 77?
76.
76. Leon Trotsky was famous in what country?
Russia.
Russia is correct.
You have $153.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 153?
153.
153. From what country was Oliver Cromwell?
England.
England is right. Put it there, Paul.
You wind up with $306.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a housewife from our audience and a man from the office of the price stabilization here tonight, Groucho. And I'd like you to meet them. Here they are, Mrs. Ola Batsol and Mr. Harvey Webster. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Ola Batesole. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't object to the Batesole. It's the Mrs. that I find a little disquieting. Mr. Harvey Webster, how do you do? Where are you from?
Well, Ventura, California, but actually Southern California.
Are you married?
Very muchly so.
Uh-huh. What do you mean by very much so? Are you happily married? Or?
Well, yes. I have 7 children. I guess I'm married.
That's besides the point. Are you happily married? Ola Batesole, that's you, huh?
Yes.
Why is it all the beautiful women have such curious names? Zsa Zsa Gabor, Rita Ali Khan, Zazu Pitts. What kind of a name is Ola Batesole?
Ola is a Swedish name and Batesole is German.
Where are you from, Ola?
Houston, Texas.
That's one of the prettiest parts of Germany, isn't it? Ola, I want to be sure where we stand. Are you sure you're married?
Yes, I'm sure.
You don't have to be quite so vehement about it. What's your husband's first name?
Myron.
Imagine being married to Myron Batesole. I don't think I like this fellow, Ola. Where is he now?
He's in Canada.
Wow, now you're talking. Well, he can stay there as far as I'm concerned. What sort of work does he do?
He's one of the country's top wrestlers.
How far north is he in Canada? I mean, is he around Hudson Bay? Hudson Bay, around the river. No, I'm only kidding. Is he really a wrestler?
Yes, he really is.
He is, eh? In that case, to my oldest daughter, Miriam, I leave my building blocks. And my new DeSoto fire domain. Ola, the first time you ever saw your husband, was it love at first sight?
No. I thought he was real funny looking. He weighs...
Why do you say that?
He weighs 325 pounds. He's 6'3", and he has a long black beard.
Sounds like a buffalo.
He looks like one in full dress.
What happened on your first day? Did he want to wrestle?
No, he took me to a wrestling match, and I was
threw you in the ring, I suppose.
No, I was really rather disappointed because when he made his entrance into the ring, I found out that he was the villain. He's just terrible. He snarls at the people, and they boo and hiss, and he bites their ears, and when the referee isn't looking, he puts these holts on them and wraps their legs in the rope, and he's really quite a mean guy.
I certainly don't blame you for marrying this fellow. He sounds irresistible. That's a strange name for a wrestler, isn't it? Myron Batesole. Most of them have ordinary names like Lord Blizz and Baron Leone and Terrible Turk. Does your husband have a professional name?
Yes, he's called the Cardiff Giant.
Well, he's a very famous wrestler, isn't he, the Cardiff Giant?
Yes, he is.
And you say he's in Canada now?
Yes, he's wrestling in Canada now.
Uh-huh. And he will definitely not be home tonight?
No, he won't be home tonight.
Well, he doesn't scare me anyway. If he was in here right now, I'd set fire to his beard. Say, haven't I met you somewheres before? Didn't I say hello to you about a week ago?
Yeah.
Let's see. What was your name was Webster, wasn't
That's
it?
right.
Webster. What kind of work is it you do?
Oh, I'm with the Office of Price Stabilization.
Well, I'm glad to have you here. There's a lot I'd like to know about your outfit. How do you control prices?
Well, we follow out the mandates or the dictates of Congress and have...
Do you have many mandates while your husband's in Canada? What are some of the items controlled by the OPS?
Well, practically everything.
How about beautiful girls? Do you control them?
The only things that affect the cost of living.
You don't think beautiful girls affect the cost of living? Harvey, you're living in a fool's paradise. Well, you're nice people, and I'd like to go on talking to you two. But unfortunately, now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. What you have to do is run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Our first and second couples are tied at $306 each.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected former Academy Award winners. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Decide between you and talk real loud.
Let's bet 20.
$20.
$20.
The lady said so.
All right. In 1938, the Oscar went to the actress who played a Southern belle in the picture Jezebel. What is her name?
Betty Davis.
Betty Davis is right.
On your way, you have $40.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $40 will you try?
Aren't you glad we bet 20?
Yes, but...
40. Let's bet it.
40?
You have $40.
Okay, $40.
$40. Who won the award in 1941 playing Sergeant York?
Gary Cooper.
Gary Cooper is right.
You now have $80.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80?
80.
$80.
Webster hasn't got any words for this. Who won the Oscar in 1945 playing the title role in Mildred Pierce?
Joan Crawford.
Joan Crawford.
You climb to $160.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet?
$160.
All right. Who won the award in 1943 for his acting in The Watch on the Rhine?
Paul Henry.
Talk it over now. Who won the award in 1943 for his acting in The Watch on the Rhine?
Claude Rains?
No, I'm sorry. It's Paul Lucas. You had half of it, huh?
They went broke, Groucho.
That's a shame. I'm just as sorry as you are, but I'll give you one more question. You get it right, and we bring your winnings up to $25. Are you ready?
Yeah.
What fruit is used in grape juice?
Well, I imagine grape.
Grants to him is right.
All that means, Groucho, this couple went broke. It means that our first two couples, who tied with $306, get the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question in just one moment.
Two couples?
Faster service by skilled mechanics. That's what you get at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And here's why. The master technicians who service your car are not only thoroughly experienced, but thoroughly trained. They get continual training, supervised by the factory. Recently, for example, more than 6,000 of these DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics attended 252 special training schools in all parts of the nation. Under the instruction of factory service executives, these men get additional training in all phases of repair and maintenance, and on the newest techniques of automotive service. This continuous training, in addition to their years of experience, naturally makes the skilled mechanics at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers the best qualified men to service your car. It means your car gets the finest care at a real saving to your pocketbook when you take it where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And now here are the winning couples, Groucho, our first two couples who tied for the big question, the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Come on in, folks. You'll both get a chance at it.
All right, here we go with two couples tied for a chance at the $2,000 question. Now, each couple will decide on a single answer and write it down on one of these cards. If both couples get it right, we'll split the money between them. Okay, you have 15 seconds, and here's the question. At Balaclava, a small Russian seaport in the Crimea, there occurred a famous military attack in 1854. This attack is known today in song and story. For $2,000, what is it called? Write it down. All right, I'll take the cards and read them. Well, here is the answer. The charge of the Light Brigade, so this couple win the big money. You win.
Mr. Grimes and the lady from the draft board won.
That's right. You win the $2,000. Plus how much in the quiz, George?
$306 in the quiz, Groucho.
You won $2,306. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life. Put it there again.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto, Fido, make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Is safety a habit with you? You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
I just wanted to say, great party. We haven't had a family reunion this good since the big one in 1994. Okay, who are you? Well, I'm a Henry. I mean, how are you related to, Sid again? Why, I'm his father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. I see. What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm semi-retired. I work as an attraction at the zoo. Hey, did you hear about my keeper? No, what about your keeper? What about my zoo? What about? Well, she was asked out by a guy, and they went out. It went well. Good for them. And he decided to ask her out again because it turned out she was a keeper. Ow! See what I have to put up with? See you next time, folks.